Storytel Original presents Zeitgeist by Michał Protasiuk, narrated by Christopher Ragland. Chapter 1. Tryout. Thursday, 8th of September. People won't do you any harm, the psychotherapist explained calmly. For most of them, you do not even exist. You aren't there. Your heart stops, you fall to the pavement as if struck by lightning, and they don't even stop. They keep moving, busy with all the important things in their lives. You want proof? Watch the social experiments filmed on hidden cameras. Watch the videos on YouTube. People don't give a fuck. And that's exactly why you have no reason to be afraid of them. Mateusz Kaufman knew better, though, and didn't buy the therapist's argument. He chose not to show up for the next appointment, even though he'd paid ahead for the whole month. The therapist was way off. It wasn't about fear at all. What should he call what he felt, he wondered, as he rode the escalator at the Golden Terraces, Warsaw's largest mall, with so many people milling around just above his head. He closed his eyes and exhaled heavily, getting ready for the moment when he'd step into the heart of the throng, the fat carcasses brushing against him. Just one more moment, a last deep breath of fresh air. Then he'd dive into the acrid stench of sweaty armpits, suffocating exhalations, semi-digested garlic sauce kebabs. Wave after wave of panic washed over him. He tried stalling, but there was no way to pull it off. He'd soon be at the bottom. Then, there'd be no escape. 15 seconds. 10. 5. It wasn't fear, though. He wasn't afraid. It was contempt. Bottomless, overwhelming disdain leaking out the pores of his skin. As he eyed the full shopping bags, as he hid from the restless eyes of the mall's customers, something burned in his chest, made his ears hot, tied his stomach into knots. He stopped in the main arcade, rivers of people flowing around him, and he knew their plans, ambitions, and dreams. He had no supernatural powers. Nevertheless, he could read their minds. He predicted their behaviors, decisions, emotions. That was how he made his living, predicting the future. He gazed into no crystal balls, argued no futures from tea leaves or animal entrails. His tool of choice was data. Commissioned by large companies, he predicted the sales of their new products, recognized patterns of consumer trends. He knew what the customers would want before they knew it themselves. He discovered recurring patterns in stock market charts and advised investors on what to buy. The future was the result of the past, and he was able to calculate it within the margins of statistical error. When he reached Starbucks, the designated meeting place, sweat glued his shirt to his back. His heart was racing. I'll have to start jogging again, he thought. 35, they say, is the best age to run a marathon. He ordered himself an Americano and chose an out-of-the-way spot at the bend of a corridor, some distance away from the glass walls so that he wouldn't see the crowd outside. He waited, even though he didn't know who he was expecting. Those were the rules. The savoir-vivre of post-capitalist freelance consultants. Mr. Kaufman, he heard in English, looking up from his phone and the logic game he was playing to kill time. A woman was standing in front of him. One word was enough to convey the essence of her presence. Unremarkable. An anonymous businesswoman, One you'd shared an office lift with 1,000,000 times and then forgotten the moment you'd got off on your floor. Neither young nor old, dressed smartly but conservatively. Mid-management level in an international corporation. One who expected nothing more and had already resigned herself to it, who'd smothered her ambition and was trying to enjoy whatever she managed to get. But even so, she couldn't pull it off. Not completely. There was a flicker of envy in her, because she'd never carried out her plans, because of those who had run the rat race better than she had. Initially good-natured and amiable, over time she had become more and more frustrated and bitchy. He knew the type very well. He'd bet anything she carried a fitness club card in her wallet, along with a few loyalty cards from expensive clothes stores, their business model based on fulfilling the needs of corporate bitches like her. Mateusz nodded hesitantly. "That's me," he confirmed, also in English. "Elizabeth Hackett." Her grip was strong. He hadn't expected that. "Are you all right? Did something happen?" Her English was perfect and without a discernible accent. "I'm not good with large crowds," he replied after several seconds. "People make me feel unwell." She didn't even break a smile, even though it was supposed to be a joke. A dry one, straight out of Mateusz Kaufmann's repertoire. 4 years ago, when he'd left his corporate job and switched to freelancing, Mateusz had begun by working out his strengths and weaknesses. Understanding that his social aversion would become a fundamental barrier in business contacts, he'd hired a coach who was supposed to solve the problem. Despite his initial low opinion of the psychological bullshit, the sessions had proved to be unexpectedly helpful. Only then, at 31, had he learned the basic rules of social interaction. Small talk and jokes were a key part of the basic training. He'd never excelled at them. They were never his forte, but he always had 1 or 2 anecdotes or conversational icebreakers ready, so he wouldn't come off like a complete weirdo. He didn't like them. They made him tired and rang false. But that was human interaction for you. That was the way the world worked, something that had never ceased to bewilder Mateusz Kaufmann. "Let's get down to it then," said Elizabeth Hackett, immediately earning a few points with him. Why waste time on niceties? "We received your contact information from an individual at Frost Enterprises. I'd like to hear about the project you did for them." Being an unemotional introvert had its good sides as well. You could always keep a poker face, even when an alarm was going off in your brain, screaming that something was off. Who the hell was Elizabeth Hackett? A dabbler in industrial espionage? Why was she asking questions she absolutely shouldn't be asking? "I signed an NDA." He slowly reached for his coffee and took a long sip, keeping an eye on the woman. "I know I wasn't born yesterday. It's a general question. Tell me as much as you feel you can. No more, no less." "Who are you working for?" "Not today," she replied dryly, the way only a corporate heavyweight could. One moment everything is nice as pie, and then all of a sudden, boom, you're flat on your back seeing stars. Frost Enterprises is a pharmaceutical corporation. She nodded, as if urging him to get to the juicy details. "I'm familiar with that market. I've worked for the big boys from Basel. This project was different, though. Exceptional. It was all about fashion." "Fashion?" She blinked rapidly. Only now did he notice that her makeup was too heavy for a business meeting. Was she really unaware of what he had done for Frost Enterprises, or was she only playing dumb? The pharmaceutical market is not all that different from the clothes market. People don't get sick from the illnesses they actually contract. They're sick with whatever's fashionable at the time. Big Pharma keeps pumping money by the truckload into advertisement campaigns to convince gullible consumers that their complex social or psychological issues are simple illnesses on an individual level. That it's possible to come up with a pill which people can take twice a day and the problem vanishes. That's why you need to come up with the ailment first, then promote it, and only then start selling a cure for it. What was your job then? To predict the fashion for the next autumn/winter and spring/summer seasons, and so on for the next 3 years. Mateusz drank the last of his coffee and pushed the cup aside. He felt better now, calmer. The anxiety attack of 15 minutes ago had passed without leaving a trace. The crowd was still milling around outside the cafe, but now he could focus on something completely different, much more pleasing. And so, he kept talking. It's not guaranteed that every made-up illness will fly, or that the cure for it will be a bestseller. Just as not every Hollywood movie is a blockbuster worth billions. Do you know who Dick Rowe was? She didn't. The man who didn't offer the Beatles a recording contract because he didn't see any potential in them. They didn't look promising to him. He made the worst business decision in the history of mankind. My customers don't want to be Mr. Rowe. They won't let chances like that slip by, so I show them these chances. How? Everywhere around you, you can see the starting points of new trends. Some will explode, some will wither on the vine. You just need to know how to separate the grain from the chaff and listen to the Zeitgeist. That's where statistical analysis comes in. Past data, timelines, decision trees, my magic toolbox. He shrugged and continued. But you know all of this. Frost Enterprises referred me to you. That's why you've contacted me, and that's why we're talking now. So what have you got for me? Who are you working for? Elizabeth Hackett raised an open palm. Just a moment. You won't find out anything today. For now, I'll ask the questions. Prove to me you can do everything you're talking about. I want to give you a tryout. At no cost to me, she added after a pause to underline the last words. A recruitment task. In other words, the customer Elizabeth Hackett is representing is a big player. They look for the best specialists and pick and choose from their offers. Show us your skills, and we will graciously consider whether you are worthy of working for us. What kind of compensation are we talking about now? I'm not sure if it's worth it. I'm not keen on wasting my time, which, as you well know, has a price tag on it. Multiply Frost Enterprises by 5, she said, smiling broadly. Once again, she was pleasant and nice as pie, tender and warm deep inside, but a woman who life sometimes forced to play rough, even though she didn't enjoy it one bit. We estimate the length of the contract at 3 or 4 working weeks. Times 5. Whoa. Mateusz really felt like whistling and shaking his head in disbelief, but he had no intention of showing weakness. He only nodded and tried to be the nicest guy in the world. At least for a few seconds, which was about as much as he could manage. So, what's the task? She reached into her purse and placed a pen drive in the form of a red 2x4 Lego block on the table. The task is a man named Sebastian Novakovsky, she said, pronouncing the name with a clear British accent. He is an accountant in a company that provides financial services for other companies. The man is what they call an early adopter. He's crazy about gadgets. He never uses credit cards, pays for every purchase with his NFC-enabled phone. We had somebody hack his smartphone. That's how we know everything about the man. Literally everything. Full geolocation data for the last year and a half, every payment he's made, work and private emails, websites he visits, social media, a list of his calls. Whatever you want. It's a terabyte of data on a single man, and it's all right here. She nudged the red brick toward him. The last 18 months of an unremarkable man past 40. And? Today is Monday, the 8th of September. You have 10 days to suss this guy out. I expect a report by 8 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time on Sunday the 18th. The report is to contain a prediction of Sebastian Novakovsky's behavior for the following week, from Monday the 19th to Sunday the 25th. Day by day, hour by hour, even minute by minute. The level of detail is up to you. I want to know what he does, who he contacts, what he buys, where he goes. You need to predict all of this. Once the week is over, I'll compare your predictions with the actual data from his phone. Whoever makes the most accurate prediction wins. A first thought isn't always the best thought. Mateus's initial reaction was to tell her to pick up her huge latte cup and break it over her stupid corporate head. He'd love watching the soy milk drip from her hair. But hold on. Wait a minute. Frost Enterprises times 5, she'd said. Not 2, 3, not even 4. Times 5. Mateus smiled. He was about to break a personal nice guy record today. This is a non-standard task. Usually such predictions are made for a group, a population, not single individuals. A group allows you to minimize the random differences which distort the image at the individual level. This is what you might call a mission impossible. And who said the test task would be standard? She demanded, flashing him that sweet smile again. Are you in? He gripped his empty coffee cup. Frost Enterprises times 5, he thought again. I'm in. You can find my contact data, phone and email on the pen drive. You can call round the clock. For the next 10 days, I'm at your disposal. They got ready to leave, and when they shook hands, Elizabeth Hackett surprisingly held his hand longer than normal. Her hand was moist and warm. He jumped slightly and looked at her askance. She laughed, showing a full set of pearly teeth. What's so funny? He asked. You're allergic to people. Afraid of them, and so you avoid them. On the other hand, you understand them better than anyone else in the world. Therapists and psychologists should take private lessons from you. I see a contradiction here. Maybe that's why I'm disgusted with people, because I know them. Elizabeth took her coat from the back of her chair. She was serious again. I have another question about the Frost Enterprises project. What's going to be fashionable? What kind of ailment will I come down with before I turn 40? Bipolar depressive disorder, he barked at her. He gritted his teeth and stepped back into the crowd in the main arcade of the mall, clenching his right hand in the jeans pocket where he carried the red Lego brick pen drive. Tuesday, 4th of October. Move your fat ass, you brat, thought Alicia Rack as she watched a red-faced 16-year-old struggling to do a pull-up. All they do is eat chips, play on game consoles, and watch online porn. Time to give them a break, or one of them will have a heart attack and then I'll get in trouble. "Okay, enough with the warm-up. Time for basketball," she said, her high heels clicking on the gymnasium floor. She pointed at two fairly slim students from Class 1E of the private high school in Warsaw's Zoliborz district. "Maciej and Victor, you're team captains. Pick your teams." She tossed them the ball. Alicia hated being a substitute physical education teacher. She was a historian, paid to talk about the conquests of Alexander the Great, the Battle of Hastings, and the January Insurrection, not to come up with exercises for kids with a BMI indicating first-degree obesity. She had agreed to do it mostly on account of Wojciech Żurawski, whom everybody called Mr. Wojtek, or just as frequently, but behind his back, the corporal. Mr. Wojtek had been in the military some years earlier. The teacher's room gossip had him as part of an elite commando group. When asked directly, he never confirmed nor denied it, just smiled mysteriously and said in a condescending tone that military facilities had "no photos allowed" signs for a reason, and by the same token, he couldn't blab about what went on. National security had its requirements. He might say something in a decade or so, but not now. Mr. Wojtek had retired from the military at the age of 35 and started working part-time in a high school, teaching physical education classes for young people and running very popular urban survival workshops, repeating to fat teens that they should take care of themselves now because when the war finally came, and he had no doubt that a global conflict would erupt within a decade, they'd be cannon fodder thrown into the front line of battle. He was a social worker of a sort, and a harmless eccentric, and just as active outside the school. He taught Krav Maga classes and traced out running routes in nearby parks. He was everywhere. And for the last 5 years, ever since Alicia Rack had been hired at the school, the ex-commando had been targeting her for matrimonial advances. Despite her repeated explanations that he was wasting his time and nothing would come of it, that he wasn't her type, and that the 15 years between them made all the difference, the corporal never flagged in his attempts to show his admiration for the lonely history teacher. In time, a peculiar relationship developed between them. Even though the melodramatic courtship was tiresome, Alicia had started to tolerate Mr. Wojtek and had even befriended him. So when he claimed he was feeling a nasty virus coming on, his head splitting and joints aching, he had asked her to substitute for him. It was the last class of a surprisingly cold and rainy September day. Alicia had a free hour anyway, so she agreed without hesitation. And now she was dying for a smoke. Obsessively, she thought about going out for one. But she couldn't leave a dozen teenagers alone, or they'd be sure to find a way to hurt themselves. 16 is the stupidest age of all. She reached into the back pocket of her tight jeans and struggled with her smartphone for a moment. The damn thing didn't want to come out. Was her ass getting bigger again? She'd have to check her weight tonight. Finally managing to pull out the phone, she logged into her blog. 7 new comments. She checked last during the long break, 25 minutes ago. Nothing had required moderator action. She smiled. Business was coming on nicely. For the next half hour, Alicia watched the bunch of wheezing fat kids grudgingly bouncing the orange ball around, occasionally making a desperate throw with no real sense of meaning or expectation of success. They were all impatiently awaiting the final bell. None more than Alicia, who watched the clock with bated breath, desperate for a smoke. Finally, the bell rang, and they all poured out of the sports hall. That's when Alicia got the email. Her phone vibrated in her pocket just as she was inhaling the smoke from a thin menthol cigarette. The smoke tamped down her emotions, induced blissful relaxation, and distanced her from the frustrating prospect of the 2 classes she still had to teach. She stood out in front of the school building, a depressing edifice squeezed between 2 modernist villas and starry jolibors. The wind kept grabbing at the crowns of the poplars, tugging off their leaves and making the trees creak disconcertingly. Alicia pressed the unfinished Vogue cigarette into a cylindrical ashtray and reached for her phone. She could see only the envelope icon on the locked screen of the phone. No other details. That meant the email had come to her other account, namely, Dagny Taggart, Alicia Rack's blog alter ego. She took stock of her situation. Nobody in sight, nobody to look over her shoulder and see the message. She had just started punching in the PIN to unlock the phone when the school entrance door swung open and Mr. Uzbezek, the school security guard, stood on the threshold. When he saw the young teacher, his tobacco-stained mouth widened in a sincerely jovial smile. Alicia locked the phone again without putting it away. Mr. Uzbezek stood next to her, and she could immediately smell the stench of his sweat. He crossed his arms over his gut and looked up at the creaking poplar tree. The wind kept bending the tree over in their direction. "It's gonna keel over, don't you think?"
"No idea," she uttered hesitantly. "What do you think?"
"Yeah," he shrugged. Alicia had no idea whether he meant yes, no, I don't know, or maybe I don't give a shit. "I guess I ought to call the fire department," he said, scratching the bald spot on his head.
"Yes, I think it's worth a call," she replied and pressed the screen of the phone against her thigh.
"What the hell's going on? It's been raining and blowing a gale for 2 weeks already."
"That's our climate for you,"
she replied and turned on her heel, leaving Mr. Uzbezek with the creaking poplar tree. The safest place to read the message is the staff bathroom, she decided. Closing the door behind her, Alicia sat on a toilet with the lid down. Finally, a chance to read the email. The Dagny Taggart account rarely received emails. Her main means of communication with the readers were the comments. Sometimes, though, people wrote to her directly. Most often, these were nice emails full of support, telling her that she was doing a great job, that she shouldn't give up, that she ought to keep up the good work, that the work was important for many people. This email was completely different, though. She read it once, then again, and then a third time. The sender had signed it Tiresias, and his account of the same name had been created using one of the most popular email services. A few lines of text, 2 brief paragraphs which immediately embedded themselves in her memory. Tiresias claimed to be a high-level manager for a well-known international corporation. He refused to divulge which one. Details were to come later at a face-to-face meeting. Face-to-face. Alicia swallowed. There could be no mistake. Tiresias was a whistleblower who wanted to meet her to talk about irregularities at his workplace. Another Edward Snowden or Bradley Manning. He was bringing her the story on a silver platter. As an investigative blogger, she would have to dig right into it and create a bomb of an article, which would translate directly into more visitors on her page, more clicks on the ads, more money, and maybe even a mainstream media presence. Everything depended on how big the case was. If she refused to meet this Tiresias, she would never find out. The problem was, though, that at the beginning of her blog writing career, she'd made 2 ground rules which she'd never broken. Rule number 1, no meetups IRL. Everything done over the internet. Dagny Taggart and Alicia Rack were 2 separate people with no real-life connections at all. nobody could find out. Nobody could know her other identity. Rule number 2. See rule number 1. But she had never had a case of a whistleblower from a private company before. It had always been up to her to find the story. Now, the story was coming to her, begging to be told. The only thing she had to do was to break both of her safety rules. Would she? Somebody entered the toilet and yanked the handle of her cubicle. "I'll be out in a minute," she shouted, and selected reply on the phone. "Yes, we should meet as soon as possible," she typed with both thumbs. "Choose the time and place. How will I recognize you?" She pressed send as quickly as she could, afraid she would change her mind. Where was the paranoia coming from? Did she really have anything to be afraid of? After all, she never wrote about the mafia, human trafficking, or drugs. Sometimes, though, in the middle of the night, she got off the computer and went to bed with a thudding heart, knowing she wouldn't be able to sleep. As she lay on her back, staring at the ceiling and listening to the gasps of her neighbors fucking behind the wall, she thought that if someone really wanted, if somebody anonymous, an imagined enemy, decided to hire Russian hackers, he or they would immediately be able to determine exactly who was behind the sensational revelations of Dagny Taggart. Maybe she should take more precautions. Read up on internet anonymity. Log onto the blog only through a public Wi-Fi, through Tor or dynamic proxies. Her head began to spin. She had no clue about these things, only scraps of information and terms she'd read in a pop science article. Thankfully, her nightmares always evaporated with the first rays of the sun. She scolded herself then for her childish fears. "I live in a civilized country, not in barbarian Russia," she kept saying to herself. "Nobody murders journalists here. I'm safe. There's nothing to worry about." Her blogging adventure had begun when she'd broken up with her boyfriend. She'd been working at the university, writing her PhD dissertation, when she discovered that her would-be fiancé, the man she'd been with since her first year of high school, was cheating on her. They'd broken up in an atmosphere of total war. Tears of fury, plates crashing to the ground, books flying, windows shaking, and, in the end, the intervention of alarmed neighbors. In beginning her solitary life, she'd discovered she had a surprising amount of time for herself and little or no idea how to make the best use of the long daytime hours. She'd watched a lot of TV, mainly the news and information channels. She'd pissed away her afternoons and evenings on the internet, following political blogs, wading through hundreds of posts and forums, arguing vehemently and calling random commenters halfwits, fanatics, and Nazis. The internet sessions were emotionally exhausting for her. Everyone irritated her, but more than anyone, it was the young people soaking up every word the politicians spoke. She never flagged in her crusade to point out substantial errors, unwitting mistakes, and cynical lies. She checked every fact mentioned in the interviews and speeches of leading members of the parliament. She went through the National Bank of Poland and Central Statistical Office statistics, along with the reports of consulting companies. Nothing in the world could compare to the pleasure of catching someone's inconsistencies. It was far better than chocolate ice cream and menthol cigarettes. Better even than sex. In time, she decided that she had no intention of giving out free views and clicks to others. It was time to start building her own brand. That was how Dagny Taggart came to be, along with her personal blog. Fact-checking was not enough for her anymore. She wanted something bigger. Internet investigation, looking for patterns and connections, solving mysteries. She'd read that in modern times, the espionage industry had completely changed. In the digital world, all information was readily accessible, however hidden it might be. You had to be able to find it and interpret it, to fit the new piece of knowledge into the grand scheme of things. It all made sense when connected in the form of triangulated information sources. That was what brought patterns out of the chaos. That was what open source intelligence was all about. And she'd mastered it. Her first serious story concerned a tender for the development of a vacant warehouse in the old industrial part of Jolibours. The real estate had suddenly been handed over to a Christian foundation, Lux Perpetua. Alicia Rack, or rather Dagny Taggart, had solved the mystery in less than 2 days. The member of the district council responsible for awarding the tender was not a religious man. She hadn't expected that, but she'd kept digging until she came across something important. The counselor had a partner, a holier-than-thou initiator of the Christian Oasis movement who hadn't had any objection to premarital sex. She'd been unable to say precisely whether the pair had actually had sex, but she'd been more than certain of other things. The girlfriend had been hired by Lux Perpetua as an accounting consultant. That was public knowledge, right there on their webpage. It had been harder to show a connection to the counselor, but then what was social media for? Committing herself to laborious analysis of photos and posts on her suspects' profiles, she had succeeded in revealing the truth. She'd proceeded to write an article liberally illustrated with the gathered evidence. When everything was ready, just before she pressed publish, she had hesitated for a moment. Maybe she should go to a newspaper with this, to the local branch of Wyborcza, instead of publishing it on her own blog. That would mean more readers for the article, more of a chance to actually make a difference. In the end, it wasn't fame she was after, but change. Real influence over the reality she did not agree with. Of course, fame was part of the deal, and she didn't mind it, but it was not the goal in and of itself. But no, she decided not to send the story to the newspaper. She wanted to be a blogger, not a journalist. She intended to build her own brand, Dagny Taggart. The article had been published on her blog and had gotten quite a response. Readers shared it eagerly. The links showed up on the district's popular websites and profiles in social media. As a result, the tender had been canceled and Lux Perpetua had been forced to do without the property. Over the next few days, Alicia had found her head spinning. From daybreak until late at night, it was as if she was on an alcohol IV drip, even though the only things she drank were water and green tea. She couldn't believe what she was seeing, or that she was indeed the cause of all of this. She was the first domino falling over, pushing the others into motion, and before anyone knew it, the whole laboriously constructed plan had fallen apart. And when she read that the councilman had resigned his commission, she went to a nearby store, bought a bottle of Prosecco, and drank it almost in one gulp. She went to bed drunker and happier than ever before in her 25 years of life. Later came other stories, bigger and smaller, and her fan base grew. She flunked her PhD and got herself hired at a high school. She devoted more time to the blog than she had at first. Her articles were disputed by the district mayor, and once she even got a reaction from the Ministry of Health. She was still waiting for a first-page story, though. The bomb that would pave the way to a different life. That's when she would come out of hiding and let everyone know that the investigative blogger called Dagny Taggart was in fact Alicia Rack, age 31, born and raised in Shematica, renting a studio apartment in the Belani district in a prefab building with a view over Lind Park. she would finally appear on TV. Might even become a celebrity. Of course, nothing over the top. She had no intention of becoming another Kardashian or Lady Gaga. Not that level. Not that class of celebrity. But Katie Couric was a good example of a tough journalist whose success had come by way of hard work. Then she would move out of her small apartment and buy one in a fashionable part of the city. In one fell swoop, she would promote herself from the lower middle class into the top layers of society. This latest email, the mysterious story from a whistleblower, might at last be her ticket to that life. Her inner voice, her female intuition, an innate premonition, whatever she wanted to call it, told her that what she was looking at now was the scoop of a lifetime. Friday, 9th of September. The least interesting man in the world was named Sebastian Novakovsky. He was 41, he had a wife, 2 daughters, a dog, and a guinea pig. How did Mateusz know? It was all on the pen drive he'd gotten from Elizabeth Hackett. All he had to do was analyze the photos from the phone's memory and follow the trail of payments the man had made, where transactions from a pet shop, like guinea pig food or sawdust, showed up regularly. The objective was to plan out Mr. Novakovsky's coming week. Humans are a painfully predictable species, even though they see themselves differently. The days, weeks even, fly past according to the same rhythm, thought Mateusz. We get up at the same hour, eat our breakfasts, go to work, leave work and go home, and so on, day after day, in the same uninterrupted procession. Would I be way off the mark to assume that Sebastian Novakovsky's coming week will be very much like the last one, of which I have a detailed description? Or maybe a weighted average of the last 4 weeks to weed out the random factors? I can't be too far off, he immediately told himself. This should end up more or less as a 90-something% accurate prediction. But the task is about getting as close to 100% as possible. I'll use the last month's average as a template on which to make further adjustments. Adjustment number 1, time of arrival at work. Novakovsky lived in Bemovo and worked in Swarvedek, in a cluster of corporate office buildings nicknamed Mordor. Every day he left home at exactly the same time, with negligible variations of, give or take 4 minutes, and got into his car. His trip to work, though, according to the geolocation data, took between 20 and 45 minutes depending on traffic. Too much variation. Can't leave it like that. It's got to be more precise. How? He needed to predict traffic for the coming week. Street traffic is governed by its own internal dynamic, precise laws, and repetitive patterns. He had 1.5 years of Novakovsky's commutes to work on the pen drive, a sample large enough to be statistically analyzed, understood, and applied to the future. Additionally, traffic is closely correlated with weather, and obviously next week's weather forecast is already available. All of this needs to be applied to a single mathematical model, on the basis of which I need to estimate what time Novakovsky will punch in on Monday, September 19th, and the next 4 days. Okay, so much for mornings. What about evenings and the trip home? Thankfully, Sebastian was not one of his company's most dedicated employees and rarely worked any overtime in the office. It did happen sometimes, but that was also predictable. Overtime often came in clusters, which meant that it had something to do with a project deadline or was characterized by the surprising regularity typical of an accountant's work, the end of a fiscal month or year. Up to now, everything had been pretty simple. The toughest task was predicting the routes Novakovsky would take home, which were rarely simple and straightforward. He often, and apparently randomly, stopped in various places. At a big supermarket, at smaller shops where he picked up groceries. He purchased many of the most necessary articles there: bread, cold cuts, eggs, dairy items. He often popped into the pet shop as well, but also liked to visit appliance and electronics stores to check out the newest gadgets. And his phone, with its constantly enabled GPS and Wi-Fi scanner, which he used instead of his debit card, patiently kept recording all of the data and sending it off to the cloud servers. All of our behaviors contain patterns, symmetries which can be pinpointed if each layer is analyzed separately, and the white noise distorting the analysis is eliminated. Mateusz thought of it all as a series of pictures drawn on transparent sheets of plastic. If you put them all together, one over another, it all looked like chaos, like the doodles of a 3-year-old. But the order was there. It only had to be discovered by removing layer after layer. Mr. Novakovsky's behavior repeated in cycles, each of a different duration. Then the whole image needed to be deconstructed, cycles identified, their length calculated based on the archived data. That way, order would arise from the chaos. But wait, hold on. He smelled a rat. From time to time, there were disruptions. The GPS record was not continuous. It broke off and then resumed after about an hour. Chance? Coincidence? The boring Mr. Novakovsky was hiding something from the world, something he was so afraid of that he turned off the navigation component in his phone, thinking himself elusive, evasive, safe. Very smart. But through some quirk, the GPS signal always cut out at almost the same spot, on the borderline between the Śródmieścia and Wola districts. Very often, just before that happened, Mr. Novakovsky would take a small amount of cash from an ATM. 50 złotys, or, less often, 100. Those were the only times he paid for anything in cash. Why? He wanted to buy something illegal or just secret, something that could leave no trace in the digital systems. What was it? Condoms? A bunch of flowers? A bottle of wine? Tisk, tisk, tisk. Mateusz waved his finger at the screen. I've got you, you bastard. So your lover lives somewhere in Mirov, and you visit her 4 or 5 times a month. You think you're invisible with the GPS turned off? Fuck no, sucker. He had triumphed. Sebastian Novakovsky stood naked before him in all of his banal predictability. Mateusz browsed some Excel tables of the unfaithful husband's recorded geolocation data. He hadn't visited his lover for quite some time. With every day apart, the chance of another visit was rising. High time for a quick one after work. But when? Which day were they going to fuck? Which hour? That, of course, could also be predicted. Friday, 7th of September. Tiresias had proposed a meeting on Friday. Alicia had agreed. He'd chosen one of the chain cafes in the lobby of an office building on the western side of the Dzerzhinsky roundabout. Over the past year, this part of Warsaw had turned into one enormous construction site. Steel cranes loomed against the backdrop of dark clouds, and the constant parade of truckloads of dirt had created a permanent traffic jam. And what about Friday afternoon, when all the white-collar workers would run out of their offices at 5 p.m. sharp, get into their company cars, and roll out towards Bemowo, Wilanów, Białeka, and Ursynów? Especially if the wind and rain didn't let up. The critical mass of cars would be breached. The streets would collapse under their own weight. Warsaw would undergo a gravitational collapse, and the capital would become a gaping black hole. Alicia, on a sofa in the cafe, kept fidgeting. She longed for a cigarette, but the weather outside discouraged her from even a quick smoke. Tiresias hadn't shown up, which also raised her stress level. The nightmare had already begun by the time she'd started to get ready for the meeting. What should she wear? What should her outfit communicate? Calm and professional detachment? Empathy and willingness to help? Trust? She spent over an hour in front of her wardrobe before finally deciding on jeans and a blue blouse with a collar. Easygoing, friendly, but without overdoing it. Then the next 15 minutes in front of the mirror in her bathroom, where she despaired over her wrinkles and concentrated on scanning for gray hairs. I'm getting old. She opened and closed her eyes several times, but the single strands of gray hair, spitefully persistent, refused to go away. I don't want to get old, she repeated. She kept wondering who Tiresias was expecting to see. Who did he think was behind the Dagny Taggart pseudonym? How did he envision her? As a busty sex bomb, dragging corruptible politicians to bed and rummaging through their laptops and briefcases while they slept? Or maybe, in his imagination, Alicia was a gray mouse of a librarian with a penchant for hacking. Oversized glasses, hair in a braid, barely getting up from the computer, rapping out Linux code day and night? And how would he react when he was faced with an ordinary girl, one who'd never catch his attention if they were to pass each other on the street? Fully absorbed by her frantic thought process, she'd reached this point. Sitting in the cafe, her latte getting cold in the plastic cup, her fingers restlessly drumming on the table. Would he show or not? Seconds dragged sluggishly past. Her heart pounded, and her eyes never left the phone she'd placed on the table. Suddenly, the phone shivered twice, and her with it. Tiresias had sent another message to Dagny Taggart's account. Leave the cafe, turn right, follow the fence and turn right again. There's an opening in the fence by the out-of-service bus stop. Walk into the construction site. That's where I'll be waiting. Andre. Alicia rose quickly, grabbing the cup just before it tipped over, and ran outside, where she was hit with a wall of rain. Cursing, she dropped her unfinished coffee into a nearby bin, flipped up the collar of her jacket, jammed her hands into her pockets, and ran across the street. A high fence separated a construction site from an adjacent office building. Leaning forward, she pressed on. 100 yards down the road, she turned right and found herself in a different world. A moment earlier, she'd still been in the city's heart, walking on freshly renovated pavement, surrounded by chain cafes and organic food shops, people hunched under umbrellas slipping past, and the lights of cars stuck in traffic punching through the veil of rain. Here, meanwhile, there wasn't a living soul in sight. Small ponds were welling up in broken slabs of pavement and asphalt. Nobody left their cars around here for fear of the signs on both sides of the street, announcing that parked cars obstructing entry into the construction site would be towed away at the expense of their owners. A few months, no more than a year, and a new office building would be opened here. The place would fill up with middle-class workers, followed by more cafes, sushi bars, and street food trucks. But for now, nobody had any reason to come here, especially since it was a dead-end street. One of many blank spots on the map, a place completely removed from time and space, smack in the center of the city. She reached the out-of-service bus stop and, just as the directions had said, found a small opening in the fence. She poked her head in and took a look inside. Construction was only just getting started. The vast site was covered by a layer of mud, crossed by monstrous furrows made by heavy machinery. The place was full of dump trucks and excavators, as if a child's toys had been tossed around in a sandbox. Alicia pulled in her stomach and pushed herself through the gap in the fence boards. Good thing I wore trainers and not heels, she thought. A second later, she stepped into ankle-deep yellowish mud. Oh well, I'll have to buy a new pair anyway, she concluded. Tiresias, a.k.a. Andre, as he'd signed the email, was nowhere to be found. She tried to wait, standing in a single spot, but had the impression she was sinking little by little into the mud. She walked about, even though every step took a great deal of effort. She was spattered with mud, not just all over her shoes, but halfway up her calves. Suddenly, she saw Tiresias. He was lying flat on his back, hidden in the shadow of an excavator. His eyes and mouth were wide open, as if he wanted to say something, to protest the unfortunate turn of events, but couldn't manage it. All he could do was to meekly drink in the rain. His head was rotated unnaturally, and Alicia understood immediately that his neck had been broken. She didn't even bother to bend over him, check his heartbeat, pulse, or breath. There was no point. Tiresias was dead, and her safe, neatly arranged life was falling apart there in the monotonous hum of the downpour. Thursday, 29th of September. Not even the hint of a smile brightened Elizabeth Hackett's serious face. This time, they were meeting in the lobby of Warsaw's Sheraton Hotel, where the emissary of the mysterious higher-ups was staying for the night. They sat at a low, uncomfortable table. Elizabeth, peering into a document folder, avoided eye contact. "So, how did I do?" asked Mateus. "Did I get the job?" He felt uncomfortable in this place. There were too many people around, people waiting for somebody. The reception queue seemed endless. He couldn't concentrate. Had Elizabeth chosen this spot on purpose to make it harder for him to focus? She put the folder away at last and gave him a piercing look.
How did you come up with the idea that Mr. Novakovsky would deny himself a visit at his lover's place this week?
This is the nastiest September we've had in years. Raining cats and dogs, blowing up a storm. Viruses are breeding like crazy. People are getting sick, including Novakovsky's younger daughter. Last Saturday, shortly after 10 p.m., he went to a drugstore and bought an anti-fever medicine for children. Then, on Monday, he spoke several times with his wife. This is a distinct pattern. He calls her only when the kids are sick and comes home early, putting off his marital indiscretions. Simple. It really couldn't be any simpler than that. Elizabeth still wasn't smiling.
Everyone else blew it here. They were all satisfied with discovering the lover, but nobody else figured that this week would be different, that it would be the outlier.
Mateus shrugged. It was all in the data. The data speaks for itself. It's just that I know how to listen.
And that's why I'd like to offer you the job. Congratulations. You've won the tryout.
Chapter 2. Darkness of the Future. Friday, 7th of October. Alicia would later obsessively think of that moment at the construction site. She was surprised she had felt no fear. None at all. Her brain, on seeing Tiresias's body, switched to emergency mode, programmed over hundreds of thousands of years of evolution on the savannah. Think as little as possible. Concentrate on the task. Dim all distractions. Focus. Don't let anything at all distract you. Top priority: to run away as far as possible from the crime scene. After all, normal life was going on just round the corner. just beyond the wooden fence. It was a Friday, a little after 5, and people couldn't help smiling just thinking about the weekend, as they were punching out, regaining their freedom. Buying beer, crisps, and vodka, making plans for the evening. She'd be safe there. Then she could start worrying, analyze the situation, and draw some conclusions. Think about what to do next. Her informer was dead. She stopped mid-step. She looked back at the figure half buried in the yellowish clay. This was not the time for weakness. She could cry and panic later. Right now, she had to squeeze back through the gap in the fence and walk along the empty pavement into reality, where she could surround herself with people. Run back to normalcy. But what if they were waiting for her? On the other side of the fence. The bad people who had broke Tiresias's neck. No matter. Whether they were there or not, that knowledge wouldn't change anything. She had to go back the same way she came in. She was taking huge strides, and her shoes were squelching every time they came in contact with the sticky gunk. The rain was gaining in intensity. Let it rain until morning, she thought. Let it wash away any traces, erase my footprints. No one can find out that I was here. She got to the other side of the fence. The street was still empty, just as she had left it a few minutes earlier. Alicia knew she could not lose focus. Most car accidents happen within a few kilometers of people's homes, when the adrenaline lets up after a long journey and the driver wants to relax. But her heart was beating like crazy. She wanted it to go on like that. Her adrenals were producing an energetic cocktail. She took off in a trot, fighting for breath. Finally, she was among people and cars jam-packed on the main streets. Through the gray wall of rain, she could just make out the sign for the second metro line. She'd ride it for 2 stops, and then switch at Świata to the train to Mroczna. She'd barricade herself inside her home, and then she'd be able to catch her breath. How long does the journey take? At most half an hour. She'd make it. She had to. She started shaking when she got off at the Warszawa station. 300 meters remained to get home. On the escalator, she kept glancing around nervously, so much so that an older woman standing lower down let out an admonishing huff. The rest of the way was hell. Alicia would speed up, look behind her, get the urge to scream at the top of her lungs. When she started walking up the stairs in her building, she started convulsing, as if she were a junkie suffering from withdrawal. She couldn't stop it and had no control over her body. Eventually, she reached her door, but the key wouldn't go into the lock, and she struggled with it for a few minutes until she got it in. Finally, she slammed the door and barred every lock. She considered blocking the handle with a chair, like she had once seen in a movie, but in the end decided against it. She considered smoking, but thought that her hands were shaking too much, and she'd rather not know exactly how much. There was white wine in the fridge, maybe half a glass left at the bottom. She drank it greedily, straight from the bottle. The cold liquid flowed down her throat. She then realized that she was soaked and freezing. She filled the tub and threw her clothes heavy with the rain on the floor. She curled up in the bath, hugged her knees, and dipped into the foam until only her head was above the hot water. Then, she calmed down. Her primal brain decided that the danger had been averted and it could switch into a lower gear. She instantly felt ravenously hungry, as if she had a Hoover in her stomach. She felt that if she didn't get out of the tub, she'd die there, in a cramped, badly ventilated bathroom with expansive mold on the ceiling, because she couldn't even crawl to the fridge. In moments of danger, the gray matter sucks glucose out of the bloodstream, needing every available source of energy to work at full speed. Alicia got up slowly, leaning on the washing machine for support. Her body was instantly covered in goosebumps, and she began to shiver. She felt dizzy, almost falling over. Wrapped in a towel, she dragged herself to the kitchen, where she found a yogurt chocolate bar in a cupboard. She devoured it all, sat down on a chair, and felt the level of sugar in her blood spike. Her muscles relaxed, and she could almost hear her brain purring happily. She was slowly starting to think clearly. Tiresias was dead, and she had fled the site of an alleged crime. She'd acted on instinct and hadn't called the police. She could still get away with it. If she dialed 112 now, she could explain everything, wriggle out by claiming shock. They'd understand, nod their heads in sympathy, and provide psychological counsel. And if she became hysterical and started crying, they could maybe even send an extra patrol by her house at night and station a few uniformed officers in front of her block, assuring her that she was in no danger. That was the first scenario. Rational and predictable behavior, the stance of a law-abiding citizen with nothing to hide. But she did have something to hide. Her most precious treasure. The secret identity of Dagny Taggart. A real identity. A psychic construction. A definition of who Alicia Rack really was. How she wanted to see herself, which encapsulated her plans, aspirations, and dreams. Should she give all that up with just one phone call? Over her dead body. That left scenario number 2. She'd sit quietly, but she wouldn't hide away. That was not her style. She would try to solve the mystery of Tiresias's identity and death by herself. In that way, she would gather materials for the most important article of her life. She'd blow the whistle on a scandal the magnitude of Watergate. Her ticket to the world of serious journalism. She disliked only one thing about scenario 2. Could the police, following the trail of the murdered informer, find her? Then Alicia would get into some serious trouble and get punished for fleeing a crime scene and not informing the authorities. But how probable was that? There was only one person she could turn to. Wojtek, the PE teacher at the high school and former military man. Alicia Rack heaved herself off the kitchen chair, letting the towel drop to the floor. Naked, she went into the hallway. She didn't feel cold anymore, and the goosebumps were gone. Her blood was pumping quickly again. Stored energy was searching for a way out. She knelt down and picked up the purse she had thrown on the floor when she'd come in. She took out her phone, and without a moment's thought, picked out the former commando's number in the contacts. Thursday, 29th of September. Mateusz Kaufmann thought very quickly, much more so than most people. When he worked for a consulting firm, he took a psychometric test which showed his intelligence was in the 99th percentile. That meant he belonged to the elite 1% of the most intelligent people on the planet. However, this time he needed a few seconds to absorb the information he'd just received from Elizabeth Hackett. "I've got the job?" he checked. The agent for his mysterious client, who was about to reveal her employer's identity, nodded.
"You were the best," she repeated, "indisputably. That's why you are the one we are making the offer to. We've dismissed all the others."
Mateusz closed his eyes and breathed loudly. He was overwhelmed by the clamor of the hotel lobby. He crossed his arms and wanted to collapse into himself. To disappear. Stop existing. The gazes of guests lingering around the reception were sweeping over him from all around. It was getting more difficult to breathe in this crowd. He opened his eyes, but that made things even worse. More people were arriving, surrounding him in a thick chain, piercing him with their eyes. "Could we, get out of here? Continue this in your room?" he choked out.
"In my room?"
Elizabeth's eyes popped out as if she'd heard an indecent proposal.
"Oh, yes," she said. "Forgive me. I forgot about your condition. Just don't get scared by the mess."
She gathered the papers and they walked together to the lifts. When they stood before the door to her room, she slid the car through the reader, grabbed the handle, and stopped him with her hand.
"Give me half a minute to make it presentable," she said. "I'll call you."
He did not expect this from the ordered corporate contender. When he finally went in, the room smelled of hotel sterility mixed with a thick cream which Elizabeth rubbed every morning into her aging 30-something body. The bed was unmade, the sheets and bedspread tangled up. Clothes were spilling out of a hastily closed suitcase. Shirt cuffs, bra straps, and legs of elegant pants. On the desk, next to an open MacBook Pro with a blank screen, stood an empty bottle of red wine and a glass with a few drops of alcohol at the bottom. So, this is how Elizabeth spends her lone evenings in a strange city, among people speaking an exotic language, thought Mateusz. When she's done with all the meetings, writes up all her reports, replies to all her emails, and can finally shut off the computer. She opens a bottle of Cabernet Sauvignon and stares into darkness. He should feel sorry for Elizabeth, feel something, be depressed by her unexpectedly sad existence. But he didn't feel anything at all. They sat across from each other on uncomfortable chairs, which must have received numerous awards in international design contests. Mateusz was fidgeting, trying to get comfy, but the phone in his pocket kept pinching him. He took it out and put it next to the bottle of wine on the desk, screen down.
"What do you know about the Audiobook company?" asked Elizabeth.
Mateusz smacked his lips appreciatively. "I know this and that," he admitted. Audiobook was a giant. An international company from Ireland, still young after just 7 years since going on the stock market, constantly gaining in value and with phenomenal growth prospects. It started out making specialized integrated circuits for heavy industry, and then at one point made a breakthrough decision and entered the consumer electronics market, identifying and filling the most quickly growing niches. Their first hit was VR glasses, which were instantly adored by gamers and pornography connoisseurs, as the goggles provided a total immersion experience, much deeper and realer than what their competitors had to offer. Then Audiobook monopolized intelligent clothing. Sportswear, evening wear, business, casual, all made with elegant lines and all containing microchips which monitored the user's vitals, checked blood pressure, heart rate, analyzed the chemical composition of sweat in real time. The company patented the technology which could warn you of a coming heart attack 10 years in advance. Sales shot straight up, and that category was still their main growth motor. But Audiobook did not rest on its laurels and kept their hungry eyes on other valuable sectors. The latest press information spoke of expansion into the food market and experimental molecular chocolate, very sweet, but with a glycemic index of 0. If Elizabeth Hackett is working for them, thought Mateusz, then it's no wonder she could easily offer 5 times what Frost Enterprise had paid me. These Irish were sleeping on money, lighting cigars with 500 euro notes.
"But I don't work for Audiobook."
Elizabeth's words hit him over the head with the strength of a ramrod. "Sorry?"
"I don't work for them,"
she repeated.
I work for...
His phone vibrated on the desk. Mateusz had no intention of answering. He just wanted to see who was calling. He picked up the phone, glanced at the screen, and jumped to his feet. Elizabeth narrowed her eyes with disapproval, not used to people answering calls in the middle of a business meeting. She was about to open her mouth to object, but Mateusz silenced her with a firm gesture of his open hand.
Kaufman speaking, he said, moving into the bathroom where he could speak freely, even though Elizabeth did not speak a word of Polish.
He returned 7 minutes later to find the woman sitting exactly as he had left her. She had not moved by even a millimeter, all the time chewing over the offense.
That was the clinic, he said.
In a flash of empathy, he sensed the awkwardness of the situation and tried to explain himself.
I've got a twin brother, Pavel.
He's got Down syndrome and an IQ of around 40 points. He can't function independently. I pay for him to stay in a private clinic. They take good care of him and rarely bother me.
Elizabeth lowered her gaze, as if trying to apologize for her earlier behavior, but was too proud to actually say sorry.
Has something happened? She asked.
As far as Mateusz could tell, she wasn't just observing the niceties, but actually cared.
I got scared, but fortunately everything is fine. He just wanted to talk to me. I haven't visited him for some time. He was trying to tell me something, but it's difficult to talk to him over the phone. It takes him a long time to find the right words. I don't think I understood what he meant.
Kaufman waved his hand. Let's not talk about it. Elizabeth nodded and picked up the previous conversation as if nothing had happened.
I do not work for Audiobook. My employers are, let's say, a gentleman's club with a surplus of money and in search of safe investments.
Mateusz raised the corners of his mouth. The problem seemed rather absurd. He finished for her, and they are wondering if Audiobook shares will be the right asset. You don't need me to know that answer. Buy what you can. That company's a goose that lays golden eggs.
Have you seen the latest news?
He hesitated. She had him there. After all, it couldn't be that simple. He shook his head.
Until last month, Audiobook's CEO was one Liam Ward, who had been with the company from the very beginning. He was the legendary builder of the company's success, Elizabeth explained. However, he decided to step down and retire. During a press conference, he said that he wanted to devote more time to his family and take up large-scale charitable work. On the other hand, gossip from trusted sources claims he was diagnosed with an aggressive cancer.
Who took his place? Mateusz was getting straight to the point. He understood everything.
Adam O'Connor, a corporate veteran who held high managerial positions at Microsoft and Sony. He's just ascending to the throne.
And you want me to predict his future?
Do you know what can happen to a company when it loses its charismatic leader? Just look at Apple after Steve Jobs died. My employers would like to invest a large sum in Audiobook, but they are not completely sure. They don't know how well O'Connor will fare. Is this a safe investment?
Only now did Mateusz realize why the task was so unusual. Statistics is a science which predicts behavior on the collective level, not that of individual people. There are patterns and regularities in a crowd. It is much more difficult to predict a single person's actions. A human with free will can always do something unexpected, collapse the pattern, slip out of the predictive algorithms. In a mass of people, the differences are obliterated. Mateusz had already proved that he can go down to the level of the individual and accurately predict the behaviors of single subjects. But calculating the next move of an unfaithful husband is one thing. Guessing the future of the CEO of one of the largest global corporations is completely different.
"Hello? Are you there?"
Elizabeth waved her hand before his eyes, pulling him out of a momentary stupor.
"Is everything clear?"
He nodded, suddenly wanting to leave this room, which smelled of Elizabeth Hackett and her sad life. Friday, 7th of October. Alicia Rack couldn't help thinking that she was behaving like a complete idiot. Like a bimbo in floozy, with her skin burned by a tanning bed, with fake nails who only reads gossip mags about celebrities. And she had actually been in a postgraduate program. She ran an influential blog. And now she couldn't control this stupid giggle.
"I'm in trouble. Some really serious trouble,"
she said, and felt tremendous relief. Like a breath of fresh air after a visit to the boys' locker room. Wojciech, the Corporal Zhukovsky, frowned. He was focused. This Friday afternoon he had returned home sometime after 6 and had been planning a peaceful evening. He wanted to get comfy in front of the TV, skip over sports channels, drink 3 beers, and eat a huge pack of nachos. Once in a while, he allowed himself a small lapse in his strict diet and ultra-healthy lifestyle. Nothing had signaled this concert of surprises. The beer hadn't even had time to cool when his phone rang. It was Alicia Rack, his unreciprocated crush. She told him to come over at once, and now they were sitting across from each other, drinking tea, and she couldn't control her nervous laughter as she talked nonsense.
"I did something stupid, something horribly idiotic," she kept repeating. "And I have no clue what to do now. How can I get out of it? I'm sorry I called you. It's Friday evening, and you must have 1,000 more interesting things planned. But you were the first person I thought of. I can't do this alone."
The ex-military man nodded slowly. He was realizing the seriousness of the situation. At first, he thought that Alicia was having an affair with a married man, whose wife had caught them in flagrante. But no, that was a stupid thought. Alicia was too sensible a girl to get into a mess like that. Though maybe. We know as much about people as they are willing to tell us, he thought. An awkward silence fell. Alicia tried to drink some tea, but the hot drink burned her lips. She looked at the PE teacher sitting across the table from her, at his taut muscles beneath a black t-shirt, his short cropped hair, the wrinkles on his tired 45-year-old face. The man was looking at her with a gentle, conceding gaze, like that seen through a confessional lattice, bearing all the sins of a congregation. That was all it took. Alicia broke down. First came the tears, and a moment later her whole body shook with a powerful spasm.
"They killed him,"
she said through clenched teeth. The former commando tensed, at once ready to stand up from the table. He narrowed his eyes and started breathing more rapidly, switching over to combat mode. He had expected a lot, but her news still surprised him. "Killed him." Alicia wiped her nose with the top of her hand, and Wojciech handed her a tissue. She blew her nose. "Who was killed? Where?" She answered. Told him everything, not sparing any details. About the blog, Dagny Taggart, Tiresias. She opened up before him like she never had to anyone else. Alicia led a loner's life. She had some friends, but not one she could call close. And now she was revealing her deepest secrets to a colleague, who was the biggest weirdo in the world and who had a crush on her. The corporal listened attentively. He tried not to interrupt, though he sometimes asked about some details, trying to get a grip on this chaotic situation. Alicia spoke quickly, and it was difficult to get a word in, but fortunately she took breaks to clear her nose. And that was when he shot his questions.
And what am I supposed to do now?
She concluded her story with a dramatic question mark, only then reaching for the tea, which had grown cold by now. Zhukovsky's answer was preceded by several deep breaths. He got up and walked to the window. He eyed the street through the curtains. "Go to the police?" he asked suddenly. No, thought Alicia. He cannot be that stupid. He understood nothing. Nothing. The woman leaned back in her chair.
You know I won't do that, she said. No way.
She shook her head, got up and poured the cold tea down the sink. It's pointless, she realized. He should just go. I don't need him. I'll figure out what to do on my own. There's no one I can rely on. I understand, said Wojtek. She froze mid-move and turned to face him. He hadn't moved from his spot by the window, but instead of staring at the street, he was looking straight at her with a heated intensity, like she saw in his eyes 5 years earlier, before she had turned him down. I understand, he repeated. Let's together think about what we can do. We'll analyze the problem. The corporal came closer. Alicia thought he wanted to put his arm around her, so she stiffened, unsure of what she would do. But he was only reaching for the cork coasters lying next to the sink. He took some and put them on the table. We have to deal with 2 issues. He raised one coaster and tapped it on the tabletop. The more important one, are you in danger? Do the people who murdered your informer know who you are? She shook her head. Are you sure? He asked. Always make plans for the worst-case scenario. How did you communicate?
Only through email, replied Alicia. A trusted account.
Did he know what you look like?
No, I don't think so.
Her voice shook.
He couldn't have.
Wojtek moved about restlessly. Did anyone see you at the construction site? He continued. Did they follow you?
What?
I'm asking if you were followed. You took the subway home. You switched trains downtown. Did anything draw your attention? Was anyone behaving strangely? Watching you?
No.
I didn't see anyone in the street. No one is watching the house. That's good news. If they wanted to hurt you, they would have acted there. 1 body or 2, it makes little difference. The PE teacher shrugged and went on. That's why I think you can rest easy. They murdered your informer, but for some reason decided to abandon the corpse. Why? Alicia had a huge lump in her throat. She wanted to reply, but only a dry screech came out. When he spoke of it so calmly, she truly grasped what had happened. Wojtek took the empty mug out of her paralyzed hands, filled it with tap water, and handed it to her. Think about it like a hypothetical problem, he advised. A plot of a good crime story that's keeping you up all night. Don't relate it to yourself, or you'll go crazy. Why did they leave the body in the mud?
Someone spooked them? She said quietly. I spooked them?
Not very likely, he decided. Nothing happens by accident, especially when you're dealing with professionals. They had enough time between the email being sent and you entering the construction site. They could have removed the body if they'd wanted to. Anyway, how do you know that mail was sent by Tiresias? Maybe he was already dead. His body was just a message for you.
To leave things alone? Or I'll end up like him.
Smart girl. Don't investigate this. Don't stick your nose in where it doesn't belong. Do you promise?
Alicia pursed her lips and looked at Wojtek angrily. Everything was boiling inside her. She didn't even know what exactly she should be staying away from. And Dagny Taggart never gave up. She didn't let a hot issue out of her hands. Tiresias's sudden death only made the case more attractive. Dagny was holding a stick of dynamite with a lit fuse. She was not going to run away with her tail between her legs. Not on her life.
Do you promise?
The corporal repeated the question, and his eyes betrayed the self-confidence and experience of a wise man. Alicia nodded reluctantly. I promise.
Then let's move on.
Wojtek reached for the second coaster and moved it closer to the first one.
What about the police? When they find the body, will they get to you? Is there anything that connects you to it?
Only the emails. We wrote to each other twice.
Alicia cringed, waiting for the deserved criticism. She did not follow the basic rules of safety, didn't encrypt her connection, and she was always logged on to Dagny Taggart's account on her phone. But none of those accusations were leveled at her. Wojtek kept fiddling with the coasters.
Your informer cared about discretion, he stated. He might have suspected something bad was about to happen. He probably opened a special email account just to contact you. He logged in while following all the safety measures. His most careless action was sending you a message just before the meeting while you were waiting in the cafe. He must have used a smartphone for that, which left a trace.
So you're saying that the police will finally find me?
She interjected. Wojtek smiled broadly, for the first time during their meeting.
I don't think they'll find his phone on the body, he reassured her. And as we've just established, you're probably in no danger from Tiresias's killers. With emphasis on probably.
Probably,
repeated Alicia in her mind. To risk your life on the basis of one word. Probably. But how can you calculate that probability? Is it a 60, 75, or 99.9% chance of survival? She'd have a lot to consider during a sleepless night. Wojtek Zukowski went home at a few minutes past 8. Before that, they ordered pizza and watched television. Nothing specific, just switching channels and stopping when they came across the news or talent show reruns. Alicia just didn't want to stay alone. However, every passing minute brought closer that awkward moment when it would be very late and a decision would have to be made about what to do. Should she make up the couch in the living room, or should she politely say goodbye? She chose the second option, and Wojtek was not surprised. As he stood in the door, he looked her in the eyes and asked again, "You won't keep digging, will you? Promise you'll let it go."
I promise.
The door closed with a click, and Alicia was alone in her apartment. She went out onto the balcony and smoked 2 cigarettes, lighting one from the other. She didn't want to do that with Wojtek there. When she smoked around him, he always preached about health. Finally, she made her bed, changed into her pajamas, and curled into a fetal position under the duvet. And when she closed her eyes, it all came back to her. Friday, 30th of September. Is a human life like a read-only text file? Thought Mateusz Kaufmann at times like this. Are our decisions just fulfilling some grand, cosmic plan, devised at the moment of our birth or even earlier, determined at the 0 point when the universe emerged from a dense singularity in the Big Bang? Adam O'Connor takes over as chief at Audiobook. What decisions will he make during the following 12 months? Will he bring the company down, or quite the opposite,
will numbers go up during his reign? With what probability can such questions be answered? The future doesn't exist. It is only being created, materializing out of the present with every second, marked by the ticking of the clock. Matthäus leaned back as far as he could on his mascaroni office chair and put his legs up on the table. He was holding a cup of green tea, but he hadn't even taken a sip yet, satisfied with just smelling the brew. He used to drink too much coffee, but his doctor prohibited it. At first, he thought he'd find it difficult to switch. However, he had read that you just need to repeat any action 21 times to form a habit. And since then, he has made green tea every morning. In the beginning, he couldn't even look at it, getting sick from the citrus aroma, but he didn't give up, and after a month, he couldn't imagine a morning without a cup of the herbal drink. That's how the human mind works, and Matthäus now knew how to deal with its limitations, how to outsmart the 1.5 kilos of gray matter hidden within the skull. He was looking out the window at the crossing of Świętokrzyska and Emilii Plata streets, at all the workers hurrying to work at 9. He hadn't had to hurry like that for 4 years, but he always tried to be at his computer by 8:30 at the latest. Another habit, key for freelance work when there's no one waiting for you in an open space office, no boss to be mad that you didn't clock in on time. Matthäus overdid it in the other direction. There were weeks when he didn't leave his apartment at all. His 70-meter place on the 18th floor of the Cosmopolitan turned into a closed, self-sufficient environment at those times. He would order food over the internet, exercise on the stationary bike and treadmill in his living room, and once a week, usually on a Saturday afternoon, he would order a girl through a smartphone app. He had no other needs. Now he had a double marathon coming. He took the first sip of hot tea and grabbed a spiral binder out of a drawer. At the beginning, thoughts should flow freely. The expert's intuition should start working. A collection of loose associations which, during the next step, would be ordered into specific threads to be analyzed thoroughly. He began to write. Note number 1. Fundamental attribution error. The most fundamental flaw in human thinking, which stands at the base of Western culture, shaping moral rules and legal systems. When we observe and try to understand the behavior of another human, we look for reasons for those actions in internal attributes. Who that person is, what's their character, intelligence, personality. We rarely take external factors into account. The environment, coincidence, or even just luck. That's why our civilization loves self-made men so much. The brilliant managers who lifted failing companies from their knees, the first-generation millionaires. We read their biographies and self-help books with titles that usually start, How to Become. We believe that it's some outstanding personality trait that raised them up to the very top of the ladder of success. In fact, things are completely different. They were successful because they were in the right place at the right time and had just enough smarts to make use of the opportunity. Elizabeth Hackett's mysterious employers were also guilty of making an attribution error. They were looking for a company's future success in the skills of its new leader, which agreed with the cognitive schemas instilled by culture. Matthäus was above all that. He knew more and had learned to use the gaps in others' thinking to make money. He liked to think of himself as a computer virus written by a brilliant programmer who had discovered a gap in the newest operating system. The mechanism of action was identical. The brighter person outsmarted the dumber one. The loser suffers, the smart guy triumphs. Don't be a loser. He could tattoo that motto on his arm. Note number 2. Ubique. Stating the issue this way redefined the research problem. Whether the company will succeed under O'Connor's leadership or whether it will fail depends less on the CEO and more on the market, consumer trends, and the strength of the brand. The supervisory board could place a chimpanzee at the steering wheel, and the company would still get great results. So the forecast must focus on outside factors, matching current products to sales trends, diffusion of newest innovations, analysis of the competitors. The starting question should be switched around. Not, will Adam O'Connor make the right decisions which will lead the company to success, but will Adam O'Connor not make any profoundly stupid decisions which will turn Ubik into the Titanic? And that changed things completely. Note number 3. O'Connor. What's his personality? How does he make decisions? What managerial style does he favor? Is he an open boss who surrounds himself with smart people and listens to their advice? Or is he an arrogant ass, an alpha male on an adrenaline high, self-absorbed and in love with the sound of his own voice? A guy like that can, in 12 months, ruin even a thriving company on a stable path of growth. Mateusz had met several such individuals in his life and kept as far away from them as possible. Seemed he had a busy day ahead of him. Kaufman finished his tea and put his legs down. He laid the notebook aside and switched on his computer. Mr. O'Connor, we will soon find out what kind of guy you are. Saturday, 8th of October. Alicia could give up this night as lost. At first, she tried lying to herself, squeezing her eyes shut like a child who believes this will make them fall asleep faster. Finally, a few minutes before 2 a.m., she decided that this uneven battle is pointless. It was Saturday, so she didn't have to go to work. She dragged herself out of bed without switching on the light. Furtively, she walked up to the kitchen window and looked out on the street. She had no idea what to expect, but she didn't notice anything worrying. The area was deserted, like in a post-apocalyptic movie. She didn't notice any mysterious observer peering into her window from one of the cars parked along the curb. I must be going crazy, she thought. I should calm down. In the darkness, she sat down on a kitchen stool. She took a carton of juice out of the fridge and poured herself a glass. What now? She couldn't give up and back out. That was one thing she was sure of. She had to work the case, but not like she usually did. She'd have to be much more discreet. Because this time, the stakes were very high. She couldn't count on more help from Wojtek. After all, she was going to break the promise she made to him. The cold, tart juice flowed into her stomach. Alicia did not want to go back to the empty bed. Very rarely, once, twice a year, she regretted not having anyone waiting for her. In the beginning, she was even attracted to Wojtek. He was, of course, much older and a bit amusing with his awkward chivalry, his practiced bachelorhood, but that didn't disqualify him. They met a few times for what couldn't really be called dates. A cake in a cafe, an outing to the cinema, a walk through Kelpa Pataka and Lasek Bilanski. The real tragedy happened on a certain December evening, when the corporal asked her to a real dinner, with fancy appetizers and red wine. Alicia felt that it would not end at the restaurant, and the PE teacher must have had similar ideas. The bomb exploded even before the waiter brought their entrees. Wojtek was nervous, drank too much, after maybe having had a shot of something stronger for courage. In short, he became very talkative, and started talking about war. He said that a global conflict would soon erupt. that unmarked soldiers were appearing in Latvia and would soon begin inciting the local Russian population, that the eastern point of NATO would respond with a strike, and the generals in Moscow kept their fat fingers primed on buttons which activated the missiles with hydrogen warheads. The doctrine of mutual assured destruction had gone by the wayside, along with the Cold War, so according to the corporal, we should not be worried about an atomic mushroom cloud over the Palace of Culture and Science. But key elements of the infrastructure would definitely be turned to dust. Paradoxically, the Ruskies wouldn't destroy Warsaw first, but Kalushki, with its largest railway junction, or Strykov, and the crossing of A1 and A2 highways. That was as much as Alicia had been able to stand. If Wojtek had shut up at this moment, if the waiter had brought their food 2 minutes earlier, if she had changed the topic in time, she probably would have gone to bed with him. But she, like a complete idiot, just let him talk. With every sentence, the unaware Zhukovsky was getting closer to a thin red line. When these bombs hit somewhere in Poland and wind spreads the nuclear fallout, that's it. He just kept talking. People will panic. There will be unimaginable chaos. Everyone will try to leave Warsaw and get out into the country because they'll think the capital will be the next target of this atomic holocaust. Think about what happens now when people leave the city for the holidays and multiply those traffic jams. That's why the first 48 hours post-catastrophe will be key. After that, the government will more or less get things under control and it will get easier. You just have to survive for 2 days. And I'm ready.
Ready?
Alicia was desperately looking around for the waiter, but he was nowhere in sight.
What do you mean?
Wojtek lowered his voice and leaned conspiratorially over the table. He was letting her in on a huge secret. I've got a few shelters in Warsaw. You know, different places. Abandoned garages that I've put new padlocks on. Ruined Finstoff factories, things like that. I've been hiding the necessary supplies there. Water canisters, cans of food, warm clothes, communications equipment, gas, weapons. You never know when they might prove necessary.
Alicia cleared her throat. Where was that damn waiter? Can't you just keep supplies at home?
She let out a silly giggle. Wojtek looked at her as if she was a complete idiot. I do keep supplies at home, but you never know when you'll be forced to run. That's why you should always be prepared for the worst scenario, the darkest possibility.
Alicia's first thought was simple. Jesus Christ, what have I gotten myself into? What sort of crank is he? Only half kidding, she thought about whether he would take a military knife out of his shoe and stab the waiter for being late with their food. The rest of the evening was a perfect disaster. Anything that could have gone wrong did. Like she was reading a post on a city singles blog with the hashtag bad date. And though Wojtek tried to salvage the date, by the end even he was in no mood to talk, and Alicia fidgeted nervously waiting for a cab. That was 5 years ago. Back then, Alicia couldn't even look at him, but now she'd prefer for Wojtek to be here, waiting in the warm bedroom for her to finish the juice, go back to bed, lie down on her stomach and pull the duvet over her head, safe and cut off from any nightmares. But then he wasn't and couldn't be there. She had made that decision. She had to get a hold of herself, otherwise in the morning she'd get into a cab and ride straight to an asylum. Without turning the lights on, she got her computer out of the bedroom. She created a new folder and opened an empty text file. Who is Tiresias? She saved it, centered the first line, and switched over to an internet search engine. Tuesday, 11th of October,
It can't really be that simple, Mateusz Kaufmann kept repeating. I'm falling into a trap. Confirmation bias. I'll have to think this all over, question the initial assumptions. Only then will I get to the truth. Snacking on cold pizza, he dove into his notes, filling more and more pages with carefully written notes. Then he would turn on the computer, run the application for statistical analysis, and import new data. Finally, he watched the tables generated by the program, followed the curves of the charts, and scratched his head. The conclusions were inescapable. Even if Adam O'Connor was a drooling moron, incapable of wiping his own ass, Ubique's stock should still go up. The company was a flawless, laser-cut diamond. It operated mostly in Europe, but was entering the American market in style. It was known for an innovative and extremely rational management culture. It had a great feel for new trends and was always a step ahead of its competitors. Others could only copy it. Ubique was on Forbes' most valuable brands list, in the top 50, and all analysts were betting on it only getting higher up on future lists. Mateusz carefully studied the documents intended for investors, in which Ubique described its plan of action for the next 18 months. He confronted the data with expert opinions concerning market development. He created a sales forecast for new products. There was no chance for it not to work out. It didn't matter whether he started with optimistic or pessimistic boundary conditions, whether he assumed a quicker or slower growth in the world economy. In the end, he always ended up with sales curves going steeply up. At most, the angle was different, but not to a great extent. Investors should rest easy. O'Connor himself shouldn't pose any problems either. Mateusz launched a crawler he wrote himself, which searched for any mention of Ubique's new CEO, removed repeated content, and ordered what remained based on an artificial neural network algorithm. In effect, he had an extensive dossier, which he then studied for several evenings in order to create O'Connor's psychological profile. It painted a picture of a sensible guy, someone he'd have liked to go out for a beer with, if Mateusz ever did that. An impressive corporate career, but not over dead bodies. Open to dialogue and willing to listen to people. An ideal leader with huge charisma, with a gift for surrounding himself with great coworkers. Others just wanted to work for people like him, to dedicate themselves, stay at the office after hours, ruin their marriages. They did all they could to help. And so at Ubique, he would not forcefully implement any untested solutions, break up teams, and hire friends from previous workplaces to high-level positions. He was the antithesis of the macho type. At the beginning, the solution seemed too simple to Mateusz. He smelled a rat, a possibility of making a simple mistake. But then he checked everything 3 times, recalculated the models, pored over more letters of code, and each time came up with a similar answer. After 2 weeks of work, he was sure he had not made a mistake. He had 3 days left until he flew to Dublin, where he was supposed to present the results of his analysis to Elizabeth Hackett and her employers. He decided he would spend that time preparing his presentation and writing the report. But maybe not necessarily right now. The sweet charms of a freelancer's procrastination. Mateusz stretched and looked at his watch. It was 11 in the morning, and he hadn't left his place in 10 days. 11 a.m. The whole day is still before me, he thought, and suddenly felt like having a beer. He wasn't a big fan of beer, but now he was imagining a glass of white, cloudy wheat beer which leaves a pleasant aftertaste of coriander on the tongue. A shopping run seemed the perfect pretext to postpone writing the conclusions down. He went out and didn't see the guy until they literally bumped into each other. The collision occurred on the corner of Świętokrzyskie and Banio. The guy was standing in front of a store with a phone to his ear. He wasn't talking himself, but listening, nodding his head and pacing to and fro. Mateusz passed him on his way into the market, and several minutes later, the guy was still there, still with the mobile pressed to his ear. Mateusz, holding a plastic bag with 2 bottles of beer, turned right on exiting, and the stranger practically walked into him. Kaufman's chin painfully collided with the man's shoulder. They both jumped back. "Sorry," Mateusz said automatically, though he was thinking, "Watch where you're going, idiot." The stranger only smiled weirdly and raised his hand in a pacifying gesture. Mateusz's thoughts were, by that time, miles away. In his apartment, on the couch with a glass of beer in his hand, enjoying the thick foam, prolonging the pleasure before taking the first sip. This wonderful vision shattered into a million pieces when the man grabbed hold of his arm. "What do you want?" Mateusz turned on his heel, and their gazes clashed with the power of 2 speeding trucks. Kaufman took a step back, tried to knock the stranger's hand away, but the man's grip was surprisingly strong. He analyzed his surroundings out of the corner of his eye. It was a Tuesday, 11:15 a.m., the center of Warsaw. A crowd of people on the streets. The towering palace of culture and science kindly guarded over the city's inhabitants who lived in its shadow. Mateusz was in no danger. He was safe, just unlucky in that he came across a junkie with a phone who would ask him for some change for milk and bread, which Mateusz would give to avoid a confrontation. He always did. "Am I speaking to Mr. Kaufman? Mateusz Kaufman?" the man asked him in English. The vision of a cold beer with the aroma of coriander evaporated as if it had never existed. "Who are you?" the analyst asked forcefully. "Are you Mr. Mateusz Kaufman?" "Yes," he nodded. "Someone wants to speak to you." The stranger handed him the phone he kept clutching in his other hand. It was an ancient Siemens C35i model with a tiny monochrome screen and a regular keyboard. "What is this about?" "Just take the phone, Mr. Kaufman." The guy encouraged him with a nod. Confused, Mateusz couldn't think of anything better to do. He put the phone up to his ear. "Hello?" He heard static on the other end, which suddenly ceased. "Am I speaking to Mr. Kaufman?" The voice on the phone was also speaking English, and the accent, together with the precise enunciation, brought to mind the British upper class, graduates of prestigious universities. "Who are you?" With each second, Mateusz felt his heart beating faster, his blood pressure rising. He felt hot, red spots appearing on his cheeks. "You may refer to me as Mr. White. Please listen carefully and do not disconnect or interrupt me. I shall do the talking now. Do you understand? Please confirm." "I understand." "You are working for Ubique Investors. That is a fact. I do not expect you to either confirm or deny it. In 3 days, a meeting will take place in Dublin, during which you will present the results of your work. Of course, I do not know what conclusions you have reached, but I do suspect, with high probability, that you will forecast an increase in the company's worth under the leadership of its new CEO. We ask one thing of you. This nearest Friday, in Dublin, please say that Adam O'Connor is going to sink Ubique. That with him at the helm, the company is going to see record losses. That it will be a disaster. Manipulate the data to make it seem plausible." Kaufman swallowed. He hadn't expected this. "And what if I refuse?" he asked. The answer was a studied, theatrical laugh. "You are an intelligent man. We should go into business together. We have some things on you. Dark dealings from the past. I hope I do not have to remind you of the details. The police weren't on the right track back then, but the statute of limitations has not expired. It would be enough for someone to whisper the right word, send a few emails, send certain documents by courier. You would exchange your pleasant flat for a narrow cell. I have no first-hand experience, but I have heard that Polish prisons are rather dreadful." Everything went black for Mateusz, and his knees buckled. "Somebody shall contact you shortly." Mr. White ended the connection. Kaufman looked around, trying to find the guy who had given him the phone. He wanted to grab him by the lapels of his jacket and shake. But the man was nowhere in sight. He had disappeared discreetly while Mateusz was absorbed in the conversation. He was still holding the old seaman's phone. He checked the call history. Only one outgoing connection to a Polish number, no incoming calls. Mr. White must have used a burner phone card bought in a local grocery store, one which didn't have closed-circuit cameras. Mateusz had no chance of tracking him. He was familiar with such actions. He had helped plan them in the past. Just in case, he stuffed the phone into his pocket, though he believed it wouldn't do him much good. He started walking back home. After several dozen meters, he stopped by a trash can and put the full plastic bag in. He had completely lost his craving for beer. Chapter 3. Deep Underground. Thursday, 13th of October. And what now? Thought Mateusz Kaufman, when the wheels of the plane lifted off the ground at Warsaw Airport and the machine's nose was tearing through low-hanging clouds. The meeting with Elizabeth Hackett and her employers was scheduled for the next day. Pressed into his economy-class seat, he was flicking through a newspaper, and in the overhead bin above him there was a bag with a laptop whose hard disk contained the presentation, while its copy was stored on a server in the Principality of Zealand, an abandoned offshore platform in the North Sea, an anarchist paradise outside the jurisdiction of any nation. He was not afraid of the threats from the mysterious Mr. White. 2 days earlier, after he'd had the unexpected telephone conversation, but before he'd returned home, he already knew what he was going to do. You can never allow yourself to be controlled by emotions. Everything comes down to a rational cost-benefit analysis. In this case, it was an easy calculation. The balance had 2 scales. On the first one, he placed his professional reputation, his position as an expert, one of the best in the business, the great PR to which he owed more invitations to work, phone calls, and meeting offers. Reputation was all he had. He could not afford to destroy it with one bad prognosis, especially in a matter as obvious as Adam O'Connor's bright future. On the second scale, he placed the risk. Mr. White knew a lot more about him than anyone had a right to. He had access to records of his old sins, which apparently had not been forgotten, though he had until recently believed that to be the case. Mateusz felt much better in the world of numbers than that of people, and in such moments he knew how to make use of that fact. The future does not exist. Anything can happen, but not with equal probability. Could he quantify this uncertainty? After all, he didn't have any data. In their short telephone conversation, Mr. White had not revealed anything on the basis of which he could calculate the risk. But was it really so? In Mateusz Kaufmann's ordered world, there was no place for unsolvable problems. Everything was a matter of approach. As a first step, you had to take apart a difficult issue into components. Mateusz put the newspaper on the seat next to his and took a notebook and pen out of a jacket pocket. He had to go over his whole line of thought again and check he had not made any basic mistakes. Did Mr. White really possess irrefutable proof of Mateusz's past transgressions? Of course, he could know about everything. He could have details purchased from former partners. But did he have papers that were strong enough? Did he possess a folder or external memory with documents which only had to be delivered to the police or the prosecutor's office to get them to return to the case? After all, Mateusz was careful to obliterate any trace. Naturally, he might have missed something, or a disloyal partner might have copied some files as insurance for the future, with Mr. White obtaining them for a large sum. It could not be ruled out, but Mateusz considered this scenario unlikely. He gave it a 30% chance at most. There was another thing. Even if Mr. White had incriminating evidence, would he dare inform the police? After all, if he did, he would also draw attention to himself, and he would probably rather avoid that. Even if he were to send an anonymous email, open a single-use account, send the message through a dozen proxy servers, they could still locate him. Would he be ready to take that risk? Once more, Mateusz didn't know, but he decided the probability of Mr. White doing that was 70%. The initial fog of ignorance was beginning to lift, and Mateusz was regaining inner peace. He saw numbers and looked to them for support. For Mr. White to be a real threat, two conditions had to be met simultaneously. 70% of 30% makes 21%. One chance in 5 that Mr. White would follow through with his threat. 4 out of 5 that it was not worth worrying over. Kaufmann shrugged. He wasn't certain. Certainty was for weaklings. Just like all great poker masters, he dealt only with probabilities. They played for huge stakes and won money, while he was playing poker with reality. 4 out of 5 was enough to assume that Mr. White was bluffing. And that's what Mateusz was going to stick to. He hated airports. The crowds of people made him nauseous. That's why he was never first at the carousel in baggage reclaim. This time, there weren't too many people in the arrivals hall. Mateusz stood by the luggage cart station. He was tired from the flight, the analysis of the situation, the awareness of the conversation he would have to hold tomorrow. For a moment, he just wanted not to focus on anything specific, just let his brain idle. Then, a man appeared out of nowhere. "Have you made up your mind?" asked the man, standing next to him and staring at the conveyor belt carrying colorful suitcases and travel bags. "I'm sorry?" "It's a simple enough question," repeated the stranger. "Have you made up your mind? What will you say at tomorrow's meeting?" Mateusz tried to choke something out but couldn't find the words. "Who are you?" he asked, too loudly and obtrusively so that several people turned to look at them fearfully. The stranger calmed them with a broad smile. He turned back to Mateusz and started talking in hushed tones. "You may call me Mr. White. Now do stop being silly. Will you say what we asked at the meeting tomorrow?" Mateusz stretched out the pause. A simple rhetorical trick, but usually very effective. Finally, he replied, "No." He wanted this short and blunt word to act like a punch in the face. No. Meanwhile, the other man seemed prepared for such a turn of events. "That is what we expected," he said.
We created a simulation of your personality in Prediction B. The program gave an 83% probability of you not yielding to our demands. Prediction B, short for prediction behavior. All the air left Mateusz's lungs. It was software still in the beta stage, but made commercially available to select businesses. Its basic function was to predict human behavior. It was written to aid judges, who daily deal with parole hearings and must decide whether the prisoner, once free, will go back to a life of crime. However, it soon became apparent there was a much greater demand for it in the private sector, especially in negotiating. Prediction B supported sales representatives facing tough choices. Should they raise the stakes or fold? Would the client accept the proposal? However, few people knew that the program was Mateusz's baby. He had worked on it back in his corporate days. Back then, he used to test algorithms which combined the latest discoveries in the field of psychology with higher mathematics. And now his work had been used against its creator. Prediction B is not wrong if it gets solid input, he retorted. I have no idea who you are and whose interests you represent. He tried to speak calmly. And why you want to sink Adam O'Connor. Honestly, I don't really care. I just won't do it. I won't falsify my analyses. You can take proof of my crimes wherever you want. That is, if you have any. Just a few passengers remained by the carousel. Kaufman stared at his suitcase, which was making another circuit. He took a step forward, but the man grabbed him by the sleeve. You will do everything when we ask you nicely. The man leaned over him. No, repeated Kaufman. Just no. Now leave me alone or I'll make a scene. Do you want the police on your tail? Mr. White did not loosen his grip. You will do what we ask, or something bad will happen to Powell. Is that clear? At first, Mateusz did not understand the word Powell distorted by the English accent. His second impulse was to ask, Powell who? But a second later he understood everything. Pavel, his sick twin brother. You son of a bitch. You know what you must do, the blackmailer said as he left. Kaufman was left alone in the empty hall. His suitcase was the only one left on the carousel. He didn't have the strength to move. Once, years ago, he practiced long-distance running and hit a wall at the Warsaw Marathon. It was at the 34th kilometer, as if someone had cut off his power supply. All the carbohydrates went up in smoke. His system was devouring fats, but the lungs could not keep up with providing the oxygen necessary for all the reactions. His muscles went limp, and Mateusz stopped in place, and then vomited. He could not take a single step. Someone called for assistance, and paramedics helped get him off the course. He felt like that now. The conveyor belt had stopped. His suitcase was waiting to be picked up, and he had forgotten how to walk. Mr. White had threatened to hurt Pavel. The probability that he would carry out the threat wasn't great. It was a complicated and risky action, much more so than sending incriminating documents to the police. Back then, Kaufman had been capable of shrugging his shoulders and ignoring the blackmail. And now? Now, God damn it, it concerned his brother. And everything Mateusz knew about the laws of statistics unraveled. He had a sleepless night before him. Saturday, 8th of October. That was the longest night of Alicia Rack's life. The world started graying only at 6 a.m.
Then she finally moved from the kitchen to the cold bed, curled up and fell asleep for a few hours. Her head was throbbing from an excess of information. In Greek mythology, Tiresias was a prophet. He could forecast the future. The gods punished him with blindness for revealing their secrets to humans. That was what Alicia learned on Wikipedia, which she suspected would not help her along in the investigation. She had spent the rest of the night working on a plan of action. Challenge number 1: find out Tiresias's identity. On Saturday, she woke up some minutes before noon. She felt as if she had been through the ringer, as if she was in the first stages of the flu. Her phone showed missed calls from Wojtek. She sent him a text message saying that everything was fine, she remembered his warning, and would definitely call him if she ever needed anything. Feeling hungry, she went to the local grocery store for some bread rolls, cottage cheese, chicken breast, and vegetables for dinner. She felt like she was touring an unfamiliar city. Alicia was drinking in the details with her whole being. Had she ever, in the daily rush, noticed that there was a bench on the lawn across the street which could be seen from her apartment? And that someone could sit on it and have a great view of all the block's entrances? But she paid the most attention to people, trying to pick out any familiar faces from the passers-by. After all, she had lived there for 6 years. She had a great memory for faces. Why had she never before tried to memorize what her neighbors looked like? Now she had no idea who she could trust, and who might want to forcefully drag her into a BMW parked nearby and drive her out to somewhere unknown. When she came back with groceries, she calmed down. If they were going to do anything to her, they would have struck by now. Why would they wait? After breakfast, she sat down at her computer. At moments like these, she regretted not being a real journalist, going to professional events, having an extensive network of contacts. One phone call to the police headquarters in the Matovsky Palace and a befriended officer on duty would be enough to get the dead man's information. Only she had no friends in the police force. She would have to be satisfied with generally available public information. And there was no one better at searching through it than her. Friday, 14th of October. Mateusz didn't even have to open his eyes to just know that the day would be a nightmare. The hubbub of Dublin streets poured into the hotel room. His head was pounding. He glanced at his phone. 7 a.m. He had slept for less than 3 hours. Last night, he had drained 4 Red Bull Lights to have the energy to work, and his heart had kept trying to leap out of his chest. He pulled the covers away and slid his foot out onto the soft-fitted carpet. No. Why couldn't he just stay in bed, buried in the warm sheets? He could slip the pillow over his head, turn off his phone, and not go to the meeting. They would try to call him, bounce off voicemail until finally giving up. He would just quietly go back to Poland as if nothing had ever happened. He sighed and clenched his teeth. There were demons waiting outside which he had to face. But this time, the battle was lost before it had even begun, and the hopelessness of the situation made his throat seize up. There was no escape, no emergency exit. When confronting brute force, even the most powerful of minds was no use. Mateusz could gather in his room all of humanity's greatest geniuses, winners of the Nobel Prize for quantum physics, chess grandmasters, and they would still not come up with a good solution. Elizabeth Hackett looked stunning, in high heels and a dress which accentuated her slim waist, much more elegant than during their Warsaw meetings. She was waiting for Mateusz outside the building and smiling broadly. She had probably already gotten paid for coordinating his recruitment and was now only looking forward to the crowning moment: an hour-long presentation, a Q&A session, an exchange of smiles, and some final small talk. The meeting was taking place in a spacious, bright room somewhere in the Dublin docks, one of the newly fashionable places for business training courses and creative work. A relaxed style. Seiko beanbags instead of chairs, no separate space for presenters, shelves filled with board games meant to stimulate outside-the-box thinking. It was no use to search for energy drinks or Coke in the fridge. Instead, it was filled with shakes made with parsley, pumpkin, and lemon. Mateusz felt ill at ease in such spaces. When it came to doing business, he was old-fashioned and preferred classic status symbols: red-fitted carpets, heavy chairs styled to look like antiques, lavish chandeliers spreading their arms wide. The place chosen by Elizabeth fooled corporate peons into thinking that work was mostly about fun and spending your time pleasantly, and not about increasing company worth and stuffing the already full pockets of stockholders. They dispensed with the business card exchange and opening pleasantries. Mateusz was facing the 6 true principles of this project: the people interested in investing large sums in Ubik. Their decision depended on what they would hear now. Kaufman was watching them carefully, wanting to remember their faces as closely as possible, though he was sure that the memories would fade the moment he answered the final question and went out into the street, when this nightmare was to be over. All of them were on the older side, in their 50s and 60s, dressed conservatively as befitted financiers. 4 of them looked Asian, and one with a red, bloated face like a Russian, though it was possible that Mateusz was succumbing to stereotypes. The last man had something of a Latino about him. They talked in hushed tones so he could not go by their accents. They, too, disliked the chosen meeting place. They spent a long time kneading the pellet-filled colorful bags before finally deciding to sit on them, after which they kept anxiously pulling down their pant legs so that no calf could be seen above their socks. Elizabeth, full of the joys of spring, went from one man to the next, handing out vegetable cocktails and laying out trays of kale chips. Finally, she gestured to Mateusz that he should begin. He then opened his PowerPoint presentation and started talking. They swallowed the first slides like young pelicans. Data sources, methodology details, types of algorithms employed. Boring stuff to dull their interest, a moment when no one asked any questions. A run-up to gain speed. The alpha males were getting impatient. The putative Russian cleared his throat loudly. The Asians were fidgeting in their seats, glancing at their smartphones. It was time to get to the meat of the matter, the solid conclusions for which they had paid a lot of money. Mateusz pressed the spacebar, moving on to his key slide. He still had time. He could still back out. Leave the clients with Elizabeth and the vegan snacks. They wouldn't pay him, but then he was not suffering from a lack of money. He would get a bad reputation, but he would survive that, just like he had managed to get out of worse scrapes in the past. Sometimes, however, comes a moment when you have to clench your teeth and plunge into the abyss. Even if you're wearing a parachute, at one point you have to make that decisive step, after which there is no going back. Only he didn't have a parachute, and had just jumped out of a plane and was heading for a meeting with the ground. The animation revealed more curves illustrating the forecast prices of Ubik shares under the leadership of Adam O'Connor. For the first few months, the chart went slowly up, slowing even more until it finally stopped in place, and after another quarter moved steeply down to end up some 30 points below where it stood today. Instantly, the room fell silent. Time stopped for a few seconds. Traffic froze. The Earth paused in its orbit. The brain needs some time to digest any information which is contrary to expectations and to reconstruct a new image of reality. The Russian started casting his eyes around nervously, wanting to talk to someone, but the Asians were unmoved, while the Latino was only breathing heavily. They had their eyes fixed on Mateusz now, devouring him with their gaze, as if he was a busty supermodel doing a pole dance, and not a stringy analyst fast approaching 40. This was the most difficult moment. They'd either buy it, or they wouldn't. Treat him like a prophet and follow him into the flames, or kick him out the window, straight under the wheels of a double-decker bus. Kaufman stayed up until 4 coming up with this story to make it as believable as possible. The drop in Ubik stock price results from 3 factors, he began. As he learned in presentation courses, it is always a good idea to divide your speech into an odd number of modules, with 3 being the perfect number. Even a preschooler can remember 3 reasons, so a group of millionaires should manage. The most important is the upcoming ruling of the U.S. Supreme Court in the case of Cookson versus New York Insurance Company. Allow me to summarize. The case concerns an insurance claim refusal for an erroneously functioning smart T-shirt, which did not send a warning in time. I will get to the details in a moment, but there is a high probability that an adverse judgment will cause insurance companies to stop offering discounts for using intelligent clothing, which will depress that market in the States before it even has a chance to develop. The second reason concerns the completely different organizational culture that Adam O'Connor represents when compared with the rest of the company's management, and the expected loss of the company's brightest talents. And the final argument, or the future evolution of Ubik towards becoming a progressively more ossified corporation in competition with the huge innovative pressure of smaller and more elastic entities. He'd hit the nail on the head, had them hook, line, and sinker. Elizabeth Hackett was holding her hand close to her half-open mouth as if she wanted to say something, but hesitated. She had not expected this turn of events. No one had. Mateusz was the odd one out, because other market analysts agreed that Ubik would keep growing, and there was no force on Earth capable of halting its triumphant march. Meanwhile, Mateusz was swimming against the current. Only a madman behaves like that, or a genius convinced he is right and in possession of enough charisma to convince others. Kaufman could not turn back now. He had to keep going. Put on a brave face, and then try not to drown in the torrent of questions which were sure to pour out after the final slide of his presentation. When it was all over, he went to the fridge and, with shaking hands, tried to unscrew the cap off a bottle of some thick green cocktail. Elizabeth came up next to him.
"You surprised them,"
she said, nimbly taking the bottle from his hands and opening it without any problem. Is that good or bad? He took a few greedy gulps. The thickness of the liquid and the horrible taste of parsley gave him acid reflux. He'd give half his pay for this job for a can of cola.
"At the beginning, I thought it was bad. People prefer to hear things that they agree with. But then I think you convinced them. Only Yuri talked to me."
The Russian? She shook her head.
"Ukrainian."
And what did he say?
"That you've got balls the size of the Kremlin dome. If you had followed the popular opinion and Ubik stock started falling, everyone would consider it a professional mishap. In situations like that, people talk about a black swan, the fat tails of probability distribution, and the unpredictable nature of history. Just like when no one predicted the 2008 crisis.
Some did. Elizabeth laughed.
Tell people to guess dice throws, she said. If you gather a large enough group, you will get some masters who will predict 20 results in a row. It's a simple probability, but they...
She nodded toward the Asians gathered by the opposite wall, eating a seaweed salad.
They bet everything on a single horse. You. If you are right, you have just saved them from a giant loss. They'll shower you with money, give you new projects, and just like that, you won't have to worry about retirement. However, if you've made a mistake, they won't invest and won't make a lot of money. Then your reputation and your career will be done for. You'll be in deep shit. I would not like to be in your shoes.
Mateusz was barely holding back his gag reflex. He wanted to run out of here and forget about everything. He tried to summon the image of Mr. White in his mind, but couldn't. The face kept blurring, losing its features. He felt like howling.
Either way, thank you for everything.
Elizabeth shook his hand.
We will transfer the money to you within 2 to 3 days. I enjoyed working with you. In a year at the most, we will find out whether you are right.
Mateusz nodded and gave her a fake smile, just to get her to leave him alone. The woman felt his mood and walked over to the Latino standing alone by a wall. Kaufman knew that this was the end. He lost everything for which he had worked so hard. He'll keep afloat for a few more months, but when Ubique stock starts going up, and Adam O'Connor keeps receiving awards for best CEO of a technological company, Mateusz will sink to the bottom quicker than an anchor. And nothing will be able to save him. Tomorrow. He decided to think about it then. Today, he just had to get out of here. He spent only a moment wondering with whom to spend this evening. He decided on an old friend, Jack Daniels. Tuesday, 11th of October. The paper press is not dead, concluded Alicia early on a Tuesday morning. She was cracking the shell of a hard-boiled egg with a spoon and opening a local supplement of Gazeta Wyborcza to the obituaries. She scanned all the deep regrets, fond remembrances, and heartfelt sympathies, and stopped on one particular text. Intuition told her she had hit the jackpot. We were greatly saddened to receive news of the unexpected passing of our colleague, Andre Badera, a longtime employee of Ubique. We have lost a great visionary, an unparalleled organizer, and an extraordinary man. We offer our heartfelt condolences to Andre's family. The board and staff of Ubique, Poland. Alicia had to hurry to work, but she still managed to open her laptop and put in the dead man's info. The first hit led to LinkedIn, a site that white-collars just loved, and on which they spent hours polishing their professional profiles, hoping to attract headhunters' attention and get a job offer that would move their career onto a new track. She needed just one glance to know she was not wrong. The photograph kept to the narrow canon of business etiquette. An elegant suit which cost at least 2 national average salaries in a modern style, which was understandable for someone working in the sector of clothing technology. A shirt with a collar, but no tie, and the top button undone. His hair was slightly and deliberately unkempt. His smile was somewhat roguish, his eyes betraying a curiosity about the world. Alicia knew that face and instantly recognized the eyes. Only when she saw them, they were already glossed over and looking reproachfully at the cloudy sky and heavy raindrops. It was him, Tiresias. Andre Badera, Special Project Manager at Ubik. She looked through the profile. He had a degree in mathematics and natural sciences from the University of Warsaw, specializing in IT and mathematics. He wrote his master's thesis on multi-agent simulators and received the University President's Award for Academic Merit. He spent 11 years working for IBM, then 4 years ago joined the Polish branch of Ubik, where he headed the Research and Development Department. That was something, a starting point she could build on. She switched off the computer, swallowed the last piece of egg, and rushed out to catch the subway. Luckily, Corporal Zhukovsky had gone on a trip to the mountains with Class 3E. He wouldn't be badgering her today. He had called her several times on Sunday and spent yesterday trying to get her on her own so he could whisper advice in her ear and share his thoughts. He had got into this protection role too much. He misinterpreted her behavior. Alicia knew that she had to put up clear boundaries and set his expectations so that he wouldn't feel disappointed again. After coming home, still in her coat, she switched on the computer. She had to investigate Badera's presence on the internet. The net was her natural work environment. She already knew his LinkedIn profile, so one more big source remained. She typed the info into Facebook's search bar. Bingo. There he was, smiling in a photo, standing by some water, with a city visible faintly in the background, with no characteristic buildings to be seen. Alicia didn't recognize it. It might have been Dubai, Singapore, or maybe some wealthy Chinese city. It turned out that Andre wasn't particularly active on social media. She looked over his posts from the last 3 years. Boring, usual stuff. Mostly food porn. Photos of food he took while visiting trendy Warsaw restaurants. He often checked in at Dublin Airport. He walked the Orla Perch Path in the Tatra Mountains. He had fun at a gem concert in the Stodoła Club. On holidays, he went to Tuscany, where he stuffed himself with pizza and seafood. What more had she been expecting of him? She went to the Family and Relationships page. Another jackpot. In a relationship with Natalia Badera, read Alicia, and studied photos of the blonde. In her profile photo, Tiresias's wife was standing on an unidentified desert under an African or South American sun, squinting into the camera, pursing her lips as if to blow a kiss to the photographer. The Baderas were doing well for themselves. Alicia's first impulse was to send her a message. She was just about to open the messenger window and write the words, but stopped herself. Since they weren't friends on Facebook, the message would get stuck in filtered requests, which no one checks, and definitely not a new widow, still grieving her husband's death. And it would be better not to reveal her identity. This was not a regular journalistic investigation. It concerned a murder and required greater discretion. Alicia switched browser windows and returned to LinkedIn. She displayed the list of Andre's contacts. 612 names. Impressive. Among them, there must have been representatives of companies with which Ubik dealt on a daily basis. Which companies were best represented on that list? Conducting a search would require several hours of work. The blogger got up from her computer, made some tea and 2 sandwiches for herself, and sat back down in front of the screen. By 9 p.m., she had a favorite. Multiverse, a consulting company which deals in advanced big data analysis, providing advice for companies of the future. She decided she would wait until morning before she made her calls. She was starting work at the 4th period tomorrow, so she could ring them a few minutes after 9 a.m.
Ubik, how may I help you?
trilled a woman's voice in the receiver. Alicia imagined an elegantly dressed receptionist who greets all latecomers with a smile and waits for the sandwich man who sells breakfast to overworked managers. She introduced herself with a made-up name.
I'm calling on behalf of Multiverse,
She chatted into the phone, trying to keep her voice half an octave higher.
I'm calling about...
The word stuck in her throat. This was the most difficult moment, and she had practiced it late into the night. She recorded herself on her mobile, listened back to the recording, thought about what to change, and recorded it again.
About Andre Badera. It's horrible news. We'd like to send a delegation to the funeral. Are the details known?
The receptionist sighed. It seemed Alicia was not the first person to call with that question.
The funeral will take place this Friday,
She recited in a monotonous voice.
the 14th of October at 10:30 in the morning, in the Holy Mary Queen of Peace Church in Mroczna at number 7, Gierżoniowska 7. Thank you so much for the information. Bye.
Alicia hung up without waiting for the receptionist to say goodbye. Natalia Badera? Get ready, she thought. Here I come. Friday, 14th of October. Mateusz had been allergic to people since childhood, so from near the end of the Polish People's Republic. When his friends played ball in the field, he preferred to sit at home reading comics about Captain Żwik or Titus. When his friends were puffing on their first cigarettes, Mateusz got an Amiga 1200 for his birthday and discovered the charms of programming in assembler. Then, on the urging of a teacher, he was taken on several visits to a psychologist and was diagnosed with Asperger's, a mild form of autism. That could be used to explain his emotional difficulties and little interest in building relationships with other people. But his parents were in the middle of a divorce, so no one was really too concerned about him. In high school, Mateusz had his own PC with internet access, so even if a neutron bomb were to fall on Warsaw and all the people died from radiation exposure, he wouldn't have even noticed. He was too busy arguing on Usenet about the superiority of Star Trek over Star Wars. There was only one circumstance in which he not only didn't avoid people, but was actually drawn to them. He just needed to drink too much. Like on this horrible Friday evening. The meeting with Elizabeth and the investors ended with an early lunch. A few minutes past 12. At 1, he was already back in his hotel room with a bottle of whiskey in hand. His return flight was booked for tomorrow. He didn't have to hurry. He didn't have to do anything since he had just flushed his whole future down the toilet. And all that just to save a brother who would never understand how great a sacrifice Mateusz had made for him. Nasty business. But then, he didn't really have to think about it, did he? The Jack Daniels tasted like never before, especially when combined with porn playing on his laptop. Mateusz was savoring the moment which could just make it into the list of top 10 most pleasant moments of his life. He was drinking much quicker than he should and was asleep before 3 p.m., buried in hotel sheets, while the protagonists of the XXX movie kept screwing on screen, unaware that no one was admiring their contortions. Mateusz didn't dream at all, as if someone had flipped a switch in his brain and turned off all consciousness. A wonderful state. Not thinking about anything, just pulling out the plug marked reality. He woke up after 7 p.m. and realized with mild amusement that he was still drunk and thirsty for more. When he went out onto the crowded street, he felt like the uncontested king of Dublin. He couldn't stop thinking about the meeting, but instead of fear or anger, he felt satisfaction. He was the master of that situation, They were the ones eating out of his hand and staring in wonder at the simulations he had produced. Power and control made a person feel really good. He wanted to enjoy it for a little longer before he got dethroned. He walked west along the Liffey River towards the Temple Bar pub district. He stopped by a Chinese restaurant and took advantage of its eat all you can for €10 offer. Between a serving of Peking duck and some fried rice noodles, he took out his smartphone and tried to calculate the rate of alcohol consumption needed to sustain intoxication at its present level. He couldn't start sobering up, or he'd change his thinking perspective and ruin his evening. He couldn't drink too fast, or he wouldn't have any evening to speak of. He had to maintain a balance between those two extremes. He got some nonsense out of his calculations, so he dropped them and decided to act on instinct. He nodded at the Asian waitress and ordered a large beer, paid extra. He decided that today he was going to be guided by emotions instead of precise estimates. Later, he crossed a bridge to the other side of the river and found himself in a place which, under normal circumstances, he would be leaving as quickly as possible. But not now, not today, and not him. It was a warm Friday evening. He was taking in the city with different senses. Crowds in the streets, groups of laughing people smoking outside of pubs, the smell of strong spices coming from food trucks, live music played on almost every corner, flocks of Japanese tourists taking pictures. Keeping the right speed. That was key, as he kept repeating in his mind. Not too fast, not too slow. More memories blurred into a spinning wheel of freeze frames. He's sitting on a bar stool and getting another beer. He waves at a waiter to conjure up a shot of vodka. He changes bars, breathes in the fresh air. Someone bumps into him on the street. He gets into an argument, pees in a dark toilet with walls covered in old anime movie posters. Hundreds of voices from the tables blur together into white noise. A freckled 20-something fixes a bra strap, convinced that no one is looking. Drops of vodka spilled across a countertop, the stink of fried beef coming from an open kitchen. Finally, a drunk girl in ripped tights carrying her heels on the streets of Dublin. That was when Kaufman felt he wanted to have sex. It couldn't be avoided. He had been getting to this point since the evening began, from the moment he uncorked that bottle of Jack Daniels. The last time he was with a woman was a month ago, after he finished the project for Frost Enterprises, before Elizabeth called him. And although he was an emotionally stunted hermit, he wasn't a huge fan of mechanical sex with prostitutes found through a phone app. He preferred to pay extra and purchase the services of Girlfriend Experience, #GFE, as the girls wrote on their profiles. Something more than a simple transaction. Still sex for money, but with an ersatz of intimacy. Role play, pretending to be on a real date. At one point, the simulation became convincing enough, and it was no longer distinguishable from reality. However, today he just needed to quickly relieve some pent-up emotions. Without any small talk, glasses of wine, and overly long foreplay. While he sat at the bar, he turned on his phone and looked for an app that would get his location through GPS and then show him nearby hot Dublin singles. At moments like these, Mateusz got a grim view of humanity's future. Since Turing, scientists have been dreaming of artificial intelligence which could solve all of our problems, eliminate hunger, discover the cure to cancer, while all they have achieved is an AI helping to find you a partner for a lonely evening in a strange city. He kept flipping through the pages, searching for just the right icon when he heard, "May I?" Reluctantly, he raised his head from the screen. A girl was standing in front of him and looking at the empty spot next to him. She was holding a colorful drink with a straw. Her makeup was heavy, and her hair went down to her shoulders. Mateusz didn't even try to guess her age. He was terrible at it.
"Having fun?"
she asked, and sat down beside him, not waiting for his answer. He shrugged.
"Hard day?"
she asked. What could he say? That he had just committed professional suicide because he wanted to save his brother? Hard, like every other day. The stranger took a sip of her drink.
"I'm having a really shitty time too. Got fired from my job today."
He pricked up his ears.
"And that's why I decided to get wasted, you know?" continued the girl. "I've never done it before. Well, not alone. Never went to the pubs in such a state. And now look at me, pouring another drink down my throat and talking to strangers."
She laughed, and Kaufman only now realized just how drunk she was. "My name's Matthew," he said, translating his name. He held out his hand to her. "I'm not a stranger anymore. You don't have to feel guilty."
"Stephanie."
She put her glass on the table and shook his hand. She had the long, slim fingers of a surgeon with fuchsia nails.
"You're funny. I like you. You've got kind eyes. I've been watching you for a few minutes. That's why I decided to join you."
"Why did they fire you?" he asked. She looked at him reproachfully and moved away, as if unconsciously trying to widen the distance between them. He was about to withdraw the question, but the smile returned to her face.
"What do people get fired for? Restructuring. Do you know any other magic words? Catch-alls? Cost-cutting? Stockholders' interests? I'm sick of it all."
Kaufman was turning an empty glass in his hands. He felt like having another beer, but didn't want to leave Stephanie alone. Not at this moment. She might still change her mind. "What business were you in?" he continued. She was warming up.
"The worst one. Rotten, immoral, cynical, and greedy."
"Finance? Investment banks?" he guessed.
"Got it in one."
She aimed a forefinger at him.
"And you?"
"Freelance consulting. I go where the pay is best," he explained. "I finalized an important project today. Complete failure. I've just killed my career. Completely dead."
"So, we've got something in common," she smiled.
Mateusz nodded. "For example, the fact that we've both run out of alcohol at the same moment. It must be fate." He pointed to her empty glass. "One more of those?" She replied with an outburst of laughter. The bar was set frighteningly low, exactly at where his social skills were. He didn't have to do much. It was enough to listen well and say a bad joke from time to time. The rest should take care of itself.
"I know I shouldn't be drinking more, or I'll make some questionable choices. But what can I do when I really want to?"
said the girl, making a soon-to-be-fulfilled promise. 47 minutes later, they were in Mateusz's hotel room, with him struggling first with her shirt buttons, then with her bra clasp. Stephanie never stopped talking, but under the influence of alcohol and excitement, switched from English to Irish Gaelic, of which he didn't understand a single word, but assumed she was talking dirty. The girl kept giggling. When he was taking off her belt, he started to wonder if he wasn't too drunk to stand up to the task which awaited him. With surprising grace, Stephanie took off her shoes and got out of her jeans, which then tangled around her ankles. He put a hand on her thigh. Her skin was very light, sprinkled with freckles.
"My purse," she gasped out. "Can you hand it to me? I've got some Johnnies."
He nodded. So she came prepared. A desperate, big-city single thrown out on the curb by the third wave of globalization, when one bad day shattered the illusion of a stable life and possibly moved her forever into the precariat ranks. The girl's hands dived under the elastic of his boxer shorts, and Mateusz felt relief. He stopped thinking. Everything will be fine. I don't have to worry about anything. The sex was short and pathetic, as could have been expected of two completely drunk people. Stephanie still screamed at the top of her lungs, more excited by the prospect of making love to a stranger than getting any real pleasure out of it. When it was all over, Mateusz couldn't drag himself out of bed. He fell asleep almost immediately, stretched out on his back with legs spread wide. When he opened his eyes, it was morning, and the girl wasn't there. "Stephanie?" he called. He expected the sound to return in an intense echo and wreak havoc within his skull. But no, it wasn't that bad. He had anticipated a much worse hangover. "Stephanie?" He sat up on the bed and looked around the room. There were clothes strewn everywhere. Pants, shoes, his shirt, socks. But only his clothes. He didn't see a trace of her outfit. Did she suddenly feel guilty and decide to flee as quickly as possible? He felt sad. Not that he had been hoping for a pleasant morning. The alcohol had left his bloodstream, taking with it his witty repartees, so he would be unable to entertain his lady friend. But he could have counted on another round of sex, this time slower, better, giving more satisfaction than the night's tussle. "Stephanie?" he asked for the last time, making sure it was a lost cause. He got out of bed and pulled on his boxer shorts. That's when he saw everything, and the truth hit him with the power of blood flooding the brain from a burst artery. His laptop. Yesterday, when he got back after the presentation, he put the computer on the desk and watched pornography on it. When he went out in the evening and later returned with Stephanie, the laptop was still there. And now, it was gone. The bitch stole his computer. Stephanie had not left without saying goodbye. She had left a note, a few words scribbled on hotel stationery. All the file copies in the cloud were deleted, and the password to your account changed. Don't try to get anything back. Though police intervention in the Principality of Zealand wouldn't do much good anyway. They don't like any authorities. BTW, you were great. The message ended with the kiss emoticon, a colon and an asterisk. Mateusz dropped to the floor. He got taken in like a brat on the playground. It was the first time he had thought with his penis and not his brain. The woman sat next to him at the bar. Why, was he just that handsome? Brad Pitt doing a guest appearance in Dublin? What a coincidence. The roar started somewhere low, around his heels, went up through the knees, the guts, climbed up his trachea to the throat. Mateusz gripped a shoe tightly, and the moment he opened his mouth, he hurled the shoe at the TV hanging on the wall. An indentation appeared on the LCD screen, with a web of cracks spreading outwards from it. A second later, the other shoe hit the exact same spot. "I'll destroy you," he rasped. "You are all dead men. No one messes with me." He took a credit card out of his wallet and went down to reception to pay for the broken TV. Chapter 4. Ruler of the Galaxy. Saturday, 15th of October. When Mateusz Kaufmann was 14, he was spending the summer with his childless aunt and uncle in the Kashubia region close to Chojnice. His aunt ran a boarding house by a lake. During the summer, tourists from the Tri-City came there for some fresh forest air, to splash around in the cool water, and in the evening they would gather in the common room where his enterprising uncle played VHS tapes of the greatest pirated hits of the 90s. American action movies and German erotic comedies ruled the screen. On days without screenings, the room was occupied by teenagers who organized discos there. 14 is a difficult age. The brain transforms into a bubbling soup of hormones. Mateusz kept thinking about girls and woke up several times a week in a wet sheet. And it was in such circumstances, at one of the parties, during a Guns N' Roses song, that he met Karolina. The girl was no beauty, but even back then, Mateusz was making decisions based on a rational analysis of chances and risks. He started with rejecting the most attractive teenage tourists. He concluded that he would sooner qualify as a cosmonaut on a space mission than have one of those haughty princesses pay any attention to him. He was fairly overweight, with elephant calves and tits bigger than most of the girls his age. He was ashamed to undress at the beach. And Karolina was a regular, unremarkable 14-year-old who came on a 2-week holiday with her parents, younger brother, and a dog named Alf. When he asked her to slow dance at a disco, she said yes. They danced a few times. He put a hand on her ass. She did not protest. His endocrine system was in overdrive, and over the next few days, Mateusz masturbated compulsively, thinking about her small breasts under a summer dress and the black, curly pubic hair peeking out from her bathing suit when she played badminton on the beach. They finally went for a walk, during which, in the thick pine forest, Mateusz mumbled something about finding her super attractive and maybe being in love, and that he wanted to go steady with her. She laughed at him, and Mateusz swore revenge. The next day, he rode his bike to Chojnice, where he visited 2 stores. In the supermarket, he bought several rings of sausage, 2 glass bottles of Patish soda, and in the general store he got a 5-liter plastic canister, 1 package of small nails, and 1 of fishhooks. Then he went to a nearby CPN gas station, where he lied easily about being sent by his dad staying at a resort close by, because at night some thieves drained all the fuel from his car, and now he needed no more than 3 liters of gas so that he could start the car and drive to the station himself. They sold him the gas. Mateusz hid all this under his bed and waited. On the last day of Karolina's stay, when the sky over the lake resembled the gray terrazzo plates on the boarding house's terrace. Her family was not staying at his aunt's place, but deeper in the woods, in some holiday cottages belonging to the Gdańsk refinery. Alf the dog spent the nights curled up outside on the doormat. He was the friendliest dog Mateusz had ever seen. He had long, curly fur and the trusting eyes of a 2-year-old child. The teenage Kaufman hid behind a tree and whistled softly. The dog perked up its ears and immediately ran to him. Mateusz didn't even have to get the sausage out of his backpack. "We'll go for a walk." A long walk. Mateusz knelt down and ruffled the dog's fur. They walked for 40 minutes deep into the Tukala forest. Pine cones cracked under the soles of his Chinese trainers. Mateusz had been spending his summers here since he started school. He knew all the paths and was sure he wouldn't get lost. He had chosen the glade a week before, not long after the humiliation he endured. When they got there, he took off his backpack and took out the soda and sausage. The dog instantly smelled the meat and started jumping around him. He was fawning and whining. The boy smiled broadly and threw 1 ring as far as he could. Alf was at it in a few jumps. More sausage pieces followed. A day earlier, Mateusz had drunk the first soda. He shattered the empty bottle with a brick. Using a crochet hook stolen from his aunt, he picked out a lot of stuffing from the sausages and filled the resulting holes with glass shards, closing it up with balled-up pieces of meat. He stuck the fishing hooks and nails in from the outside, driving them as deep as he could. Only the heads of nails were visible, making it look like the sausage was covered in spots of metallic mold. Alf snapped his jaws, happy with the unexpected breakfast. Mateusz sat down at the edge of the clearing and took a few sips of the orange drink. It had a lot of fizz, and bubbles came out of his nose. He waited. The dog quickly realized that something was wrong. It whined. A nail or hook must have pierced his muzzle or gullet. Their gazes met. Fear peered out of Alf's eyes. The mutt was looking to Mateusz for help, waiting for the human to react, do something. "Serves you right, you whore," said the teen loudly and clearly. "Here's your payback." Meanwhile, the sausage shrapnel was wreaking havoc in the dog's stomach. Alf vomited blood. He lay down on his side and writhed on the ground. It was howling horrifically, though not as loudly as the teen had expected. Mateusz looked at his watch. He gave the dog 5 minutes. 5 minutes of torture for its owner's decision. For the lack of heart, the frigidity and arrogance. After that time, he uncorked the canister and splashed gasoline on Alf. He used no more than half a liter. He was careful, making sure not to spill the fuel on the dry pine needles. The dog had lost all control of itself and didn't even protest. The teen got out some matches, thinking one last time about Carolina, the warmth of her breath, the roundness of her ass, and the feel of her body when they danced close together. He scratched the match head over the striker and carefully threw the burning match on Alf. He didn't feel anything. He had planned to spread out the remains over the glade with a stick. Unfortunately, there was much more left of the dog than he expected. Mateusz was livid that he had not thought to bring the camp shovel his uncle kept in the garage. He went deeper into the woods, gathered branches as if he were preparing a bonfire. He tried to use the bigger ones to dig in the dry earth. After a half-hour's toil, he had a shallow hole into which he pushed Alf's body. He covered the grave with dirt, branches, and cones. It was not perfectly hidden, but who would think about going so deep into a forest to look for some mutt? When he finished, his cotton t-shirt was sticky with sweat. He drank the rest of the soda and put the empty bottle into his backpack. He looked at his watch. It was only 6:30 in the morning. After returning to the boarding house, he found everyone still asleep. His absence had gone unnoticed. He jumped back into bed and slept for an hour. When he woke up, he had a fever and the shivers. He barely got himself to the bathroom where he threw up. At 9, his aunt came to his room, surprised by him having missed breakfast. She discovered the state her nephew was in and flew into a panic. She gave him some cold medicine and ordered him to stay in bed. He disobeyed. Before noon, he sneaked out and dragged himself to the refinery's resort. Feeling lightheaded, he couldn't think about anything, needing all his concentration to take each next step. He wanted to become invisible, like Chevy Chase in a comedy that was shown in the boarding house 3 weeks before. He could then go into Carolina's cottage, stand with his arms crossed, and watch her family milling around as they got ready to go back home. He'd stare at the teenage girl, feeding on her growing panic. From her first question of, "Where's Alf?" and her father's placating reply that, "He must have just gone for a walk, he'll be right back," through the gradual realization that the dog's absence was not normal and something bad had happened. Unfortunately, he could not allow himself the pleasure. As he passed by Carolina's cottage, he could hear the sounds of an argument, just fragments of it coming from inside. He returned to the boarding house, went back to bed, and fell asleep. The news of the dog's disappearance spread through the area. Later, his aunt told him that Carolina's family left late in the evening. The girl was hysterical, screaming that she wouldn't go anywhere until they found Alf. They had to drag her into the car. That was enough. Mateusz could sleep soundly. The universe was back in balance. Justice had been served. But then, something snapped within him. That was when he understood that he didn't fit in, that he was different from most people. He was guided by other forces and had other values. He didn't actually need people for anything. They could stop existing, die in a fire like poor little Alf. He would do quite well without them. That was 24 years ago. And now, sitting in an economy class seat on a Dublin-Warsaw flight, with his head still throbbing with a hangover, he gazed out at the perfect blue sky above the clouds and felt just like he had back then, in the pine forest, when Carolina laughed on hearing his intimate confession. He was not devastated. He did not feel like crying. His life had not lost all meaning. But pursuing his chosen goal momentarily felt vain and useless. Hope died instantly. Mateusz Kaufmann was a man seething with rage and could only think about cruel vengeance. Then and now. Thursday, 13th of October. Yesterday, Alicia had bought a black fall coat at H&M because she couldn't find anything suitable in her closet. She usually preferred a more cheerful style, with flower motifs and rich, bright colors. But on this chilly Thursday morning, she switched lessons with another teacher, put on her new coat, wrapped a dark shawl around her neck, and got on the number 110 bus, which took her to Mroczna. A lot of people came to the funeral. In the church, Alicia stood in the back, in a side nave, and tried not to look around or draw attention to herself. The young priest conducting the service had been warned that the dead man had been a high-ranking corporate employee, and many people from that circle would appear. That is why he delivered a vague sermon about being lost in the modern world, chasing time under the pressure of deadlines, with which he contrasted a vision of eternity, which is silent, does not rush us, but waits patiently, and you never know when it will claim its due. It is like a client with whom you have worked for many years. You are getting along great until one day you get a phone call that the deal is off and your world falls apart. What do you do then? After the service, the funeral procession headed to the cemetery. People divided into small groups, and as they walked, they were talking in hushed voices. Alicia quickly spotted the widow. She was holding up well, striding ahead, her posture stiff, arm in arm with an elegant older man. Father or father-in-law, concluded Alicia. She wanted to carry this out as quickly as possible, and decided that now was the best moment. Before the coffin is lowered into a dark grave, before Natalia throws a handful of earth on the oaken lid. The widow will probably break down then, start bawling, and any attempts at a rational conversation will be useless. But how should she do it? Mrs. Badera has the leading role in this ceremony, and it would be difficult to talk to her alone. However, luck was on Alicia's side that day. Zbyszek was a 60-year-old pensioner who lived in a ruined home on Volka Veglova. Under socialist rule, he had worked for the militia, successfully passed the vetting process in the early 90s, and then in a free Poland, he joined the police, though he never reached a high position. 10 years ago, his wife died of cancer, and he retired and started drinking. But once a week, he always remembered to visit his late wife's grave at the Northern Cemetery to tidy up and light a candle. His body was becoming immune to alcohol, and with each year he had to drink more and more, which required increasing amounts of money. That's why he broke through the barrier of shame and started politely soliciting people for spare change, as it was getting just too hard to live off of his pension. He decided to try his chances now, as he was unsteadily making his way towards the cemetery gate with a feeling of a duty fulfilled and a vision of a 4-pack of beer he would purchase at a corner shop close to home. He usually left mourners alone, but these ones were looking exceptionally well off, as if the president, or at least a minister, had died. Maybe they'd be charitable? He approached the first, second, third person, with no success. The fourth man took it upon himself to teach him not to see mourners as an additional source of income. He started cussing him out, calling him a drunk, a bum, and a slob. And Zbyszek could not let such insults go. He had some judo practice while in the militia, and he still remembered a few moves. Funeral or no, he would show this foppish sissy that he should treat his elders with respect. Some heavy swear words started flying, and a tussle broke out. The crowd's attention momentarily moved from the coffin to the fight. Natalia Badera was left alone, looking uncertainly around. It was now or never. Alicia approached the widow.
"Good morning. You don't know me."
Natalia looked her over with unfocused eyes. There was so much in her gaze that Andrei's widow didn't even have to open her mouth because emotions were pouring out of her. She was defiant and unwilling to accept the reality she'd been given.
"I don't know you,"
she confirmed in a surprisingly calm voice, carefully weighing every word. She's on sedatives, thought Alicia.
"I have to talk to you in private. It's connected with your husband's death." "With Andrei's death?"
A spark appeared in Natalia's glossy eyes. It was shy, unsure, like the light of a lighthouse seen through a storm many miles from shore.
"Please, focus."
Without thinking, Alicia grabbed the woman's hand and leaned into her. She did not protest. From outside, it looked like she was accepting condolences.
"Just before his death, your husband contacted me. He wanted to talk, wanted to show me something important. We didn't manage to meet, and I think that's why he died." "But who are you?" "Let's meet, and I will explain everything. I'll write you an email. Is that okay?"
Natalia Badera nodded again and freed her hand from Alicia's grasp. Meanwhile, Zbyszek had been subdued by 3 mourners, but not before landing a heavy punch to his opponent's stomach and cussing at everyone, including the dead man.
Natalia.badera@gmail.com. Please, write today.
Alicia promised. The gray-haired man came back to Natalia's side. He'd been one of the people pacifying the loud drunk. "Who was that?" he asked Natalia in English. Alicia had managed to move away and was looking somewhere else, at Zbyszek being escorted out through the cemetery gate, but heard the exchange behind her.
"She's Andrei's friend from university,"
explained the widow.
"She lives in a different city now, but decided to come to the funeral. A very nice gesture."
Alicia turned on her heel and discreetly made her way onto a path between the tombstones. She had accomplished today's goal. Monday, 17th of October.
Jesus Christ, To complete the task of salvation will not return to Earth as a God-human. He will come as a God algorithm, a computer program activated in the server cloud of Facebook, Amazon, or some other internet giant. From there, he will begin the apocalypse of the material world and enter into the third covenant with man. By then, humanity will have copied itself onto silicon chips. There will be no bodies, and so there will be no sin.
A cold drizzle had been falling all evening. Mateusz Kaufmann was standing on the Vistulin boulevards, under the Śląsko-Dąbrowski Bridge, his hands shoved in his pockets. The reason for his eschatological musings was named Boris, and he was 10 minutes late. Mateusz had known Boris a long time ago, and they hadn't been in touch for several years. Mateusz didn't even know his last name. Boris was a moderately skilled hacker and made a living by selling stolen credit card numbers on Russian message boards. Apart from that, he was a hardcore transhumanist with a Christian bent. He blindly believed that one day the computational power of world computers will become so efficient that it will be possible to simulate all of humanity on them. All the people alive now, as well as any who will be born in the future. Then, a binary Christ will step down from the digital heavens, and it will be game over. The end of the world and such.
What could Mr. Kaufmann wish of his humble servant?
Boris came up on him from behind. On the bridge, just a few meters above, cars were creating a muted hum, and Mateusz had not heard his footsteps. "You scared me," he muttered. He didn't like to shake hands, but couldn't ignore the hacker's extended right hand.
"To what do I owe this meeting?" repeated Boris.
"Can we talk?" asked Kaufmann.
"Discreetly?"
"What do you think?" Mateusz put up his jacket collar. "Why did you choose this place? There are more cameras here than by the presidential palace." He motioned his hand in a semicircle.
"But I live nearby. We'll be safe there."
"You live nearby?" Boris didn't answer, only started walking. He was tall, with long legs, and Kaufmann could barely keep up with him. They were heading north, toward Gdański Bridge. They had walked the distance to Fountain Park when Boris went down some narrow steps to the river. Gusts of wind rippled the Vistula's black water.
"Here."
He pointed to a barge docked by the shore. "You live on a boat?"
"It's called a barge."
They walked on board over a wet gangplank. The barge's interior resembled a teenager's room. Everywhere there were single socks, jeans turned inside out, t-shirts smelly with sweat, and greasy pizza boxes. Boris gathered some rolled-up clothes from a red plush armchair, which looked like it had been dragged here from a dumpster, and cleared some space for Mateusz. He left the room and returned a few seconds later with a can of beer. He didn't switch any lights on, and they sat in semi-darkness, illuminated only by distant streetlights. "Aren't you going to offer me one?" Mateusz looked meaningfully at the beer.
"No,"
Boris replied surprisingly harshly.
"What do you want, Kaufmann? What do you want from me? I mean, we're through, aren't we? We have no obligation toward each other. We've separated peacefully, and now you show up from God knows where after 5 years of radio silence. What do you want?"
Mateusz kept silent on purpose until the silence became uncomfortable. It didn't make him feel awkward, but Boris was evidently uneasy and unable to hide the fact. He had never been known for his poker face, but was on particularly bad form today.
"What do you want?"
he finally hissed. "I need help." Mateusz leaned back in the chair, which creaked out a warning. "I must contact him." Him. Boris instantly knew who he meant.
No way. No fucking way.
I have to.
Get out. You know where the door is. Don't slip on the gangplank.
You're this scared? Your boss is watching over your hiding place, right? How many people apart from you know where to find him?
I'm not joking, Kaufman. Not at all. You've got 30 seconds to get the hell out of here.
I'll pay you, said Mateusz. He spoke calmly, without a trace of doubt in his voice. He had planned each word of this conversation long before he'd said the first sentence. Everything was going according to plan. Boris was simply built, and you didn't need a computer model of his personality to predict his behavior.
I don't need money.
Boris finished his beer with a long swig, lifted the can, and threw it down on the messy floor. Mateusz was unable to enjoy certain victories. What's the fun in stealing toys from a toddler playing in a sandbox? Win at tic-tac-toe with a 4-year-old. He knew where to interrupt Boris to make it hurt the most. He felt like he was landing a solid kick on an exposed stomach. "Cut the crap!" Mateusz roared unexpectedly. He jumped up from the chair and kicked the empty beer can angrily. Boris huddled on the couch. He was a timid guy who avoided physical confrontations at any cost. Although Mateusz, with his vestigial empathy and a ferret's comprehension of emotions, was a horrible actor, luckily Boris went into a panic and didn't notice it was all a bluff. The barge's host opened his mouth and tried to say something, but his guest didn't let him squeeze a word in. "I don't need money," Mateusz mocked him. "I don't need money." "Then why do you live in this filth, huh?" He kicked the can, and it landed right at Boris's feet. "Why didn't you move to a real apartment? After Agnieszka kicked you out, huh? You can't even afford the alimony. People are saying that you've got some debt with the Ukrainians. You won't live long enough to see the technological breakthrough which will let you copy your consciousness to a digital paradise. If things go on like this, Galactus will get you." Mateusz had said that name. Galactus. A galactic ruler, comic book bad guy, lord and master of the universe. Boris's employer. Though instead of employer, it would be better to say a king. A monarch both absolute and cruel, who demanded unconditional obedience and prompt payment of tribute from his subjects. Any normal person would keep far, far away from Galactus. The problem was that he was the only person who could help Mateusz now.
He's no longer human, see?
Boris got up from the couch and started pacing around the room. The barge was swaying rhythmically, moved by the Vistula's waves.
He started experimenting on his own brain. He's turned into a fucking biohacker. He's already transferred some of his consciousness onto a server. He's a human and a digital simulation of a human at the same time. He saves his backup copy every half an hour. Some part of his brain never sleeps, doesn't need food, has constant access to data from the internet. It picks out the most important things, analyzes them, draws conclusions, and calculates the most probable scenarios of future events. Like some robot.
Mateusz pursed his lips into a thin line. Though he was an emotional imbecile, he did have a sense of humor and appreciated the humorous nature of the situation. He first heard the urban legend about Galactus's nervous system being connected to the global network some 5 years before. And he was sure no one believed it anymore. No one. Not even haunted fanatics of transhumanism. "I'll pay you," repeated Mateusz in a much calmer voice. "Just tell me how much you need." The gleam in Boris's eye announced his victory.
10,000, and you'll pay it today.
$3,000. And after the meeting, Galactus has a debt to me.
Then he definitely won't want to see you.
I'll give you $4. Boris let his guard down. Further resistance was futile. He knew he wouldn't get any more.
Tomorrow, 10 p.m. in Dredger's Park. I'll take you to him.
Friday, 14th of October. The Baderas have done well for themselves, thought Alicia, standing in front of a handsome villa in Okoda. The house looked out over Sheslavica Hill, and there was a white Volvo XC90 in the driveway. Alicia pressed the intercom button, and the gate opened instantly, as if Andrei's widow had been waiting for her. Natalia Badera was holding up much better than Alicia remembered from the funeral. In discreet makeup, with a carefully styled shock of blonde hair, wearing a striped shirt and tight jeans, which accentuated her shapely arse, she looked like she had just returned from recording a morning show. Alicia admired women who dressed elegantly around the house. She preferred to lounge around in loose tracksuit bottoms and a washed-out t-shirt which reminded her of her university days.
"Would you like some coffee?"
asked the host, and soon Alicia heard the whir of an espresso machine, which cost 3 months of her teacher's salary. The women moved to the salon and sat in leather armchairs. The walls were decorated with huge computer graphics printed in killer resolutions. Tentacles of surrealist octopuses scintillating with thousands of colors, snowflakes of entrancing symmetry, fern fronds resembling paintings made by frost on frozen windows.
"Fractals,"
explained Natalia.
"Andrei loved them. He was a mathematical weirdo, what you could call a nerd."
Alicia nodded and smiled.
"Who are you?"
The hostess suddenly raised her head and pierced the blogger with her gaze.
"Dagny Taggart," replied Alicia. "Does that name mean anything to you?" "Dagny Taggart. Dagny Taggart. Of course."
The widow stirred in her chair.
"The investigative blogger. Andrei often read that site and told me about the interventions. It's hard to believe what you can find on the net, what conclusions you can come to by connecting the right facts."
"I am Dagny Taggart," said Alicia. She barely got the words out. Her best-kept, most intimate secret, revealed for the second time in 1 week. And to whom? First, Wojtek Zhukovsky, the one person she wanted to keep at a distance, and now a woman she didn't know. Being overly open was bound to end badly for her, but Alicia didn't have any other options.
"It's you?"
Natalia Badera frowned.
"I don't understand. What is this all about?"
The explanation took 15 minutes. She talked about the emails Andrei had sent her and the arranged meeting. About nervously waiting in the cafe, the hole in the fence, the muddy construction site, and excavators in the rain. About the corpse of Andrei Badera, known also as Tiresias, and his final resentful look. During the telling, Natalia brought the coffee cup up to her lips many times, but she was so engrossed in the story that she often forgot to take a sip. When Alicia finished, the still full cup was standing on the glass tabletop.
"We must call the police."
There was a certainty in that voice, which might have well been used to tell 100 employees they were being made redundant.
"Right now."
She got up from the chair.
"Where is my phone?"
She picked it up from a nearby chair.
"No."
Alicia jumped to her feet. She wanted to tackle Natalia, rip the smartphone out of her hand and smash it on the oak floor.
"Please, don't do that. Give me a chance."
Tiresias's widow blinked rapidly.
Do you understand what you are asking of me?
And only now did Alicia understand that she had gotten herself into some deep trouble. She was standing in a spacious salon designed by some top Warsaw interior decorator. She could see her own reflection in the black screen of the 65-inch plasma TV and was in a standoff with Natalia Badera, slim, tall, and fit, representing all those feminine qualities that Alicia lacked. It was Natalia that men looked at on the streets. She was the one approached in bars, offered drinks, and asked to dance. No one paid any attention to mousy Alicia. And now her fate was in the widow's hands.
Your information would mean a breakthrough in the investigation,
said Natalia slowly.
It would shine a different light on it.
The blogger's reaction broke Badera's stride.
No, please,
repeated Alicia. She understood that she was just a humble petitioner in this situation, and Natalia was the all-powerful official, but she still had to try. She had to buy some time, come up with arguments on the spot, and blackmail her opponent.
If you don't want my death on your conscience, please, don't do anything,
she started. It all went easily after that. More words flowed in an unstoppable stream. After all, Andrei's murderers might know that he was in contact with Alicia. And what if they've got her under surveillance? When they see her talking to the police, it's like she signed her own death warrant. Would Natalia risk it? Would she be able to bear that burden? It worked. The widow sat back at the table and started drinking the cold coffee. She was shaken up.
And what am I supposed to do now? I want what's best,
she whispered.
What have the police established so far?
Asked Alicia incisively.
Not much. Fucking layabouts.
Natalia shrugged and fixed a stray lock of hair that had fallen into her eyes.
I'd like to hire a private detective, but it wouldn't bring Andrei back to life. I only know that they apparently first dazed him with a hit to the back of the head. It was something heavy, a pistol butt, maybe some kind of tool. His skull was cracked, and he lost consciousness instantly, but then, just to be sure, they broke his neck. Someone very strong did it. Over 100 kilos of muscle is what the pathologist said. Andrei wasn't a weakling. What was he doing there? He worked nearby. Audiobook has its offices in the Warsaw Spire. It's a few hundred meters away, towards Grzybowska Street. It was a Friday. He left work earlier than usual. The police are questioning his coworkers and analyzing his computer, hoping to find something. And do you think they will?
Badera snorted with laughter, and for the first time, Alicia felt sympathy for the statuesque beauty.
No chance. Andrei was a professional and a perfectionist, so if he wanted something to stay hidden, they wouldn't find it, even if they spent the rest of time looking.
Alicia changed the angle of attack.
Did he tell you anything about what was happening at work? Was he in conflict with anyone? Because I still can't understand why he came to me, a blogger. Do you remember the Volkswagen scandal? When they falsified the emissions tests? Maybe something similar happened at Audiobook, and the board wanted to sweep it under the carpet. I've read that they are changing the CEO in Dublin. Maybe something is happening, and Andrei knew about it and decided to tell me?
Natalia nodded with comprehension.
Maybe. But we had a rule at home not to talk about work. We didn't want to bring those problems here. It was a deal back from our student internship days. When you close the office doors behind you, all the bad stuff stays there. there was only space for good things between us. That's why I have no idea what was happening with him there.
So, it wasn't all perfect, thought Alicia with satisfaction. Their relationship couldn't have been as happy and great as it seemed at first sight if Andre preferred confiding in an unknown blogger than his own wife. But she kept that thought to herself and limited herself to asking another question.
And Tiresias, what was that about? Was your husband interested in Greek mythology? Is there a story behind it? Andre was interested in a lot of things. He read a lot about modern history, armed conflicts after World War II, politics, and of course data analysis, which is what he did at the company. If he was interested in Greek mythology, it's new to me.
Or you just didn't pay attention to what he was reading, and you didn't talk about it. Alicia's emotional pendulum once more swung towards antipathy when this unspoken comment appeared in her head.
If I was the police, she said instead, I'd have asked if everything was going well in the marriage, but I'm not, so I won't.
With this, the blogger exhausted her list of questions. The awkward silence grew longer. Natalia looked at her phone, at Alicia, and at her phone again.
You've convinced me,
she said finally.
I'll give you 1 week. No more. Just until next Saturday. In that time, you can try to find something out and learn more. Then, we will go to the police together.
Alicia nodded.
A fair deal, she said.
Tuesday, 18th of October. The gossip circulating about Galactus claimed that he had a plan to take over the universe, and, what's worse, was systematically implementing it. Supposedly, 15 years ago, he was just a normal guy. Well, maybe not completely normal, but a morbidly obese 20-year-old of the type you see in American sitcoms about weird students, eating only Big Macs and pizza, drinking an ocean of Coke. An antisocial recluse, buried in a world of comic books, computers, and sci-fi films. Even back then, he wanted to be called Galactus, taking the moniker from the illustrated adventures of the Fantastic Four. Galactus was the most powerful being in the universe, possessing powers equal to those of gods and devouring whole planets. Well, he always did aim high. Apart from that, the self-appointed Galactus had a mind as sharp as a razor, though his formal education ended at high school, which he barely completed. People said that he had inherited his apartment from a rich grandma, holed himself up in it on his 25th birthday, and had not seen the outside world since then. He became a hacker, the best in the trade, getting paid to infiltrate internal corporate networks, coding Trojan horses, spying programs, and false bank web pages. Supposedly, even military intelligence and the Polish Internal Security Agency made use of his services. How much of that was true, and how much just brilliant PR, Mateusz didn't know. Galactus knew how to fuel his legend. With time, he surrounded himself with a network of subcontractors to do the work which came with a risk of getting caught and going to jail. He paid little or not at all. Some did the work because they wanted their criminal CVs to contain the line, "I worked for Galactus." Others because Galactus had something on them. A very small group of the most browbeaten workers remained in direct contact with him, recruited mostly from transhumanism fanatics, and it was to this group that Boris belonged. It was for their benefit that Galactus contrived the urban legend about his mind being connected to the computer and living in two realities at once, the real world and the digital one. And Kurzweil's naive apostles, looking forward to the technological singularity, were ready to believe any nonsense so long as it supported their worldview. From their point of view, Galactus was a superhuman being, a cyberpunk mashup of the strict Old Testament Yahweh with Odin the Mad, a powerful but unpredictable god who spread terror among his enemies. Boris was standing in the agreed place by the fountain, vaping and shuddering in fear.
Keep away from him if you know what's good for you. Galactus is different. He's got a plan. He knows something that others don't. Be careful.
Mateusz Kaufmann shrugged. You're warning me against risk like an investment advisor. Stop shaking in your boots and lead on. They left the park, crossed Odinka Street, and dove into the badly lit alleys of Wierzbano. They squeezed along narrow pavements between polished SUVs, which took up every centimeter of free space. They looked into the bright windows of villas, which stood as a testament to pre-war Warsaw, past a sad playground and overgrown empty lots. They did not talk. Then, Boris stopped so abruptly, Mateusz walked straight into him.
It's here.
The hacker pointed to a modernist, single-story building. There was no light in any of the windows and nothing pointed to anyone being inside. The house was surrounded by painted mesh wire, and the green paint was peeling off in patches like burned skin. Opposite the gate stood a streetlight which turned on and off every few seconds, and each strobe-like flash burned a different image onto Mateusz's retinas. Meager tree stumps along the path leading to the door, weeds reaching up to knee level, a garden swing that no one had sat on since the 70s. The longer he stared at the building, the surer he was that there was no one there. You've got to be kidding me, he scoffed and turned towards Boris. But Boris had disappeared. He'd fled, making use of a moment's inattention without even asking for his payment. His loss. Kaufmann was about to turn around and head for the subway when the gate's electromagnetic lock clicked. He pushed on the gate and entered the property. The paved path led him to a roofed porch. Before he even pressed the doorbell, the door opened to the accompaniment of the ear-piercing screech of hinges. "Anyone there?" he asked, and then, without waiting for an answer, went into the hall. It was completely dark within, only lit up every few seconds by the blinking streetlight. The house looked like it had been made ready for a total renovation. The furniture was covered in foil sheets, and all the pictures had been taken down, with only lighter patches of wall pointing to their earlier presence.
Mr. Kaufmann.
The voice spoke unexpectedly, like in a cheap horror flick. It was impossible to tell where it was coming from, and its purpose was to frighten, surround Galactus's vassals, underline the imbalance of power.
To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?
Galactus's screechy treble sounded again. Mateusz would recognize it anywhere. "Where are you? Show yourself." Kaufmann was looking around, trying to find the hidden speakers, cameras, and microphones, but couldn't see anything.
Who brought you here? Who revealed my hiding place?
Despite the inexhaustible reserves of dislike and contempt he felt for Boris, Mateusz decided to protect his informer. "I've stepped in shit and need your help," he said instead.
So your shoes stink. Why do you think that's my problem?
Kaufmann sat on a foil-covered table. He sighed. "You owe me a favor," he said calmly. "Don't you remember? 5 years ago, I said that one day I would need your help and come back to you. And here I am."
My prodigal son, I've completely forgotten your existence. You've been silent for 5 years. I thought you'd left the business.
I have, but now someone's trying to bury me alive.
Who would dare?
I need you to tell me just that.
How long will that take me? I remember the favor, but you know how it is. I've changed over the last 5 years, spread my wings. I'm not in the same place I once was. I hack the body, hack consciousness, and I hack other people, but above all, I hack time. We've been talking for 3 minutes and 12 seconds. I could have been doing something else in that time. Your clock is ticking.
A shiver ran through Kaufman's body. He clenched his hands into fists, closed his eyes, and recalled the image of a whining dog vomiting blood. He took a deep breath, inhaling the stench of burned fur. Talking to Galactus's ghost, the lack of his physical presence only increased his rage. "Someone's setting me up," he said. "Someone connected to Ubique. You have to break in there and search through their servers."
That's a huge organization. What should I look for?
I don't know. Use heuristics. Search for unusual things someone wants to sweep under the rug, or elements that should be there but aren't. Unusual pattern breaks.
Does the name Andre Badera mean anything to you?
Galactus asked suddenly. No. Should it?
No.
Disbelief sounded in the hacker's voice.
He's the former head of research and development at the Polish branch of Ubique.
I gather he's someone important, said Mateusz.
I think you meant dead. On the 7th of October, he was found dead at a construction site of a new office building, and 5 days ago he was buried at the Northern Cemetery.
Mateusz tried to rein in his enthusiasm. He just might have hit the jackpot. He'd been threatened and had his laptop stolen. What if someone else, someone from inside the company, had gone further? The threats were not enough. This could be an important clue. Start with him, said Mateusz. How should I contact you?
First of all, do not come here, never under any circumstances. I will contact you. Wait.
Mateusz nodded. Just put some work into this fat ass, he muttered. Friday, 21st of October. Alicia was falling asleep at her computer when she was roused by the sound of incoming mail. Hi, I am currently on medical leave. I will respond to all emails after my return. Regards. When she read it, she stamped her foot in anger and swore. Same thing again. Nothing was working. Each attempt at digging deeper ended in a blind alley, a head-on collision with a brick wall of obstacles. Using LinkedIn, the blogger had quickly located Andre Badera's coworkers. She had sent emails to them asking for a meeting. At first, she worried about being ignored. Overworked managers, having quickly forgotten their colleague's death, would just skip over her mail, which would then get stuck in the inbox with hundreds of other unread messages, office memos, and just plain old spam. It turned out quite differently. She chose 7 people and got an automatic response from each and every one. 3 people were currently on long-term medical leave, 2 decided to pursue careers outside of Ubique, and in the case of 2 more, the responses claimed that there were no such addresses at the ubique.com domain. Alicia was stuck. Days were passing, and the deadline set by Natalia Badera was fast approaching. At school, Corporal Zhukovsky tried every few days to get at least a minute alone with her. He would lean over her and ask in a whisper, "How are you? Is everything okay?" Have you noticed anything strange? And she would tell him that everything was fine. On the one hand, she was glad he worried about her, but on the other, his overbearing manner irritated her. She got especially mad at the following question, which was usually asked next. "You've let it go, right?" said Wojtek. "You're not pursuing this."
"No,"
she lied.
"I promised after all."
In truth, she wanted to do everything. Search the internet, look through more URL addresses, verify suspect profiles on social media, grasp at scraps of connections, and dig deeper and deeper to get to the truth. That's what she wanted, but it was not going well. Well, evidently a murder case is on a completely different scale. Until now, she had dealt mostly with the minor sins of local councilmen, members of parliament, and various officials. Cronyism, nepotism, sinecures, and public administration. Working against taxpayers' interests. None of her victims were regular criminals, but rather amateurs who decided to make use of an unexpected coincidence, when dollar signs appeared in their eyes and they stopped thinking rationally. People like that make one mistake after another, leaving lots of digital traces. You just need to be patient, follow the thread, join the clues like dots on a children's puzzle until you get a clear image of the whole situation. Professional murderers work differently. Traces in real life disappear much more quickly than those in cyberspace. The world is not a code written in a programming language. She finally had to accept it. The case was hopeless. Natalia's ultimatum was tomorrow, on Saturday. Today, Alicia finished work at 3:30. It was a cool and sad October day, and it looked like it would rain. She decided to go home on foot, walk along the subway line, feeling the vibrations of the subterranean world through her soles. She would stop by Mariemont's Market Hall, do some shopping for the weekend. Eggs, vegetables for soup, fruit, whole grain bread. The prose of everyday life was taking over. The Tiresias episode would have to be considered closed, and she would just have to be happy that neither the murderers nor the police had traced her. Alicia passed Wilson Square and felt that something was wrong. As she waited for the light to turn green, she noticed a guy. He stood out from the crowd. Tall and slim, dressed in crumpled jeans and a waterproof sports jacket. His face, and more specifically his eyes, were different to all the people around him. He was not looking at the cars stuck in traffic, the flower stalls, the subway entrance, or the bank fronts. It was as if he was staring into himself and wasn't too happy about what he saw there. Though his face remained impassive, the man was clearly in pain. As if his body was being consumed by a terminal illness, but being polite, he was not going to inflict his pain on others and did not expect any sympathy or comfort. That poor man, she thought. She crossed the street and would have instantly forgotten about it if not for the fact that the man followed her down the empty Slovakiego street. He kept an even pace, remaining a dozen meters behind her, getting no closer or further. Well, he's just going the same way I am, she admonished herself. Nothing unusual about it. She lost him at the market hall when she entered the maze of stalls offering vegetables, German detergents, and used school books. She emerged half an hour later, carrying 2 heavy bags and wondering whether she'd make it home on foot with this heavy load or whether she should take the subway. She decided on walking. And then, the stranger appeared out of thin air. Alicia was walking on an overpass above an expressway, with cars zooming by beneath, and the man with a martyr's face was doggedly following her. It was too much to be a coincidence, she was sure of it. She couldn't stop the rising panic. Running through her head were 1,000 ideas lifted from spy stories. To make sure she really had a tail, she should wander around the city in such a way that the pursuer wouldn't realize he was being tested. But she had never thought that she would have to use the knowledge taken from entertainment in real life. She sped up, and so did the man. She had nowhere to run. Just a little bit more, a few hundred meters, and she'd be among apartment blocks, where she would be able to hide and come up with what to do next. For now, she had to pretend that nothing was wrong. She hadn't noticed anything, and everything was under control. She dug out her phone and selected the contact with shaking fingers.
"Hi, Wojtek here. I can't answer right now," she heard. "Leave a message after the tone."
Damn it all. Why were the bags so heavy? What had made her buy 2 kilos of potatoes? She wanted to leave the shopping, throw out the eggs, vegetables, and bread, which had become completely useless in this new situation, but she couldn't. It would be a sign of surrender, a signal for confrontation, and she wanted to avoid that at any cost. It was very windy on the overpass. Alicia hunched down and kept walking. She shot past the fence around the construction site for a new housing estate. She did not look behind. Whatever happened, she'd deal with it when it happened. The bags were hitting her legs painfully. The 10-story block she was approaching, painted a yellowish pink, had been built in the 70s. Tiny balconies, which could fit one person at most, were placed in the pattern of an asymmetric net. Alicia walked decidedly towards one of the entrances. She intended to press all the intercom buttons, claiming to have come with flyers, be a Jehovah's Witness or a gasworks technician. She didn't have to do that. The lock in the front door was torn out. The lobby smelled of wet dogs and cigarette smoke. Stairs led up and down. The basement. That thought comforted her. She ran down a few steps. The inhabitants did not care too much about their shared property, and another door stood open before her. The blogger entered a dark, narrow corridor. She did not turn the lights on. Like an idiot, she still clutched the shopping bags. She couldn't abandon them now. It would leave a trace. She moved the shopping to her left hand, took out her phone with her right, using it to light the way ahead. She kept walking, tugging on padlocks to find a cubbyhole she could hide in. No luck. She got lucky around the corner, finally coming across a door that was ajar. She stormed inside, threw the bags into a dark corner, and huddled under a wall. Not even for a moment did she let herself think that instead of hiding, she might have just walked into the lion's den. The only thing left to do was to pray. She still hoped that it was all a bad dream, an effect of too much stress and lack of sleep, a schizophrenic delusion which she should take to a psychiatrist and not the police. But then, she heard steps. The martyr was walking slowly along the basement corridor, lighting his way, probably with a phone just as she had done. The white light slipped in through the cracks around the doors. He was still far off, around a dozen meters away. The soles of his shoes scraped on the floor. Alicia held her breath and listened. Step after step, the stranger was getting closer. The light went out. Maybe his phone had died? Maybe he wouldn't notice that this room was not protected by a padlock. Her heart beat faster. The man was right next to her now, on the other side of the thin plywood door. She could hear his heavy breathing. Trying to control her shaking body, she clenched her teeth so hard her jaws hurt. She dreamed of someone walking into the basement, a brawny gentleman with some preserves for the winter, a patriotic hoodie-wearing youth checking the winter tires for his Volkswagen Golf before the seasonal change. Let there be someone, anyone. But it was only her and him, her nameless tormentor with a pained face. He did not stop when he reached her door. He kept on walking, and the sound of retreating footsteps was like a sinner's long-awaited absolution. It was all over. The worst had passed. Alicia was safe. Then her phone rang out with a happy tune. She didn't even have to look at the screen to know it must have been Corporal Wojtek calling back. The man in the corridor turned back, and his steps started getting closer. Alicia had nowhere to run. She was a small, peaceful animal chased into a corner by an attacking predator. She was forced into a life-or-death battle. Her blood pressure was so high, her eardrums threatened to pop, and her cheeks were on fire. Why did she get into this? Why didn't she listen to Zhukovsky's good advice? You can't win with professionals. She saw Andrei Badera's dead face in her mind, staring up reproachfully at clouds heavy with rain. Alicia waited 2 seconds for the attacker to stand in front of the entrance to her hiding place and kicked the door out with all her might. Chapter 5. Project Zeitgeist. Friday, 21st of October. Someone hammering on your door at 5 a.m. rarely means anything good. Mateusz Kaufman cowered in bed. Thump, thump, thump. Whoever was on the other side of the door, they did not intend to give up. Who was the unexpected morning visitor? Had Mr. White decided to carry out his threats? Perhaps it was the sleepy officers from the Economic Crime Fighting Unit who were standing in front of his door. Mateusz rubbed his crusty eyes. He had nowhere to run. His apartment was on the 18th floor of the luxury Cosmopolitan building. He was not going to jump out the window. First of all, because they didn't open, and secondly, because a leap from the 18th floor would not end well. He put on a threadbare robe and made his way to the hall. He didn't even look through the spy hole, resigned to face whatever stood on the other side. "It's you," he said. Across from him stood Boris. The fanatic of transhumanist religion was stooping and looking down at the ground, avoiding eye contact. "I've got a package for you," said the hacker. "You know who it's from." "So, he stopped using the internet," retorted Kaufman, who had regained his cool. "Did he forget how to send emails? And now he has to use a minion?" "Haven't you heard about the safest network? The alternative internet of offline storage devices?" Mateusz finally took the pen drive from Boris. "Thanks. Did Galactus say anything? What should I focus on?" The hacker nodded. "Yeah, he did. He said you can fuck off. You're even now. Nothing connects you. He owes nothing to anyone. You don't exist to each other. He already spent more time on this thing than he had intended." A fair deal, thought Mateusz, but said nothing, instead slamming the door in the terrified messenger's face. He knew he wouldn't be able to sleep now. He poured himself a tall glass of water and sat at his computer. He spent a moment thinking before he connected the drive to his laptop. The carrier was a gift from Galactus, and a hacker respects no rules. He might have filled the drive with malicious programs, viruses, keyloggers. He could easily take control of the laptop's camera and spy on its owner in his most intimate moments. "I'd do just that if I were him," thought Mateusz, moving the mouse and making the laptop's keyboard light up with a deathly pale light. "What have we got here?" he muttered, and started looking through the files Galactus sent him. Less than an hour later, he had his whole day planned out. At 8 in the morning, he called the clinic and talked to Pavel for 15 minutes. Talking on the phone to his brother was an exhausting experience, but since getting back from Dublin, Mateusz called him every day. He didn't know what to ask him about, so he just posed general questions. How are you? How's everything? Is everything fine? Has anything changed since last time? He wasn't counting on his brother to notice if there was a strange man in a doctor's white coat hanging around the clinic, unrecognized by any of the patients or staff. But even a general conversation was better than nothing. This time, Pavel drew out one word after another, pausing for a dozen seconds between them. Mateusz was stepping from foot to foot, breathing deeply and counting up to 10 and back in his mind, trying to persuade himself that he really didn't have to call every day. Mr. White had no reason to act, and Pavel was safe. But when the call finally ended, he felt a sudden flood of relief. Warm waves coming from somewhere deep in his gut, spreading throughout his body to his very fingertips. He knew that tomorrow he would call again. The day was cool since morning, and it looked like it was going to rain. Kaufman put on some old jeans and a rainproof Gore-Tex jacket. He spent a long time driving around the narrow streets of Klerk-Joliborz until he finally spotted a free parking spot, parallel to the street. From there, he had a perfect view of the school entrance. Earlier, he had bought 2 Big Macs and was now eating them happily, washing them down with cola from the largest cup they had and staring through the dirty car window. He was in a state close to meditation. He wasn't thinking of anything specific. Thoughts were just flowing through his mind in an endless stream of single images, still frames from faded memories, dug out from the deepest recesses of his long-term memory. Fragments of songs, characters from comic books he had read as a child, mathematical formulas and commands in different programming languages. He chewed the beef, wheat bun, and vegetables smothered in sauce, poured sweet soda down his throat, and meanwhile it was as if his soul had become disconnected from his body and was floating above the trees. Until finally, he noticed her. She stopped halfway down the stairs, looked up at the cloudy sky, then down at her phone's screen, and then with one last glance up, quickly ran down. Kaufman waited a minute, got out of his car, and followed her. She paid no attention to him. On Marymount, she went into the market, and Mateusz sat down on a bench, watching the exit. She couldn't slip away. She looked back once, when they were walking on the overpass above an expressway. 2 lone figures, the hunter and his prey, bent over and struggling against the wind. The woman then turned into a housing estate and entered a 10-story block, and he followed her like a shadow. Thanks to Galactus, he knew that she was an important piece of this puzzle. He wanted to talk to her, but had no idea how to start, what to ask. The only thing he could do was to follow her steps like an idiot. He was not great at approaching people. To his surprise, she went down into the basement. Mateusz switched on his mobile's flashlight. The phone vibrated a warning about the critically low power level. Kaufman felt for a light switch, but it wasn't working. He started walking down the narrow corridor, looking at the padlocks barring the way into the cubbyholes. His phone vibrated one more time and switched off. Mateusz swore under his breath. He stopped, waiting for his eyes to adjust to the darkness. The teacher was nowhere to be found, so he moved on, though he felt more than saw that he would soon reach a wall and be forced to back out. In a dozen steps at most. 8. 10. Suddenly, he heard a ringtone. The phone was playing the melody of that old REM song, Shiny Happy People. It was coming from a closed cubbyhole a few meters behind him. Kaufman instantly found its source, turned around, and stood across from it. And then the door opened with a bang, hitting him in the face. Friday, 21st of October. An inarticulate roar tore out of Alicia's throat. It was the sound berserkers of old made on the field of battle, dazed with drugs, getting lost in the frenzy. It was the scream of mothers at all the front lines in the world, protecting their children with their bodies, attacking their oppressors in an act of desperation, signing their own death warrants. She kicked the door hard as she could. Something cracked in her right ankle, and pain radiated halfway up her calf. The plywood door was flung back and hit its target. Her pursuers screamed out in pain, and Alicia ran out into the hallway. In the darkness, she could only see an unclear silhouette. While at college, she took part in a self-defense class for women, and now was frantically trying to remember the most important rules. Don't hit blindly. Aim for the most sensitive organs and put your whole body weight into the attack. Knee to the crotch, fingers into eyes, smash the throat with your forearm. Withdraw after a hit. Unfortunately, the class did not cover fighting in complete darkness. She gained an advantage during the first 3 seconds and rammed her knee into her tormentor's crotch, making him howl. But standing on her right leg, injured from the kick to the door, she lost her balance and her opponent used it. With spread-out fingers, she aimed for his eyes, but being unsteady on her feet, she didn't land a clean hit, and the man's strong hands closed over her wrists. She tried to break free, but she wasn't strong enough. She struggled, trying to lunge forward and, like an attacking dog, tear into his jugular with her teeth, but she didn't even manage to move from the spot. Something was wrong here. The guy was evidently defending himself against her and not attacking her. Like a father who patiently waits through a 10-year-old's furious tantrum, keeping at a distance so that the kid wouldn't hurt him. "Stop," said the man heavily, and something in his voice made her comply. "I don't want to hurt you, I just need to talk to you. You know something I don't, or at least everything points to that, and I need that knowledge."
"Who are you?"
said Alicia, panting.
"You followed me."
"My name is Mateusz Kaufman. I can show you my ID, but we have to get out into the light. Okay?" "Go out into the light to where there are people," repeated Alicia in her mind. If he wanted to hurt her, he would do it here, in a dark, empty basement and not on a Friday afternoon in the middle of a crowded neighborhood. She nodded vigorously, and then remembered that he couldn't see her gesture.
"Fine. Let's get out quickly," she said.
"You won't kick me in the balls again?" asked Kaufman. "You promise? I just want to talk about the Ubik company." About Ubik. Alicia's heart started beating faster.
"You go first,"
she ordered in a trembling voice. The man agreed. They went outside and sat down on a bench by a playground, surrounded by mothers with baby carriages and a mob of screaming kids. The man's nose was bleeding heavily, a result of her well-aimed hit. He seemed to really not have any bad intentions towards her. Alicia pulled a packet of tissues out of a pocket and handed it to him. Mateusz took out 2, made an improvised dressing out of it, and held it to his nose. With his free hand, he grabbed a wallet and gave it to the woman. "Look, it contains my ID, driving license, and credit cards, all in my name. You can write down the info, take a picture, whatever you want." Alicia took all the documents out of his wallet and studied them carefully. Mateusz Kaufman, born in Warsaw, 7 years older than her, living in Śródmieścia in Twarda Street.
"Why were you following me?"
she asked. The man put the blood-soaked tissue on the bench, and Alicia handed him the packet again. One of the mothers watching over the playing kids came up to them. She said that she was a nurse and asked Mateusz if he needed any help. He smiled insincerely, thanked her for her interest, and assured her that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. He started talking when the nurse was at a safe distance. He began the story with his work on the project for a group of investors and the meeting with Mr. White. He told her about the threat and the most difficult decision of his life, presenting a false recommendation to save his brother's life. Finally, he mentioned the brief Dublin dalliance, which ended with the theft of his computer and the deletion of the backups he had had in the cloud. In short, the destruction of any proof of many weeks of his work. Someone really wants to ruin the new CEO of Ubique, he summed up, and that someone is playing a high-stakes game. He's ready to do really nasty things.
How did you get to me?
Alicia interrupted him.
What do you know about me? What connects me with Ubique?
Not much, he admitted. I've got this friend. Let's say that he's a hacker. He works outside of the law. He helped me get into Ubique's internal network and read their inside communications. A manager died recently, Andre Badera. You might have heard about it. I started looking for his nearest coworkers, and I quickly found a pattern. One thing connects them. Do you know what?
I have no idea.
With his right hand squeezing a tissue to his bleeding nose, Mateusz had to lift his left hand to point a forefinger at Alicia in a theatrical gesture. You do. During the last week, you sent all of them an email asking for a meeting to talk. I've looked through the stolen messages and noticed it immediately. But who are you? I don't understand your role. Alicia decided not to answer for now.
But how did you find me? I wrote under a pseudonym.
Alicia Kowalska? He looked at her pityingly. Please, the friend found you by your IP address. You usually connect to the internet in two places. A home Wi-Fi network provided by a cable company in Bilany and at a private high school in Joliborz. I just had to wait for you to leave the school. Alicia was already covered in sweat and became more terrified with every word. All her fears, all her darkest thoughts had just become reality. The lack of any basic care for her safety on the net was coming back to haunt her. But she wanted to know more and was staring at Mateusz as if he was an oncologist delivering a bad diagnosis. And she was the patient. She was filled with fear, but also with curiosity.
How did you know what I look like?
I just Googled it. Of course, you're not the only Alicia Rack in Warsaw, but then I just needed to connect the facts, separate the wheat from the chaff. I've checked out dozens of links until I found one which fits the pattern. Homeroom teacher of Class 1B, Alicia Rack, at the opening of the new school year. A teacher rating private message board, and so on. They also contained your pictures. Basic data triangulation. He looked at her and smiled uncertainly. She immediately understood what he was trying to communicate with that gesture. She took out 2 more tissues and handed them to him. He blew out a spot of thick, dark blood. Could you finally tell me who you are? What role do you play in all this? He asked. She had no choice. For the 3rd time in 3 weeks, she had to confess that she was Dagny Taggart, this time to a complete stranger who just 15 minutes ago was her pursuer, a possible tormentor, an agent of mysterious enemy forces who broke Andre Badera's neck. When she stopped talking, the sky was overcast. Single drops of rain were falling on the playground's concrete floor, and the mothers and children were evacuating in a hurry. Alicia and Mateusz were alone now, waiting for a torrent which just wasn't coming. Mateusz shook his head. You haven't found out much. Alicia reluctantly agreed with him. This business stinks from a mile away. Mateusz was staring at an unspecified, faraway point. Imagine a serious corporate racket. Someone made a mess, broke the law, and in a really major way. This isn't just tax fraud. It must be something much bigger. The former CEO leaves. The PR department publishes a dodgy explanation about health reasons, but the truth lies somewhere else. Do you think so too? She nodded. At the same time, continued Mateusz, someone really wants the new CEO to look bad in the board's eyes. That someone must really have a fire under their ass if they are ready to use such risky methods as blackmail and threatening my brother. But why? What's the connection? Can you come up with some theoretical scenario? The clouds were swelling, but rain refused to fall. Traffic died out on the neighborhood streets, as if the universe had stopped expanding and time had achieved the edge of infinity. Alicia spread her arms in a helpless gesture. Mateusz put the tissue down. His nose had finally stopped bleeding. Neither can I. But I'll find out what's really happening, and soon. When he said that, the clouds parted and streams of dirty water poured down on them. Saturday, 22nd of October. There has to be a key, thought Mateusz obsessively, a solution to the riddle. Somewhere out there, in the dozens of gigabytes of data stolen by Galactus off of Ubique's servers. But what good did it do him if reading it all would take him months? This needed a creative approach. Mateusz Kaufmann was breathing heavily, with blood clots still blocking his nose. Once again, he was locked off in his 70 square meters, hunched over a computer screen, using his right hand to control the mouse, and his left to eat fried umami-flavored noodles with a pair of chopsticks. The world, though at first it may seem a seething melting pot of chaos, is basically an ordered structure. If we scratch off the layer of random noise, the vulgar randomness which distorts the true image, if we start to dig deeper, we'll finally reach the deposits of order. Just like in this case, Mateusz had just opened a program used for analyzing social networks. In the screen's center, he placed a point which stood for Andrei Badera. It was surrounded by a cloud of data, lots of colorful little dots, each of which represented a person with which Badera communicated via email. A line led from every point to the central one. The more mails they exchanged, the thicker the line. At this first step, the image looked like a little sun with a huge number of rays. It was the second step, however, that was most important. Mateusz pressed the enter key and watched as the program generated another diagram. This time, not just Badera's communication with others was taken into account, but also the communication between his correspondents. Many more lines appeared, and the sun turned into a complicated graph, resembling the results of a child's connect the dots. As the last step, Kaufmann colored the dots based on the companies the people worked for. Immediately, one thing became clear. Mateusz zoomed in on a fragment of the diagram. The company Multiverse formed the largest cluster on the network diagram, and in its heart was one name. He read it aloud. Peter Kowalik. He pushed the last of his noodles into his mouth and moved the styrofoam container to the side. He split the screen into two parts. On one, he searched for information about Multiverse. On the other, he connected with Alicia via video chat. She answered almost immediately. The image quality was not the best, very grainy and jumpy. The woman was sitting at her computer in a hoodie, and Mateusz could see the dark rings under her eyes. Next to her stood an empty wine glass. Multi-agent simulations. Does that mean anything to you? Mateusz got straight to the point in his very first sentence. Cellular automatons, the life game?
Should it?
She leaned in closer to the screen and narrowed her eyes as if trying to reduce the number of stimulants in order to hear him better. Multiverse, Peter Kowalik, he kept asking.
Doesn't ring a bell.
His eyes flickered over more lines of text on a web page. Then imagine a scientist, a Czech who studies physics at the Warsaw University of Technology. He graduates with honors and stays on to write a doctorate. He meets his wife, a Polish woman with whom he has 3 kids. In his second year of postgraduate studies, he opens a consulting company in a field connected specifically to the subject of his dissertation.
What kind of consultation?
Asked Alicia.
What did he write his thesis on?
It was about using multi-agent modeling for predicting the development of a flu epidemic.
Listen,
She cut in.
you could just as well be speaking Chinese to me. I teach history. I work in the humanities.
He thought that continuing the conversation would be pointless. Why should he waste his time explaining things? He should hack the guy instead, like Galactus. The teacher wouldn't understand him anyway, and he didn't need her for anything. He'd got the information he needed out of her, and there wasn't as much of it as he had hoped for. That was enough. The awkward silence stretched out. Mateusz sighed. He knew that this was just a momentary crisis. He would need her, and soon. He had to bear it, play at being interested, keep up the illusion of commitment to achieve his goal. Multi-agent modeling is a computer simulation of a society, he continued calmly. A whole society, taking into account the interactions between its members. A lot of people get a cold in autumn, right?
I know I've had a runny nose for the past week.
There you go. Every autumn, the doctors try to predict the dynamics of how the illness will develop. Someone catches the virus and starts sneezing. If that someone is mobile, uses public transport, or appears in crowded spaces, he will infect more people than a pensioner who spends most of his time in front of the TV.
Sure.
In a multi-agent approach, you take all these factors into account. You model an individual's behavior. At the beginning, you bet that a few % of the population will get sick. The first carriers move within the ecosystem simulated in the computer's memory and infect others, who infect still more people. Some of them are vaccinated so they don't get sick. Others get better, some get complications, and so on. Do you follow? It's a great tool for predicting the future, but requires tremendous computing power.
Is it something like The Sims? Little people walking around a virtual world?
Mateusz laughed out loud. She had surprised him. A great comparison. Of course, you don't need a fancy graphic interface, because it's not about realistic pictures, but about a simulation of the social process. But you are right in principle. It's like The Sims on a huge scale.
And that's what he wrote his dissertation on? That Czech guy?
Alicia was getting interested. Yes, and academically he studied epidemiology, but his company Multiverse provides various services now. He hired a staff of IT specialists and mathematicians, and together they advise lots of different industries. You can check out their site. You'll see airlines, commercial chains, electronics producers, and food businesses. They often worked with Ubique, and now listen, Peter Kowalik is a central link in Andre Badera's social network.
So, you mean to say...
I do, Mateusz smoothly interjected. We have to talk to him. Find out what they were working on. This is bound to shed some light on the case.
Can I take part somehow?
I'll think of something. Mateusz smiled to himself. This part depends on you, he thought, but said nothing. Tuesday, 24th of October. If you stop thinking about a problem, it won't disappear. If you ignore a toothache, the tooth will still go on rotting until finally a bomb goes off in your mouth. If you start avoiding someone, that person will appear at the least expected place and time to collect what's theirs. Just like Wojtek Zhukovsky, who was waiting for Alicia in front of the school and nervously stepping from foot to foot with his hands in the pockets of his jeans.
You scared me,
she said as a greeting and picked up her pace. She had a meeting with Mateusz in 20 minutes in the center. She hoped she could quickly blow the corporal off, but he kept walking alongside her. Speeding up more could result in shortness of breath, and anyway, the ex-serviceman would still easily keep up with her.
Is everything okay?
He asked.
Absolutely,
She smiled cheerfully.
I'm meeting a friend in the city and want to catch the number 15, so...
Alicia.
The former commando's wiry hand came down on her shoulder. Zhukovsky squeezed until it hurt.
Alicia.
She stopped mid-step.
Let go.
Their gazes collided with the strength of two 18-wheelers. The blogger bravely bore his admonishing fatherly look. She did not give in. A point to her. He had expected a different attitude.
Do you remember the promise you made me 3 weeks ago in your apartment?
Do you remember the state you were in? She nodded, though luckily the brain is an amazingly resilient organ, and that memory was already fading, losing its edge.
Are you still keeping the promise?
Asked the corporal.
Of course, why wouldn't I be?
Are you keeping away from it all? Not digging around?
Come on, of course not. What did you expect?
All right.
He took his hand off her shoulder and stood back.
All right, I can see that you don't want to talk.
Alicia resumed walking. She had fewer than 100 meters to the shop, and in the distance, from the direction of Place Vilsona, she could just make out the yellow front of a tram. Wojtek kept walking next to her.
You're being irresponsible. You know that?
He said suddenly. She did not react, and he did not expect her to reply.
You're up to something. Don't tell me I don't want to know the truth. Just remember that that man died. They broke his neck. This is not a joke.
Just a few more steps. In a moment, Alicia would hop on the number 15 tram and be free from this scolding. She couldn't listen to him anymore. Maybe because somewhere in her subconscious, she felt that he might be right. She ran and waved to the tram driver to wait and not drive off at the last minute, leaving her at the stop, alone with the pushy PE teacher, condemning her to another 10 minutes of annoying nagging. She made it.
Leave me alone. I'm not a child. I know what I'm doing,
she said after the door closed with a hiss, so Wojtek had no way of hearing. She sat by the window, breathing heavily. She felt sorry for him. A poor guy with an old-fashioned value system and approach to life. Obsessed with a vision of a nuclear apocalypse, keeping a store of cans and fuel for that darkest hour. But on the other hand, she couldn't completely dismiss his arguments. She knew she was getting into trouble. But now she could finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. There was a chance this mystery would get solved, and most importantly, she was no longer alone. The tram drove along the overpass above the Gdański station and passed through the northern gate of Śródmieścia, marked by two towering office buildings on both sides of the street. She was meeting Kaufman in a cafe in Chamilna Street. Mateusz hadn't told her what it was about. When she got there, the analyst was already waiting for her. He was sitting at a table in the corner of the room, as if trying to stay invisible to the eyes of the other patrons. "Are you ready?" he asked the moment she sat down.
Ready?
"To talk to Peter Kovalik.
What?
Multiverse has an office 50 meters away. They are renting 2 floors in a tenement. Why did you think I chose this place?" He laughed, and in Alicia's opinion, it sounded quite ominous. Of course, we don't know if Peter is there right now, or if he's maybe on holiday, on a business trip, or on medical leave.
We'll just walk in there?
She tried to interject.
Ask for an interview?
It's a small company, not a feudal corporation whose CEO is protected by a legion of secretaries who've completed Krav Maga training.
And he'll agree to see us.
Mateusz sighed and hunched down again. He was holding a small bottle of Coca-Cola in his hands and shaking it, trying to foam up the stale drink. Without success. "He'll see you," he said finally.
Me?
Alicia asked automatically before she got the meaning of his words. "You'll be going alone."
What?
She asked, and felt her cheeks redden.
I'm sorry?
She repeated too loud, so that several of the cafe's customers turned to look at them.
I thought we were in this together.
Mateusz interrupted her. "You're the journalist."
Blogger, and in case you didn't know, that job entails sitting in front of a computer and digging through social media. I don't meet people. I don't cross-question informants. Anyway, what informants? I've never had any.
Mateusz nodded unexpectedly. "You're right. We need each other. Without me, you'd know shit all. I gave you the clues and told you where to go. Now it's your turn to give me something. That's how this works, right?"
Since you put it that way.
Outraged, Alicia got up, almost colliding with the waitress who had just approached the table to take her order. The blogger ran out into the crowded Chamilna. She had to breathe. There is a popular relaxation exercise, taking 10 deep breaths. The brain fills with oxygen, the thought stampede slows down, excitement dies down, and you can think rationally again. It always worked for her. 9, 10, she counted in her mind. It didn't work this time. She took out her phone and checked Multiverse's exact address. It was a minute's walk from here. She would show that asshole what she could do. The company was in a renovated tenement. Alicia found its name on the intercom and pressed the button. No one answered, but the lock clicked. She pushed the heavy door and walked inside. The progressing gentrification of Śródmieścia was pushing the pensioners who had lived here out and bringing in their place interactive agencies, PR firms, and fintech startups. Alicia walked up the creaky stairs, which remembered the turn of the previous century, and read the signs on the doors, but the company names didn't mean anything to her. Finally, she reached the 5th floor and stood before a milky glass door bearing an elaborate logo showing a forking arrow. A short-haired blonde was sitting in the reception area. She was talking to a tall man who was leaning over the counter in a funny way. The woman signaled with her hand for Alicia to wait until the conversation was over. "Yes, please cancel the 4 o'clock meeting," said the man and nodded. "I have to leave the office early and take care of something." Today was Alicia's lucky day. The man turned around, and she recognized him as Peter Kovalik. She knew his pictures from the internet. She had done the legwork with Mateusz. The Czech businessman and scientist had the build of a basketball player who could put the balls through the hoop without his feet leaving the ground. His absurd arms dangled down by his knees. He scrutinized her with a friendly, though slightly absent gaze.
How can I help you?
asked the receptionist. Alicia looked at her, then at Peter, and again at her. She had to improvise.
I came to see you.
She pointed at the company founder.
Do you have an appointment?
The blonde checked politely, though she knew perfectly well that she didn't. Yes. Peter turned to Alicia. Who are you?
I must talk to you urgently. You don't have an appointment.
The blonde bravely guarded her boss's schedule. Who are you? Peter asked again.
It's in connection with Andre Badera's death. I'll explain everything.
Peter looked at his watch. I've got 15 minutes. This was the first time Alicia had seen the inside of a CEO's office, and she was surprised at how modest it was. She had been expecting a giant mahogany desk, leather chairs, and antiques. In Peter's place, she saw only IKEA furniture, a swivel chair, and a round meeting table. On the wall, in glass-clip frames, hung a few newspaper clippings about multiverse, an interview with Peter, and information about an award the company won in some third-rate startup competition. But the important thing was that she was here. She got inside and was standing face-to-face with the person they had searched for. She couldn't screw it up now. Well, who are you? Repeated Kovalik after they sat down. Alicia introduced herself with her real name.
You might say that I'm a private detective.
She hesitated, which could sound fake.
I'm working for Natalia Badera, Andre's widow.
She said the second part in a sure voice, as it was close to the truth. Peter was silent, giving Alicia a piercing look. She could see confidence in his expression. This funny, lanky guy suddenly became a self-confident CEO of a successful company who managed people and had to make tough decisions every day. And what have you found out so far? He said finally.
Multiverse was working for Audiobook, right?
To learn that, you only need to visit our website and read the references section.
And what did that work entail?
Alicia persisted. A smile flitted across the CEO's face. My company has a very narrow specialization.
I am well aware. I'm asking for more details. Which project specifically did you work on?
Today turned out to actually be unlucky for Alicia. Peter Kovalik took a deep breath and drummed his fingers on the table. He never broke eye contact. And though Alicia tried to escape, look somewhere to the side, she couldn't. There was something magnetic about him. He had charisma, which he kept hidden for most of the time, only to bring it out in special situations. Situations such as this. The speech lasted no more than 5 minutes. In that time, Peter invoked the right to commercial confidentiality 3 times, the Constitution twice, and furthermore praised the Polish police and stated his belief in their investigative abilities. All this he did with the grace and charm of an English gentleman, and Alicia could only nod her head, thank him for his time, and back out of the office. Touché. The fencer made the fatal thrust. When the milky white door closed behind her, she dug her phone out of her purse and sent a text message to Mateusz. One word was enough. Catastrophe. Friday, 28th of October. The barge was bobbing lazily on the waves of the Vistula River. Mateusz Kaufmann put an 8-pack of Tyskie beer on the table and looked around the room, which, as always, was a complete mess. Do you intend on living here in December? He looked at Boris with suspicion. Aren't you worried you'll freeze your arse off? The transhumanist hacker shrugged and grabbed a can.
The long-term forecast predicts a warm winter, he said. There's no electricity here, but I've installed solar panels on the roof and diesel generators for a rainy day. They were on sale in Castorama. I'll manage.
Your problem, your decision. Mateusz sat on the couch. You said you had a real bomb for me, and that I wouldn't be disappointed.
First, I've got to ask you something, said the hacker uncertainly.
Kaufman froze with a beer can held in midair. He wanted to take a swig, but stopped himself. What was Boris getting at?
Why did you come to me and not Galactus? Before, you wanted to only talk to him.
Mateusz weighed his words. With his psychological profile, Boris was not expecting an honest answer. Infiltrating the computer network of an organization on the scale of Ubik required Galactus' skill. To break into Peter Kovalik's private computer, you only needed to carefully read How to Become a Hacker over the weekend. No, Boris didn't want to hear the truth, but an answer he could identify with. You know, said Kaufman, I put out some feelers. Galactus hasn't got the best press recently. People say he's completely lost it. Boris nodded sadly.
And when I told you that, you wouldn't listen, he said. 2-3 years ago, Galactus got in with the mob. Now he's got enough money and contacts to pull on hundreds of strings and terrorize dozens of people. Plus the fact that connecting his brain to the computer fried his sensory cortex and he's lost all emotions. Completely. He cares only about rational calculations. There's not a gram of empathy in his body.
Do you mean to say that Boris didn't even let him finish?
Yes, he's turned into a cruel bastard. He works with some gangsters from the East and helps them torture people. Recently, some Ukrainians got hold of this guy who'd borrowed a lot of money from them and couldn't pay it back. They wanted to make an example out of him and asked Galactus for ideas. The fat man got an experimental magnetic cap from somewhere. A Polish startup is working on this technology. It stimulates the brain with electromagnetic waves, which supposedly relieves the symptoms of Alzheimer's. Galactus hacked it and cranked up its parameters. So now, listen, they sit the poor sap on a chair in an elegant room of a villa belonging to a Ukrainian mob boss. The gangsters are all smiling, dressed in suits, so the guy relaxes, not knowing what's in store for him. But he's at least sure they won't beat him up, not in these rooms. If they wanted to, they'd have dressed in aprons, work clothes, they'd have taken him to some old warehouse. Galactus is, of course, sitting back at home, as he never leaves his burrow, but he's got a live stream and is watching over everything. So one of the thugs puts the cap on the guy's head. Galactus turns the dials to maximum and presses enter. The cap starts sending out electromagnetic waves of a specific length, stimulating the amygdala. Do you know what that controls?
The limbic system, basic emotions? Boris nodded.
Including fear, he added. Can you feel it? The guy is sitting on a chair surrounded by laughing goons and is writhing in fear. No one can look inside his head, but his worst nightmares are playing out in there. His most personal fears, childhood phobias, boogeymen programmed in by evolution, all that is taking place in front of his eyes, there and then without a break.
And?
They disconnected him 15 minutes later. He shat his pants. They took him out to Morchinsky Forest and left him there. He's now at the Dvorky Asylum, and the doctors are puzzling over his case. They say someone's writing a thesis on it.
Where did you get all these details?
Where do you think? Galactus recorded it and sent the video to all the people he worked with. He knows how to motivate people. He'd make a good manager.
Mateusz shook his head in disbelief. The story didn't sound very likely, but then he couldn't be certain that he could dismiss it as false.
Paradoxically, that worked out in his favor. "Now you see why I wanted to work with you on this," he told the hacker. Boris finished his beer, crushed the can, and threw it on the floor.
"And you won't be disappointed,"
he said confidently. Half an hour later, Mateusz was leaving the barge on the unsteady gangway. He was full of energy, as if he'd spent weeks working on an incredibly difficult maths equation and had finally come up with the solution. Boris did good. He'd come upon a gold mine that no one had expected. They had Peter Kowalik by the short and curlies, though he didn't know it yet. After a moment's thought, Kaufman called Alicia. She didn't answer. Must be teaching, he thought. Or was she mad about the whole Kowalik business? He hadn't even put the phone back in his pocket when it rang. A number starting with +44, someone from Great Britain. He had a bad feeling about this.
"Hi."
Elizabeth Hackett's friendly prattle instantly ruined his good mood.
"How are you?"
"Fine," he managed. "You know, same old."
"I'm not calling for anything specific," she said,
and with her every word, a steel fist squeezed tighter around Mateusz's insides. He really had to find a toilet.
"I just wanted to chat."
He jumped off the gangway onto the concrete embankment and felt sure. Was Elizabeth, in typically English style, going to spend half an hour chatting about the weather and finally, seemingly accidentally, ask him the question which was the actual reason for her call? "I'm in a hurry," he lied. "I'm on my way to a meeting."
"Should I call back later?"
She momentarily withdrew. "What's this about, Elizabeth?" Silence fell on the other side of the English Channel. Mateusz heard the raspy breath of the woman, who made a lot of money and drank too much red wine. She was thinking over just how open she could be with him. She gave in after 30 seconds.
"It's been 2.5 weeks since the meeting in Dublin. That evening the clients invited me out to dinner, and we spent quite some time talking about you. I wanted to give you the feedback. I should have called earlier, but the next day I went on holiday in Asia and returned only yesterday."
She was weaving, not getting to the point and clearly not enjoying the conversation.
"In any case, my clients love you. They appreciate your courage and originality of thinking. During that dinner, they unanimously decided to follow your recommendation."
"I appreciate that, thank you," said Kaufman without any joy. Elizabeth sighed resignedly, painfully. It sounded like she was sitting in a dentist's chair to get a tooth pulled without anesthesia. Time for the key moment.
"What's going on, Matthew? It's been 2.5 weeks and Ubique's stock has been only going up. Adam O'Connor is getting high praise. I've been following the Cookson versus New York Insurance Company case, the one you said would sink the smart clothes market in the U.S. The verdict hasn't been given yet, but analysts are giving a 95% probability of the insurance company's win, which would translate into a positive sales dynamic."
Another pause, this one lasting 5 seconds.
"Are you sure you haven't made a mistake?"
"Where's the nearest toilet?" thought Mateusz. There should be a portable one next to the pedestrian crossing. He went that way. "Analysts, Elizabeth?" he attacked. "Which analysts? Let me remind you that Hillary Clinton was supposed to win the election with a probability of 99%, and yet Trump's in the White House now. You have to decide who to trust."
I know. I'm just worried. I trust you, I think. But if you were wrong..."
He stopped mid-step.
"Then we're finished,"
concluded Elizabeth.
You and I, completely fucked."
The woman hung up. Luckily, the plastic toilet was where he remembered. When it was all over, he took the underpass to the other side of the expressway. He looked at his watch. It was almost 3:30. He should still make it. Though on Fridays, employers in the more progressive fields would spoil their workers by shortening the hours of office drudgery and announcing a raucous celebration of the weekend, that social construct that gave meaning to the life of the open space middle class. But the same rules did not apply to the business owners. They were constantly functioning in a state of insufficient time and always had something to catch up on. And that's why Peter Kowalik should still be at work. Mateusz tried to fully concentrate on this task. He decided that he would not think about what he had just heard, or he'd at least try. Getting to Chamilna Street took him 20 minutes. He got out of breath walking up the steep approach to Obozhna Street. In a chain cafe, he bought a large tea in a plastic cup. He took up position across from the entrance to the tenement where Multiverse had its offices, and he waited, keeping warm by taking small sips of the hot brew. He employed a strategy similar to the one he used for his first meeting with Alicia. Skulking. Preparing a script for the upcoming conversation. However, back then he wasn't brave enough to just go up to a strange woman and talk to her. This time, he planned to act differently and leave his comfort zone, as a therapist had told him during the few sessions Mateusz had attended. Peter Kowalik refused to show his spidery figure in the tenement door. Mateusz called the clinic. This time he had no patience for a conversation with his brother and decided to only exchange a few words with the head nurse. Everything was fine, no reason to worry. Then Kowalik appeared, unnaturally slim and tall. He almost ran out of the office, staring at his mobile, and immediately blended into the stream of people in Chamilna. He was heading toward Nowy Świat. Mateusz had difficulty keeping up with him and was soon out of breath. He threw the cup with unfinished tea into a bin. He caught up with the check, and for a few meters they walked side by side. Mateusz tried to speak, but his voice caught in his throat. Why wasn't Alicia there with him? She'd have no problems with this. Peter Kowalik? He choked out finally. Multiverse's founder stopped suddenly. Mr. Peter Kowalik. Mateusz repeated the question. That's me. Who's asking? I must speak to you urgently. I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry. The important thing now was not to trip up. Who is it this time? Said Kaufman calmly, using information received from Boris. Sweet little ass or Lolly 19? I'm sorry? Peter lost control of his own body, but Mateusz saw exactly all the changes that took place in it. Shaking hands, red splotches on the cheeks, a nervously twitching left eyebrow. Who are you? I've got printouts of your emails, your incognito browsing history, and other compromising materials which show you as an erotomaniac addicted to paid sex. When the files are zipped, they take up around 5 megabytes, which can be easily sent by email. It so happens that I also possess your wife's email address. I'm sure she'll love it. At that moment, Peter must have realized that the day's meeting with charming Coquette was not going to happen. He had nowhere to hurry to and could devote all his attention to Mateusz. Who the fuck are you, and what the fuck do you want from me? I need to talk, nothing more. Would you like to step in for a coffee? Kaufman pointed to a nearby, almost empty cafe. What do you want? Money? Asked Peter when a waitress had taken their order. I'll pay, just tell me how much. I don't need money. I need information about the Ubik company. What was your shared project about?" Peter Kowalik quickly put two and two together.
"Is this connected with Andrei Badera's death? I was visited by this detective who—"
"You do not need that knowledge to give me an answer." The CEO was still hesitating. He was clenching his teeth, breathing rapidly through his nose. Mateusz thought that Peter, who had a doctorate in physics, was doing his own risk and benefit assessment, taking into account opposing scenarios. If he doesn't cooperate, the irrefutable proof of his actions will end up in his wife's inbox. That would bring obvious consequences: a broken marriage, divorce, split assets, a fortune spent on lawyers, huge emotional cost. In short, a fucking nightmare. But the alternative didn't seem much better. Letting a blackmailer learn about a contract with his biggest client is illegal. And if the case is connected with murder, that's just asking for trouble.
"What do you want to know?"
he asked finally. And Mateusz felt a sliver of sympathy for the lanky sex fiend who was sitting on a bar stool like a tree broken in half, squeezing a plastic bottle of Coke Zero in both hands. They were similar. When confronted with horrifying alternatives, they chose to protect those closest to them. Mateusz was shielding his brother, and Peter was shielding his wife from finding out the horrible truth. Both risked losing their professional positions and reputations. "Everything," said the specialist in future analysis. "I want to know everything." Peter started talking without looking Kaufman in the eyes.
"We've been working with Ubik for 3 years. Do you know what my company does? It advises other companies, mostly in prognostic projects. We've developed a highly specialized method."
"I am well aware. What did you do for Ubik?"
"The project was called Zeitgeist, or the Spirit of the Time, the most complex undertaking in the history of my company. Ubik always plays for the highest stakes. They came to us with an idea of building a world simulator, literally down to the level of every human. They wanted to gather publicly available data from social media and create profiles of all citizens. For key characters, politicians, business people, influential artists who could influence the masses, they were going to create deeper images. Then they would start the simulation and watch it play out."
"For what purpose?" asked Mateusz, though he had an idea.
"Thanks to such a simulation, you would gain the perfect tool for predicting consumer trends for up to 3 years. What will be fashionable? What should the company invest a lot of money in, and what should they ignore? The holy grail for every company."
"But that's impossible to realize. Too complex. No one has that level of computational power."
"That's what we said at first. At the beginning of the negotiation, we agreed that we'd start with a pilot program which would be limited to Europe. We bought computational power on the free market. In addition, Ubik connected us up to their server farms."
"Andrei Badera was the project manager?" interjected Kaufman.
"Yes, but he had a right hand at the company, Oksana Morosh. She was our main contact."
Mateusz took notes on his phone. Something was wrong here. This was the first time he had heard the name. Oksana Morosh did not appear in any of the data Galactus stole out of Ubik. And if she really was Andrei's right hand, they would have been communicating by email or the company chat. Their social networks should overlap. They had to leave a digital mark of their relationship. Strange. "Oksana Morosh," asked the analyst. "Are you sure?" Kowalik nodded.
"Morosh is writing a doctoral dissertation at the University of Warsaw. She's a real expert in simulations. You can check."
how did the project end?
We've set up the system and we took part in its test runs. Then we handed the toy over to Ubik. We don't have access to the results and business conclusions. We presented them with the bill, got the payment, and we're now happy. I assume that everything is working how it should.
And Oksana? When was the last time you contacted her?
I called her last week, wanting to ask her about how Zeitgeist was doing and whether they would have any new projects for us next year. A sales conversation to keep up the relationship, and also to see how she was holding up after Badera's death. She didn't pick up. She's probably taking time off work.
And who killed Andre? Asked Mateusz suddenly.
I have no idea, choked out the CEO of Multiverse. How would I know?
Fine, that's all, said Kaufman. Peter got up from the tall stool and stood next to his blackmailer. Close enough to get into his personal space. A normal person would feel uncomfortable. For Mateusz, it was like being skinned alive. You can run along to the fiery redhead, he said to the Czech, taking 2 steps back to increase the distance between them. I know she's waiting for you, he added with a smile on his face, as if he were politely wishing him a nice day. Peter could have swung his branch-like hand and hit Kaufman in the face, dropped him to the floor, and ended the conversation with a kick to the kidneys. But no.
Fuck off,
he whispered weakly and left the cafe. Oksana Morosh, repeated Mateusz in his mind. They had something new to go on. Chapter 6. War is Coming. Saturday, 29th of October.
So, shall we call the police?
Asked Natalia Badera from the door when she had let Alicia inside. She was clearly nervous, holding a phone in her hand as if only waiting to dial the emergency number. Alicia shook her head. She was about to say something, but the hostess didn't let her get one word out.
When we met 2 weeks ago, you made a good impression on me, and I decided to trust you. We agreed to a 1-week investigation. The 1 week turned into 2. Something important turned up. I had to leave Poland and only got back yesterday evening. But now, the time is up. Have you got something for me?
They went into the salon, sat down, and Natalia reached for a cup of green tea which smelled strongly of jasmine. She did not offer anything to Alicia.
Does the name Oksana Morosh mean anything to you?
Asked the blogger. It was a Saturday afternoon. Last night, Mateusz had called Alicia and told her what he had learned from his conversation with Peter Kowalik. Kaufman did not reveal why the CEO of Multiverse, who had so easily dismissed Alicia, had told him everything. The blogger would rather not know. Natalia considered the question and unconsciously fixed a stray strand of hair which had fallen on her forehead.
Oksana Morosh. I think I know it. She was in Andre's team. I met her once at a company barbecue. I think that's her.
Do you know how to get in touch with her? Asked Alicia.
She's not replying to emails, and her phone is dead.
Natalia Badera took 2 small sips of tea and put the cup on the small table. Her hands were shaking.
If, during the next 3 minutes, you don't tell me, with details, everything you have learned about my husband's murder, I'm going to call the police.
She looked emphatically at her phone. She said all that with a smile plastered to her face, like an MC at a company team-building party. She was in perfect control of her emotions. Years of corporate games had taught her exactly how body language works. You could only glean what her true feelings were by looking at her shaking hands. That's why she stopped reaching for the tea, interlaced her fingers, and put her hands in her lap. Alicia felt the phone in her jeans pocket vibrate twice, which meant a text message. She looked at her hostess. The smile never left her surgically plumped-up lips. If this woman had been born 50 years earlier, then with this same smile on her face, she would have been breaking the bones of those interrogated in Stalinist prisons.
Of course, I'll tell you everything.
The blogger tried to sound natural.
I've learned a lot, but first I'd like to go to the bathroom, if that's okay.
Natalia nodded.
It's at the end of the hallway, on the left. Only please hurry. I'm dying of curiosity to hear what you found out.
She ended coolly. But Alicia was in no hurry. She walked slowly, taking each step carefully on the polished oak floors. Once inside, she started with looking over the contents of the shelves. She noticed Andre's cosmetics. Shampoos and navy blue tubes, aftershave, face creams, all still where he had left them. Then she pulled down her pants and sat on the toilet with a seat of natural wood. She couldn't prolong it indefinitely and would soon have to face Natalia. She flushed the toilet. She washed her hands meticulously, for 2 minutes as recommended by health and safety professionals. She was about to leave when she remembered the text she received. She took out her phone and felt stunned. On no account go to Natalia Badera's place. If you're there, run. Make up some excuse. She's in on the conspiracy, wrote Mateusz. What was he on about? What conspiracy? Turning on the water so that Natalia wouldn't hear her talking, Alicia called the analyst. He didn't answer. She tried again with the same result. I'm here, she wrote back. She felt a pressure building inside her. She couldn't decide, should she panic or relax? Deep in her guts, she felt a growing worry. Her body was reacting in defiance and sending signals to flee. The rational part of her brain tried to calm her down by saying that there was nothing to be afraid of, and though Natalia Badera might not be the most pleasant person in the world, she wouldn't hurt her. This wasn't a movie. She grabbed the door handle and flinched, as if an electric pulse had run through her body. Someone was walking in the hallway outside. Alicia heard a gentle tapping.
Is everything okay? Yes, I'm just coming out. You're so pale.
In the hallway, Natalia tried to grab her hand, but Alicia stepped back.
Are you feeling all right?
Natalia asked.
Yes. No. I'm feeling quite bad. Dizzy.
She leaned against the wall and cradled her stomach, clenching her teeth and trying to twist her mouth into a grimace of pain.
Maybe it'll pass. Are you ill? No.
The blogger shook her head.
It's just a period.
They moved to the salon. Natalia gave her a tall glass of water.
I'm sorry, but I don't think I'm able to talk today.
Alicia looked at her hostess.
Could we meet tomorrow?
The widow did not like this proposal, though she tried not to show it. The emotions at play were too strong now, and she couldn't cover them all with a professional mask.
I'll get myself a taxi.
Alicia was looking through her phone.
I'll be right back. Please, wait a minute,
said Natalia, and marched out of the salon. The cab company operator picked up after 3 rings.
Hello, yes, I'd like to order a cab to Drovska Street, began the blogger.
Sitting with her back to the hallway, she heard the widow's footsteps but couldn't see her.
You aren't going anywhere. Hang up now, she heard.
She turned around so rapidly, something cricked in her neck, and the pain spread down her arm. Natalia was standing with her feet apart, and with both hands holding a gun aimed at Alicia. Although it looked surreal, the dark void of the barrel worked like an electric shock, and her body reacted on instinct. In one moment, all the blogger's muscles went limp. The phone slipped out of her hand and banged on the oak floor. Its screen cracked.
"Hello? Hello? Is anyone there?"
Kept asking the dispatcher until finally hanging up, irritated by the lack of any response.
"Now, we'll have a little chat."
Natalia hadn't moved from her spot. Paralyzed with fear, Alicia couldn't get a word out. She wanted to believe this wasn't really happening. She blinked nervously. But when she opened her eyes, Badera was still standing there and pointing a gun at her. Saturday, 29th of October. That Saturday afternoon, Grojecka Street was virtually empty. The migrant inhabitants of Warsaw left the city for All Saints' Day, going to visit family graves and enjoy the upcoming long weekend. Police units had been moved to manage the traffic around cemeteries, so Mateusz Kaufman could speed up to 100 kilometers an hour between intersections. "Faster, faster," he muttered to himself and drummed his fingers on the steering wheel when forced to stop at a red light to let through some cars from a side street. He had been at the computer since early morning, poring over the files Galactus had stolen for him. He was looking for any mention of Oksana Morosh. Without success. He couldn't understand it. Peter Kowalik had no reason to lie. If Oksana Morosh was Andrei Badera's right hand, how could there be absolutely no trace of her in the company's network? Even if she had left Ubik, it's impossible to just erase someone from the network's collective memory. Everyone leaves some traces in the digital reality, visible and everlasting, even longer than impressions made in fresh concrete. It was almost 2 p.m. when Kaufman came across a catalog of photos from company events. Some of the people in them were tagged, but the collection could still not be searched automatically by keywords. He would have to manually go through 3,000 JPEGs. He propped his head on his left hand and used the right one to monotonously click the cursor. Next, 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 next. And then it was as if the heavens had parted, and God's grace was bestowed upon him as if on an unsuspecting sinner. He did not find Oksana Morosh, but stumbled upon something just as valuable. The selfie was taken on a hotel terrace in some exotic country. A beautiful beach could be seen somewhere in the background, with a palm tree heavy with the weight of ripe coconuts and sunlight gliding over a perfectly blue sea. There were 3 people in the foreground. A man and 2 women making stupid faces at the camera. Mateusz's heart started beating faster. He did not know the first woman, a blonde taking the picture with her right hand holding a selfie stick. The second person in the picture was a man raising an empty champagne bottle in a toast with his free hand. He was at least 20 years older than the women, old enough to be their father. He looked like an American senator from the Republican Party, with gray hair and wrinkles which only made him seem more dignified and experienced. He stood ramrod straight, like a ballistic missile. He was winking, and peeking out through his slightly parted lips, you could see a row of unnaturally large teeth. And finally, the third person in the photo, another woman, Stephanie. His Dublin lover, the girl with whom he experienced the most embarrassing sex of his life, and who'd stolen his laptop in order to erase his backup files. Mateusz shook with rage. Suddenly, He remembered the tortured dog during a summer many years ago, the animal's eyes filled with surprise and reproach, the stink of burned fur. But who was the other woman in the photo? Her face seemed familiar. Kaufman started a graphics program, cut her silhouette out of the picture, and put it into a face recognition search engine, which looked through publicly available images and social media. The computer worked for 10 seconds and spat out the result. The analyst froze. The result was clear-cut. The stranger's name was Natalia Badera, Andrei's widow, in the same photograph with the deceitful Stephanie. Everyone is having a great time, drinking champagne, taking selfies, and Alicia was supposed to visit her today. Mateusz instantly wrote her a message. Needing to cool off, he went to the bathroom and splashed cold water on his face. He didn't hear his phone ringing. When he got back to the desk, he read the message, "I'm here." That's when he realized that they were now in the middle of a catastrophe, like passengers of a plane heading straight for the ground. The oxygen masks have just popped out of the overhead compartments. The pilot is desperately pulling the control wheel towards himself, trying to stabilize the flight, but it's useless. They will all die. Mateusz felt a noose closing in around his neck. This was the moment to leave it all behind. Buy a plane ticket to Canada, pack, leave the apartment, and start a new life far away from Mr. White, Stephanie, Galactus, and the Ubik investors. He could talk to Pavel over Skype. He didn't care about anyone else. After all, what did he owe to a blogger he'd met a few days before? Yes, that would be the rational thing to do. And if he had spent a minute doing a profit and loss analysis, right now he'd be filling out a visa application instead of getting the car keys out of a drawer, compulsively pressing the elevator button, and then stepping from foot to foot, waiting for the door to finally open in the underground garage. Now he was speeding down the empty Grozheka Street, hoping that it wasn't too late yet. Were he religious, he would have prayed, but statisticians believe in the law of big numbers and the probability calculus, and not in a higher being, caring and intervening to change the course of human lives. Hope and belief in miracles are the point in the normal distribution function, far beyond the Six Sigma. Which doesn't mean you shouldn't try. He turned into Dickensa Street at a red light. He had easily found Natalia Badera's address on the internet. Some years ago, Andrei's widow used to do freelance work as a marketing consultant and had a business registered with her home address as headquarters. He only had to enter the data into an online National Court Register search engine. He drove through a small roundabout without a moment's hesitation, barely missing a navy blue Honda. The car's horns sounded loudly in complaint, but Mateusz didn't hear it. He was gripping the steering wheel with sweaty hands, his focus squarely on the road.
Your destination is 500 meters away on the right-hand side,
announced the GPS in a sexy, slightly raspy voice. Kaufman stepped on the gas. The street running along the park was empty, not counting the car he hadn't given the right-of-way to on the roundabout.
You have reached your destination,
said the computerized voice with excessive enthusiasm. He parked illegally, driving up on the pavement, jumped out of the car and pulled on the front gate. It was unlocked. A white off-road Volvo stood in the driveway, sparkling clean as if it had just returned from a car wash. Mateusz ran up the stairs a few steps at a time and found himself on the terrace. He pressed the doorbell. Muffled voices came from inside. He put his ear to the door.
Help!
This one word got through the sound of muted footsteps and indistinct mutterings. He ran again and pushed down on the door handle. The door opened a few centimeters, stopped by a chain.
Help!
He had no choice. He was crossing more barriers. Putting the weight of his body on his left leg, he kicked the door with his right leg just below the handle. The chain's fastening flew off the wall with a loud crack, and the analyst fell inside. A short hallway led him straight from the antechamber to the salon. One glance was enough for him to get a grasp on the situation. A woman was standing with her back to him. Mateusz recognized Natalia by her thick blonde hair. Next to her, on the floor, with her back to the sofa, huddled Alicia. The widow, alarmed by all the noise, took a step back to see the unexpected intruder without losing sight of Alicia. Only then did Mateusz notice the gun in her hand. He let out a protracted, "No!" and threw himself forward. He wasn't sure what had happened, but Natalia fell loudly to the floor with him. He tried to keep his eyes on the gun, which had fallen next to her. The statuesque blonde groaned, rolled around, and stretched her hand out for the gun, but Alicia's trainer-clad foot was quicker. A decisive kick sent the weapon under the sofa.
Run!
Screamed the blogger, and reached a hand out to Mateusz, helping him to get up from the oak floor. Holding hands, they rushed out of the villa. And stopped. Two thugs in nationalistic garb were standing before the analyst's Volkswagen Passat. The writing on their hoodies said, "Like the eagles of days of old, we too can conquer the world." And, "Our hearts and fists keep beating for Poland." The men seemed to be waiting for them.
"There you are. Where the fuck you been hiding?"
The bigger man pointed to Mateusz.
"You thought you could just fucking disappear? Look, Jacob, we got ourselves a real fucking badass."
Mateusz didn't have to search his pockets for the keys. The car would automatically open the moment he put his hand on the handle. There was only one problem. Their road was barred by two young patriots. He just couldn't understand how Natalia had managed to get back up here so quickly.
"You almost fucking hit me, you son of a bitch!"
yelled the bigger of the two.
"Who's got the fucking right of way on a roundabout? Huh? Who?"
A roundabout? Thought Kaufman hazily. What roundabout? And then he noticed the navy blue Honda, parked just as illegally as his Volkswagen, instantly understanding who these punks were. He wanted to snort, but that would instantly result in a fight. Alicia joined the situation, displaying great presence of mind.
Gentlemen, we are very sorry for everything. We promise it won't happen again. My husband will be much more careful behind the wheel from now on.
"Your man needs to be taught the fucking road rules."
Mateusz saw that the thugs were still clenching their hands into fists. He'd have no chance in a physical confrontation, not knowing the first thing about fighting. The concentration of adrenaline in his blood was increasing exponentially. He felt dizzy. His vision became clouded. Time slowed down. He could see the man raise his hand, take a swing, and aim for his face. And then a shot rang out. Kaufman could have sworn that the bullet whizzed by his ear. A window in the Honda exploded into a spider's web of cracks, and its alarm started blaring. The thugs swore and dropped flat to the ground. Natalia Badera was standing on the steps leading to the house. Mateusz preferred not to wait for events to unfold. He pulled the car door open and pushed Alicia inside. Half crouched, he ran around the Volkswagen and jumped onto the driver's seat. He started the engine, dropped the clutch, and drove the car wildly forward, plunging off the high curb and dragging the oil sump over the asphalt. Mateusz was changing gears rapidly, every so often glancing in the rearview mirror. but there was no one chasing after them or shooting at them. Saturday, 29th of October, evening.
Jesus Christ!
Alicia panted out when they drove out of a small street in Szczęsławice into the wide Allée Jerozolimsky, and Mateusz turned into the direction of Prushkov.
What was that?
Our investigation has finally moved forward, he said. Natalia is playing on the same team as Stephanie.
Are you trying to say?
That she murdered Andrei? Her husband? That's a far-reaching conclusion, but she was definitely involved.
What have we gotten ourselves into?
Sighed the teacher. Mateusz did not answer. The 3-lane street was nearly empty as they drove in the middle lane. Deep shit, he said finally. Alicia sniffled. They stopped talking. The blogger kept her eyes mostly on the road ahead, but would sometimes cast a sideways glance at Mateusz. He was focused on driving, with no emotion showing on his face. Until now, she hadn't known what to think about him. The moment she had received Andrei's first message, she had entered a different world. A mirror maze, a tangle of double identities, hidden intentions, and dirty business. This new reality terrified, but also fascinated her. That's why she couldn't listen to Corporal Zhukovsky's good advice and just pull out. And now, it was too late. She had opened a door which should have stayed closed. Who is Mateusz really? Is he playing his own game, or is he a victim like her, drawn by chance into a conflict of much greater powers? She had to trust someone, or she'd go crazy. And she decided that someone could possibly be Mateusz.
What do we do now?
She asked. This has gone too far. We can't return to our homes. They could be waiting there for us. She nodded. He had said what she had most been afraid to hear. We have to think about what to do now, continued Mateusz. We need to talk and gather our thoughts.
I know a place, by a lake, not too far from Tomaszów-Mazowiecki, an hour's drive around. A college friend runs a boarding house there, and she shouldn't have too many guests the weekend before All Saints' Day. No one will find us there. Turn left before Podkova Lesna and go onto the freeway.
Renata Oleníczak, née Dudek, had studied history, but left university in her 4th year when she got pregnant by Rafał Oleníczak, her boyfriend, and 9 months later gave birth to a son. The boy suffered from a rare disorder of the digestive tract and required a restrictive diet. Renata, searching the internet for recipes, kept coming across vegetarian message boards. She finally settled in at one of them and became its administrator. Her husband was making good money, but hated the corporate work model. As their son grew, Renata absorbed more and more values that were alternatives to the Western, rational, post-capitalist lifestyle in which she had been brought up. Soon, a second son was born, and then a third one a year later. Renata took up yoga, learned the difference between dharma and karma, and started believing in the salutary effects of millet groats. She lost her trust in pharmaceutical companies and stopped vaccinating her children. Soon, she and her husband sold their Warsaw apartment in a middle-class gated community at a profit, which allowed them to purchase a boarding house on the Sulejovsky Reservoir. They called it I Am Veggie. I hate her already, said Mateusz, when Alicia had finished her story, and they drove off the asphalt onto a dirt road, following colorful signs decorated with the samsara symbol.
It's here, just 200 meters more. And now listen carefully. First of all, slow down,
said Alicia.
I have no intention of revealing what a mess we've gotten ourselves into. That's why we need to find a logical explanation for these circumstances. An explanation she'll believe. We haven't spoken in a year, and now suddenly I turn up on a Saturday when most normal people are visiting cemeteries. And I'm not alone. We need a backstory, like spies.
What do you propose? Alicia swallowed hard. She was afraid of how he'd react to her words. Although she had used this ploy back with the thugs, and Mateusz hadn't protested.
We're a couple, okay? We met on holiday on the Baltic Sea, and now we spend every free moment together. The weather's supposed to be great this weekend, so we chose long walks in the forest instead of a cemetery.
Fine. His reaction lacked even a glimmer of enthusiasm. But then, what had she expected from him?
Just be nice to me,
added Alicia, and rolled down the car window when she spotted Renata, who, informed of their arrival, was waiting outside, dressed in a long skirt and flowery vest. Their greeting was emotional, with lots of oohing and awing, hugging and cheek-kissing. They used to be close. At university, they shared a room in a rented apartment and were the best of friends. Then Renata started a family, they grew apart, and finally their contact broke off when the Olenizak family left Warsaw and chose the Sulejov Landscape Park instead. Renata knew nothing of Dagny Taggart, Alicia's second identity, and Alicia saw no reason to reveal her greatest secret. Once the greetings were over and they entered the boarding house, Rafał, Renata's husband, walked into the dining room. He was wearing a plaid shirt with the sleeves rolled up, in cargo pants, and with a beard worthy of a lumberjack coming back from 2 weeks of logging. He looked like an embodiment of the dreams of white collars filling in Excel spreadsheets from 9 to 5. "I'll take your luggage," he offered.
We haven't got any, giggled Alicia. It was completely spontaneous. We'll manage. Crazy as always.
Renata shook her head and gave a hearty laugh.
We've prepared a dinner of dal curry and roti bread.
After the meal, Renata gave them the room keys.
You're in number 7. It's on the 2nd floor, has the best view of the lake, and it's just been remodeled. The bed is super comfy.
She winked at Alicia. When it was just the two of them going up the stairs, Alicia realized what the consequences of their masquerade would be. A shared room. They walked into the room filled with the scent of fresh wood, and her gaze fell on the king-sized bed. She looked around nervously, but there was nothing else in there that could serve as a bed. No couch, no reclining chair, nothing. "Don't worry, I'll sleep on the floor." Mateusz seemed to be reading her mind. "Let's go for a walk. I want to breathe in some of this forest air." He lowered his voice to a whisper. "Let's not talk here. They'll hear everything." When they were far away from the building, walking along an overgrown path along the top of a sandy bluff, Mateusz spoke. "Oksana Morosh, Andrei's closest associate. There was no mention of her in the materials Galactus gave me. That can't be a coincidence. I don't believe in coincidences like that. It's a clue."
Have you looked for her?
I've Googled a bit, checked Facebook and LinkedIn, but couldn't find Oksana Morosh, a doctoral student in maths, manager at Audiobook. Not anywhere.
Now I'll look for her.
What? Alicia laughed.
That's my specialty. Something I'm really good at. If there are any traces of her anywhere, I'll find them. I used to do it every day as a blogger, and with pretty good results.
We don't have a computer. Kaufman suddenly turned, made his way through some thick shrubs, and sat down on the sand at the very top of the bluff.
I'll borrow one from Renata.
Alicia sat down next to him.
I want to ask you something.
The blogger saw the analyst's muscles tense up, though he tried to hide it.
Why don't we take this to the police? She asked. You see what it all led to. First, a body with a broken neck. Then someone blackmails you, threatens to harm your brother, steals your computer and erases your files even though you did exactly as they asked. And then there's today. She was shooting at us. We could have died.
You didn't go to the police when you found Badera lying in the mud.
Because it was my secret. Something private, personal, and I couldn't imagine telling it to some bored officer. But now it's different. Now things have gone too far.
Mateus picked up a fistful of sand. Now we can't back out.
We can go to the police,
Alicia insisted. But Pavel...
You don't actually believe they'd hurt him.
She cut him off sharply.
You know he'd get protection. He'd be moved to a different clinic. An armed officer would be placed in front of his door or whatever they do in such cases. Am I right?
The analyst loosened his grip, and the sand started pouring out between his fingers, grain by grain, just like in an hourglass. He watched it, fascinated, and didn't speak.
Mateus,
said Alicia sharply.
If we are to work together, we have to trust each other. We have to tell each other everything. I've told you all my secrets.
I've told you how I had drunken sex with a random chick. Do you want more intimate details?
I don't need intimacy. I want to know why you're afraid of the police.
Kaufman put his other hand under the stream of sand and watched a pyramid form. Because I used to be a criminal. Before I became a consultant, I worked for an IT corporation. I worked on a program called Prediction B. It was specialized software for predicting the behaviors of other people based on the latest psychological models. A tool for businessmen and politicians to use in negotiations, but also for spies and gangsters.
Gangsters?
My contact with the criminal world and representatives of foreign agencies was Galactus. In case of a slip-up, all the blame would fall on me. I risked a lot, and Galactus made a lot of money thanks to me. That's why he owed me and helped me with Ubik. He was a different guy back then. I knew he had my back. He only went crazy recently. I stole data and kept him informed about who we were working for, what Prediction B was being used for, and what results it got. And those were some really big cases, often connected to national security, and I had access to secret information. You could call it corporate espionage, maybe even a violation of state secrets.
But that was a long time ago, said Alicia, and you didn't get caught.
Maybe they've got stuff on me. That's what Mr. White said. Proof of my crimes. If they send them to the police, I'll go away for at least a few years. That's why I'm backed into a corner.
There's one thing I don't get. You told me that Mr. White threatened Pavel, not you.
They did, but later. At first, he wanted to blackmail me about my crimes. I didn't give in then. Threatening Pavel was their plan B.
You didn't tell me that.
Now you know everything. He brushed the sand off his hands. Anything else? Yes, there was one more thing.
Why did you do it? She asked. Why did you break the law back then?
Mateus got up to his feet. What answer are you looking for here? That I did it because I had to take care of my sick mom? That I needed money for my brother's treatment? I'll disappoint you here. I did it for the money. In the 2 years I did that, I made a lot of cash, enough to buy an apartment in the Cosmopolitan. And what's worse, I don't regret it at all. Kaufman started walking towards the boarding house without taking one look behind. Alicia was left on the edge of the bluff, staring into the calm surface of the lake and kicking the sand. Saturday, 29th of October. The floor was hard, and its boards creaked every time Mateusz turned over. He couldn't fall asleep for a long time. He shivered from the cold. The temperature dropped at night, and the room wasn't heated. Lying in uncomfortable jeans and a sweater, covered with a thin bedspread, he could hear the even breath of Alicia sleeping above. He finally dropped off into a light and uneasy sleep. For the first time, he dreamed of Dagmara, his only real partner with whom he lived with for half a year, a long time ago, when he'd spend 12 hours working in the office. He was only establishing contact with Galactus back then and taking the first steps of his criminal career. Dagmara was more similar to him than anyone else in the world. He'd met no one else like her. A petite brunette with a fringe covering her forehead, painfully shy, she felt best on her own. She was a workaholic biochemist, specializing in protein sequencing. Dagmara's sister worked at the desk next to Mateusz and had worked on him for months to finally get him to agree to a date. Dagmara resisted just as long, but also finally gave in. Her sister's arguments hit home. After all, it's only one dinner out, at a good restaurant, and if you like it, you can go for a drink. There's no risk. 5 hours later, they ended up in bed together. Dagmara's presence was like a muscle relaxant to Mateusz. In her company, he didn't have to pretend to be someone he wasn't, which is what he did for most of the day. They could be silent together, sitting together on the couch, not talking or watching TV, but just being together and drawing energy from a shared bond. Thinking about Dagmara, Kaufman felt like he was touching something greater than himself, something that the mind couldn't encompass because it goes beyond visible reality. In moments like this, he'd quickly admonish himself that it was all just brain chemistry, not a feeling, and that there was nothing beyond calcium ions flowing through synapses which created the illusion. Despite this, Dagmara quickly moved into his rented 2-room apartment in Place Vilsona. They spent the first few months like newlyweds on a honeymoon. The worries of everyday life were far away. Then, Galactus stepped into Mateusz's life. He started staying at work late and meeting the hacker's couriers at strange times and in strange places. He didn't tell Dagmara anything, but she quickly noticed the change. Mateusz was agitated. He suppressed his emotions, which, like steam in a cooker on high heat, looked for a way out and leaked out into every opening in his life. His hand shook. He broke a glass 2 times in a row and neglected his home duties. Even his sweat started to smell differently. Dagmara was an astute observer. One Thursday afternoon, she decided to ask him what was happening. Mateusz had no choice but to admit everything. She didn't react straight away, staying silent for a long time, staring at her nails and out the window at the passing trams. In the end, she gave him an ultimatum. He had to choose Galactus or her. Kaufman asked her to give him until morning to think it over. He was sure he'd have a hard night ahead of him, staring at a dark ceiling and going to the bathroom, weighing the arguments, the pros and cons, imagining counterfactual scenarios. But there was none of that. He slept like a baby, didn't dream, and woke up with the answer. Galactus. Why did he choose the fat hacker instead of the tiny Dagmara? Mateusz had no dreams or needs he could realize with an influx of cash. He didn't want any status symbols. But working with Galactus appeared to be a rational decision. Large benefits and a low chance of being caught. Why didn't Dagmara understand that? Was she unable to? Didn't want to? That was a bad omen for a shared future. The girl found a bedsit within a few days and moved out. A week later, she tried to kill herself. She was dealing with hypertension and overdosed on beta blockers, hoping they'd stop her heart and kill her in her sleep. She panicked at the last moment and messaged her sister. When the ambulance arrived, her pulse was at 35 beats per minute. They saved her, but she ended up in a psychiatric institution for many months. Mateusz found out everything from Dagmara's sister, who stood over his desk and screamed out all the facts, crying with a runny nose, calling Mateusz a heartless piece of shit, saying that getting them on a date was the worst thing she ever did. And now he was dreaming of Dagmara. He could see her sad face, the tears on her cheeks as she sat on a couch in an empty apartment, picking more and more pills out of their packet. Like an invisible ghost, he floated up by the ceiling, screaming and waving his arms, but she couldn't hear him. She swallowed a bunch of pills, washed them down with a glass of wine, and laid down with her eyes wide open, waiting for what was to come, listening to her body. In the real world, Dagmara managed to reach for her phone, but this nightmare was ruled by its own logic. The girl's eyelids dropped slowly, and her breathing became shallower. "No!" screamed the ghostly Mateusz. "Stop! Stop!" "Mateusz!" Someone was pulling on his arm. He opened his eyes to see Alicia crouched down next to him. "You were shouting. Nightmare?" "No, I don't know. Can't remember," he lied. "I'm going out for a smoke. Want to join me? The fresh air will do you good." "No." He turned over with his back to the girl. "We have to get up early tomorrow." Saturday, 29th of October, night. Alicia went outside and wrapped herself up tighter in her jacket. She could see her breath in little white clouds in front of her. With fingers stiff from the cold, she picked a cigarette out of the pack and lit it. She sat down on the steps and stared into a sky full of stars. Suddenly, she felt someone's presence. Though she'd heard no steps and couldn't see anything, a sixth sense told her that someone was near, standing right behind her. She tensed up. Atavistic reflexes reared their head, and the short hairs on the back of her neck stood up. "Allah." The person put a hand on her shoulder. She flinched. "Renata, you scared me. Can I get a smoke? Move over." The boarding house owner sat down next to her. They smoked in silence for a few minutes. "What's happening, Allah? Anything bad?" asked Renata, and Alicia didn't know how to answer, though she had been expecting that question. "What do you mean?" she stuttered. "Your guy?" Renata gestured some air quotes on the last word. "I can see that you're not happy. How is he treating you?" "He treats everyone like that. Anyway, he's not really my guy," said the blogger quickly, in one breath just to get it over with. Renata did not press the matter. "You're in trouble," she stated, expecting neither confirmation nor denial. "And what about that PE teacher, the former commando who was trying to pick you up? What was his name? Vitek?"
Wojtek. Nothing came of it. We're not a good fit.
Alicia was about to open up before her old friend and pour out a litany of grievances, but luckily Renata was quicker.
Something's going to blow up soon,
she said, taking a drag on the cigarette and holding the smoke in her lungs.
That's why we're going to move out soon.
Alicia stiffened.
What do you mean? Everything.
The woman traced a circle in the air.
Poland, Europe, the planet. Something bad is coming. I can feel it in my bones. The world has gone into a blind alley. But I don't have to explain it to you. Capitalism, running on greed, can only create social inequality. Democracy is through because in times of crisis, it raises populists to positions of power. What's worse, no one's got any ideas on how to get out of this mess. The system is too complicated. Before we moved out of Warsaw, Rafa worked as a programmer. He always said that it was easier to write a new code than to fix someone else's mistakes. It's the same with the world. The pressure is becoming impossible to stand. Someone is eventually going to press reset on it all. Are you trying to say there's going to be a war? How can you know?
Renata looked at her friend and managed to summon a smile to her lips.
War, revolution, global riots. I've got no clue, but you have to admit that something's going on. More boys are being born just like in the 1920s. Nature knows its thing and is walking along mysterious paths. The spirit of the time is in the air, whispering into people's ears. Where did the gym craze come from? All our Warsaw friends jogged, did CrossFit, or entered triathlons. And what did they do after training? Which hobbies are becoming more popular on apps? Beer brewing, handiwork, crochet. Do you see where this is leading?
Alicia didn't see, nor did she want to, but Renata stubbornly kept on explaining.
People are getting ready for a catastrophe, an apocalypse which will raze the current system to the ground. Knowing how to bake bread will be more important in the new world than the ability to use a computer. And people can feel it. Not on a conscious level, but much deeper, instinctively, in their guts. That's why they are taking up such activities. They are like animals forecasting an earthquake. In 2004, when a tsunami swept through Asia, animals ran off inland before it hit. Just like the guys who are taking up weightlifting and taking anabolics. They can feel something is coming and they need to be ready.
Alicia put out her cigarette and felt suddenly sleepy. She didn't have the strength for another battle, not with Renata, and dreamed only of burying herself in warm covers and just sleeping, even with Mateusz snoring on the floor.
And where do you want to go?
Renata did not notice her friend's dramatically dipping empathy level.
The problem is that there's nowhere to go. No place is safe, but some places are better than others. Warsaw would be the dumbest possible choice. If Russians drop the bomb, they'll be aiming for the Palace of Culture. But this place isn't much better. The biggest atomic bomb dropped on Warsaw will give third-degree burns to people in Lodz. The more remote the place, the better. We'll start with Bieszczada, and then we'll see. We'll probably hole up somewhere in the Ukrainian or Romanian Carpathian Mountains. We want to live. During a war, it's always safer out in the country than in the cities.
Alicia got up so quickly that she got dizzy.
I'm sorry, but I'm dead on my feet. We'll leave early tomorrow without waking you, she managed to say. Thanks again for having us. take care of yourself and start going out with normal guys," Alicia heard as the door was closing behind her. Sunday, 30th of October. They ate breakfast at a gas station 30 kilometers from Warsaw. Mateusz forced down the disgusting coffee served in a plastic cup and managed to swallow a sandwich, which dripped mayonnaise with every bite. Alicia wasn't talking to him much, and she looked tired. Could it be about their talk by the lake, when he told her all about his dark dealings and criminal work? Had she stopped trusting him? But then again, had she trusted him in the first place? The bitter coffee burned his mouth. Yes, that's what he felt. She had trusted him when he had come to her rescue in Natalia Badera's house. He had built a quiet covenant with her at that moment. He felt good in her company and thought they were playing on the same team. But he managed to ruin it all in less than a day. The half-empty cup of coffee landed in the bin. He just didn't understand people. Turning his attention to the present, he watched Alicia as she paid for an iced coffee and a chocolate bar. She placed both things on the table, forced a smile, and disappeared into the station bathroom. Last night, she had impressed him. When they returned from their walk, she borrowed a computer from her crazy friend and sat down in a corner. 2 hours later, she called him over, excited like a 5-year-old who just has to share a secret with the whole world. Though he was loath to admit it, he liked the way she looked then. Over 2 hours of intense work had led Alicia to Oksana Morosh, using only the data available publicly on the internet. And though the Ubik worker was careful about her privacy on the net and didn't even have a Facebook account, she still couldn't hide from Alicia. This was what they knew about Oksana Morosh. Alicia found a photo of her in a gallery of the graduates of the University of Warsaw Faculty of Mathematics, Informatics, and Mechanics. After uploading the photo into a freeware face recognition program, she searched for similar people in the enormous store of photos on Facebook. Oksana might not have her own profile on the popular portal, but that didn't mean she was completely absent from it. Reckless friends are priceless. The wireless internet in the Buddhist boarding house was extremely stubborn. The web page kept crashing, and Alicia spent most of the time staring at the little spinning wheel and coming up with increasingly creative swear words. Finally, the results were generated. "Snork Maiden and Me." She read the caption under a party selfie which showed 2 girls in high spirits in front of a club in Mazowicka Street. They were tipsy, making kissy faces at the camera. Snork Maiden. Interesting. Was that Oksana's official nickname? Did she use it on any other parts of the internet? Just putting it into a search engine was not an option. There would be too many results to analyze. But after adjusting the keywords and removing any references to the Moomins, Alicia got rid of all the sentimental discussions about favorite childhood books, online bookshops, and children's websites. Then she arduously verified link by link, making a list of the most likely candidates in a text file. One of the people using Snork Maiden for a nickname participated in discussions on a message board for students of mathematics. It couldn't have been a coincidence. Snork Maiden turned up in a few other places. On a travel cookery blog where she'd asked about good Chinese food in Dublin, and then on a joggers group she asked about the functions of a new watch with an inbuilt GPS and heart rate monitor and compared the comfort of Asics and New Balance shoes. Running? No, that seemed too simple. Still, Alicia opened a few pages for athletes, which allowed you to register your training sessions, count up the kilometers and calories burned.
All of them made it possible to view and comment on others' achievements. The blogger started with putting Oksana Morosh in the friend finder, but, just as expected, got no hits. But then Snork Maiden was a real jackpot. With her heart pounding, she clicked on the link. A second later, she could breathe easy. Luckily, the woman had left the default privacy settings in place. She must have overlooked it. All her data was publicly available. Everyone, not just accepted friends, could look at her training sessions, analyze the statistics, and most of all, look at the paths her phone's or watch's GPS had recorded. Snork Maiden usually started from an apartment block in Targovec and ran towards the Vistula onto a tourist path, got to the Poniatowski Bridge, and then turned back. The path was 13 kilometers long. 9 out of 10 running sessions started there. Others were either in Dublin or some other European city, which told Alicia that Snork Maiden and Oksana Morosh of Ubik were one and the same. Bingo. They knew where she lived. Mateusz was impressed. Now he watched as Alicia left the washroom and looked around the gas station as if searching for danger.
Shall we go?
She grabbed her drink and chocolate bar. He nodded. The rest of the journey to Warsaw was spent in silence. Once there, they entered a nouveau riche enclave, almost hugging an old apartment block on one side, which stood with its companions, all with rubbish chutes and a plague of rats, separated from the new estate by a high wall. The drowsy security guard didn't even stop them and just raised the barrier. The estate's narrow roads were covered in cars, which took up every available space: pavements, lawns, and pedestrian crossings. Mateusz circled in search of a parking spot and finally noticed a family of 4 packing bags of votive candles into their Nissan Qashqai. He waited for them to drive off and took their spot. According to the GPS, they were 300 meters away from their goal. They got out and started walking.
I get depressed in places like this,
said Alicia, her first word since the gas station. Why?
Gated housing estates are a developer's utopia. The promise of happiness, peace, and self-realization like a rubber stamp. And utopias don't exist. There are only dystopias. The false universe of sushi bars, craft beer stores, fitness clubs, and ecological greengrocers where you'll find more kale than potatoes. The atomization of society, no connections with your neighbors.
Alicia kept talking as they walked.
They've been brought up in the neoliberal dictatorship of wild capitalism, so they all believe the same slogans. You're the one who shapes your own future. You too can become Blake Carrington if you work hard enough. And they really believe all these lies, take out loans, and fulfill their greatest dream, which is a 3-room apartment in a gated housing estate, just to be separate from the rest, the lowlives who showed no initiative or didn't work hard enough. It all fits with the saying that poverty's your own fault. But on the other hand, they are sure they're just balancing on the edge, that if they take a wrong step, they'll lose their job, stop paying off the loan on time, and the bank will come for what it's owed. And they'll fall off the ladder and break their neck. That's why they're so devoted to work, to not let that happen. They neglect their families, don't build communities. How much is a life like that worth?
Mateusz was looking at a map on his phone and had no idea what to say to Alicia's tirade. "We're here," he said. "It's this block." He pointed to a 5-story building with shops on the ground floor. "We just don't know which apartment." The combative mood had not left Alicia.
Normally, you could ask a neighbor, but that probably won't work here. They probably won't even say hello to each other in the lift.
They approached the first stairwell. A young man in sports gear was just going out for his morning jog. Mateusz held the door. He thought for a second, took out his phone but did not activate it, leaving the screen black. "Excuse me," he said to the jogger.
Yes?
The man took an earbud out. "Do you know where Oksana Morosh lives?" asked Mateusz, sounding surprisingly natural. "We're friends of hers, but the phone just died." He waved the phone around. "And that's where we had her number." The man looked at Alicia, as if refusing to believe that her phone could have also stopped working, but it lasted only a second.
It's this door, apartment 17, he said, and popped the earbuds back in.
"See?" Mateusz let Alicia go first. She managed to explain it away.
He jogs, she jogs. Maybe they sometimes run together and that's how they know each other. Anyway, if I had more time and a better internet connection, I could have told you her exact address,
she muttered, but her lips twisted up into a smile. The door to apartment 17 was ajar. Mateusz rang the doorbell twice, but there was no reply. He took a look around, checking to see if the pathologically suspicious homeowners association had put up cameras in the corridors, but he didn't notice anything. He grabbed the door handle. Completely unexpectedly, Alicia grabbed him by the wrist. He flinched.
Do you really want to go in there?
That's why we've come here.
And what if...
She trailed off. There's a body, he finished. Then, we'll start worrying. Mateusz pushed the door open, and they entered the hallway. At first, Mateusz thought there had been a mistake, that Oksana Morosh didn't live there and never had. The place looked like a hippie squat with a non-stop party, and the marijuana fumes were so thick it was hard to breathe. The hallway was drowning in shoes. Elegant booties, red pumps, trainers, even rubber boots, all strewn around the floor, pouring out of cabinets, covering every centimeter with a shoe carpet. It got even worse further in. The apartment looked as if the owner had let a band of 5-year-olds in, told them she had hidden a bag of sweets somewhere, and told them to look for it. The place was covered with women's clothes, books, and piles of crumpled papers. In the kitchen, crushed glass crunched underfoot, and the floor was sticky. In the bathroom, Mateusz slipped on spilled fabric softener. The bedroom was filled with white down from slashed pillows. When they opened the door, it created a draft, lifting the feathers into the air. There was nothing for them to do there. Oksana Morosh had not been home in a long time. She was absent when the unknown assailant searched her apartment and didn't even close the door behind them when they left. We're too late. They got here before us, said Mateusz. Alicia nodded reluctantly.
And now? We're stuck again, she concluded.
Chapter 7. A Heart Attack at Ubik. Sunday, 30th of October. When she was 5 years old, Pope John Paul II kissed her on the head. The 20 seconds which determined the rest of Alicia's childhood happened during the Pope's 4th pilgrimage to Poland in the early 90s. The Rak family from Siemaccia, just after communism had been abolished, drove their Fiat 126P to Białystok to see the greatest Pole in history with their own eyes. No one had been able to recreate the details of that event. Alicia had somehow got lost in the crowd. Her parents panicked, and a moment later the Pope was in their sector. There was an unearthly glow coming from him, and Alicia was drawn to him, like a moth to a flame. John Paul II stopped, put his hands on the girl's head, whispered a blessing, and kissed the top of her head, and that was when her parents appeared. That story had been told and retold over the next 15 years at every family gathering, and Alicia quickly started believing that she was an exceptional person and was born under a lucky star. It was only when she was 19 that she lost that belief, during her first serious collision with reality. She did not get onto an economics course and ended up studying history, where she completely failed the first semester. But that had only been the first step on her slow descent. Several years later, when her first serious relationship disintegrated, she hit rock bottom, which she only climbed out of thanks to her online investigations. The blog was like psychotherapy for her. And now, she could feel herself slipping down once more. And then there was Mateusz. Since their visit to Renata's boarding house, he had clearly changed and grown gloomy. Why? Had he stopped trusting her? Was he offended? Perhaps she shouldn't care, but he was the last safety line connecting her to an old, normal life, which was not ruled by corporate conspiracies, and where lonely widows did not point guns at you. If he disappeared, Alicia would be left alone with the problem, all alone in a world she understood less and less. That was why she tried to keep Mateusz close to her, and she had said all that nonsense about gated communities and middle-class dreams when they'd got out of the car. She had realized that if Oksana Moroz was not at home, Mateusz would just take her home, leave her there, and that would be it. After that, he'd disappear. They were looking for something. Kaufman nodded, as they were looking around the trashed apartment. I wonder if they found it.
Do you think that Oksana was at home when they came?
He shrugged. I'm not an expert, but this looks more like the remains of a search than a struggle. But I could be wrong. Let's look through her things. Maybe we'll find something interesting.
What should we look for?
Anything you think might be important. Smashed drawers littered the floor, with bras, bundled tights, some G-strings, creased shirts, and washed-out T-shirts spread all over the place. Pens, pencils, scientific articles, notebooks filled with mathematical formulas. Alicia looked through everything. Half an hour passed, and she had found only one interesting thing. What have you got?
See for yourself.
She thrust a photo album up to the analyst's face. Mateusz opened it on the first page. This one's old, he muttered. The photo had been taken with a Polaroid camera. Many years later, the colors had faded, turned yellow, as if someone had poured melted butter over it. It showed a little girl on the verge of tears standing in front of an Eastern Orthodox church building. The child could not have been more than 8 years old. She was wearing a summer dress which reached down to her knees and clutching a yellow-gray stuffed toy.
There's more of it. Look.
Mateusz flipped through the album. The girl grew older, and the photo quality improved. In one, they saw a rebellious teen in a Nirvana t-shirt and a red flannel shirt. In another, a long-haired hippie with flowers in her hair, sitting in a meadow, completely absorbed by a Ken Kesey novel. In still another, a 20-year-old in a tight spandex jumpsuit on a bike tour. Alicia observed the changes to the girl's features, from a snotty kid to a mature woman. Oksana Moroz. She felt a stab of pain in her chest. Had she noticed something, or had she just imagined it? Maybe her tired mind was taking shortcuts, seeing patterns where there weren't any.
Here.
She marked some pages with her fingers.
And here, and again here.
The same church, noticed Mateusz.
Yes, an Orthodox one.
So?
I know where it is. A small town on the Bug River, near Siemachja. My grandmother used to live there. I know the place well. We used to go there for holidays.
What are you suggesting? He asked.
Imagine that you are being hounded. Something bad is happening all around you. Something really terrifying, like a story out of a corporate thriller. Your boss has been murdered. You've learned something, and now you know too much, and that knowledge could even cost you your life. What do?
I get the fuck out of there. Mateusz shrugged and kept staring at a picture of Oksana on a kayak. She was sitting without a life jacket, with her small breasts covered by a bikini.
Where to?
The blogger pressed, feeling slightly annoyed. Weirdo or not, Kaufman should have figured it out by now. I don't know, definitely somewhere outside of Warsaw, to hide away, raise goats, and wait for the shitstorm to die down. All right, I might have gone too far with the goats.
But where exactly?
Is that really important now? I'll think of something. Alicia groaned in resignation. The popular teaching technique of leading the student to the correct answer had failed in a spectacular way.
It's obvious, she muttered. Think of Oksana. Andrei Badera is dead, and you're feeling the heat. You have to flee to the end of the world, and you have family far to the east, close to the border. Could you dream up a better hiding place?
Mateusz was not fully convinced. How do you know she hasn't got friends somewhere else? In Poznania, Wrocław, or Krakow? It's easier to hide in a big city than in a village.
I don't know. But what choice have we got?
Sunday, 30th of October. They were heading east, though Mateusz doubted their mission could end in success. The evidence was too weak to support it. That was the first time he felt that his ordered world was coming to an end. An end which was not a quiet but unyielding progression, a series of ill-considered decisions, a blurring of a carefully defined goal for which he had always striven. He well remembered the quote from Alice in Wonderland, "If you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there." He did not know, and was losing control of his life. The worst thing was that he was feeling quite good about it. They left Warsaw by Highway 2, heading towards Siedlce. Alicia was sitting in the front passenger seat. Feeling relaxed, she leaned back and stretched her legs.
Tell me something about your work, she said.
Mateusz didn't look at her. He was concentrating on the road and looking out for police, who were doing traffic checks for All Saints' Day.
You predict the future, right?
Persisted Alicia. He nodded.
It's funny, I'm a historian, an expert on all things past, and you're an expert on the future.
He saw nothing funny in that.
How do you do it? She pressed. A historian's workshop is obvious. Reading documents, accounts of the times, journals, biographies, but how can you learn about the future?
Mateusz slowed down on entering a built-up area. The future doesn't exist, he said. It's not even there until it happens. But even now, in the present, you can see its seeds. It's a bit like the spreading branches of a tree. The trunk is today, and each branch is a potential future. The probability of each potential future is not equal, and you can calculate it based on the present. You'd be surprised how predictable human behavior is. We all have free will. The future spreads before us like an infinite fan of possibilities, and yet we still take the well-worn paths.
And you never make mistakes? She asked, curious.
Everyone makes mistakes. You can never be 100% sure that something is going to happen. History is a chaotic process. Are you familiar with the chaos theory?
Mercy. I've told you I'm in the humanities,
moaned Alicia. Mateusz continued undeterred. Chaos is the measure of sensitivity to initial conditions. Think about throwing dice. Theoretically, it's a completely deterministic phenomenon that you could calculate. If you were able to measure the placement of the die in the thrower's hand with infinite accuracy, calculate absolutely all the forces of the throw, the elasticity of the plastic and the substrate, then without a doubt you'd predict the result. But in practice, you could never do that, and so the result of the throw is random and you cannot predict it. Chaos disturbs the order of mathematical equations. It's similar to history. There are trends, mass processes, which are leading in a certain direction, but then strong individuals may appear. Leaders, innovators, thinkers who suddenly flick the switch and move the world to a different set of rails. That can't be predicted. These are outliers, factors which break out of the pattern. Such people are exceptions, and the rest keeps walking straight as if led on a string. He shrugged. Once I worked on a computer program meant to predict the behavior of specific people, criminals on parole, businessmen during negotiations. It was extremely accurate. I started doubting free will existed since everything seemed calculable.
That's horrible.
The blogger flinched. Mateusz was lost in thought. He was about to say something, but swallowed the words and bit his tongue. He was now turning Alicia's last sentence over in his mind. That's horrible. That's horrible. Horrible. Horrible is a valuing word, he said finally. I'm trying to tell you that that's just the way people are. They think less than they assume. They take shortcuts. The brain hates to overexert itself, and whenever it can, it runs an idle. That's how we were shaped by blind evolution. Horrible assumes some bad intentions of a thinking entity responsible for evolution, planning it all, and such a being doesn't exist. It started to rain when they left Siedlce on their steady journey eastward. Clouds as dark as Mateusz's thoughts enveloped the sky and spewed a wall of rain at them. The wipers were barely coping. The car slowed down to 40 kilometers an hour, and it didn't improve for the remainder of their drive. Kaufman was hungry, but unwilling to waste any time searching for a petrol station. We're here. Alicia woke up from a restless nap at the exact moment they were passing the built-up area sign. Or had she not actually slept? Mateusz stopped the car in a bus bay which had seen its last bus stop there sometime during the early 80s. He left the engine running. What now? He asked.
There's a shop by the church. Or at least there was once. We can ask in there.
And they'll just tell us where the Moroshes live?
This isn't Warsaw, she said. I could tell them my grandma used to live here. She died many years ago, but I'm sure they'd remember her.
Lead the way. He took the handbrake off and stepped on the gas. The shop turned out to be closed. As they learned from a note pinned to the grated door, on account of All Saints' Day, this Sunday the shop was open until 1 p.m. The rain refused to stop.
The cemetery, commanded Alicia. We're bound to meet someone there.
The rain had turned the cemetery parking lot into a muddy lake. That didn't scare away the people, who in great numbers were parking their Volkswagen Passats and Opel Astras, all over 20 years old, to then wade ankle-high through the gray sludge, clutching yellow plastic bags with the Biedronka logo, votive candles clinking, and armfuls of flowers. Mateusz watched them as if it was a performance of experimental theater. Quite interesting from a formal point of view, but completely removed from his experiences, so it was incomprehensible to him. When was the last time he had visited a cemetery? 15, 20 years ago? The very thought of stepping into that ocean of mud made him shiver and feel nauseous. Had Alicia noticed and taken pity on him?
"Stay in the car," she said. "I'll take care of this."
Mateusz watched the girl wade through the thick sludge and approach hunched old men and women with haggard faces. They talked and gestured, some pointing right, others left, and obviously not accepting anyone else's arguments. More and more onlookers joined the group. Finally, they reached a consensus. Alicia thanked them, shook some hands, and returned to the car. She looked pitiful. Her sports shoes and trouser legs were covered in a drying, muddy crust, and strands of wet hair stuck to her cheeks. Despite this, she was smiling broadly.
"I know everything. Let's go."
Oksana Morosh's grandmother was named Jadwiga Szewczuk and had lived in a nearby village, 3 kilometers east towards Siemiatia, but to get there you had to leave the main road and drive for 1 kilometer over gravel. She had died of cancer 10 years ago, and since then the house had stood empty, but the family did come occasionally from Warsaw, treating the old farmstead like a summer house. People didn't remember Oksana quite as well, mostly from when she was a little girl, but they did know she had a sister, Lena, who had married a well-off banker and had 3 kids with him. If anyone was visiting the old house or the grandmother's grave, it was usually them. No one knew if anyone was there now, as the house lay in an out-of-the-way place. "They told you all that?" Mateusz was shocked. "How did they know?"
"It's a really small village."
When Kaufman turned off the asphalt road onto the dirt road, it stopped raining. The houses here were far away from each other, several dozen, maybe even 100 meters. Unfinished houses presented a real patchwork of architectural styles and clashing details, which could cause any aesthetically minded architect to drop dead with a heart attack. Most were surrounded by tall fences with signs warning of vicious dogs. "Have I told you that I hate the countryside?" muttered the analyst. They were searching for number 17. The house was at the end of the road, and just several dozen meters further on, the gravel surface turned into sand, took a gentle turn, and disappeared into the forest. They parked on the roadside, blocking the entryway. The house was a classic 2-story cube with a gable roof. However, unlike its neighbors, the Morosh property looked well kept. The gate had been painted at most 2 seasons before, and the plaster wasn't covered in a coating of black, carcinogenic smoke, which billowed out of every chimney in the village. Mateusz held down the doorbell button for a long time, but there was no answer. "Let's take a look around," he said, putting his hand through the gate and opening it from inside.
"I hope they don't have a dog."
Alicia looked cautiously around. The wet gravel, which covered the yard, crunched with every step. No one came when they knocked on the door, and looking in through the kitchen and living room windows didn't reveal any traces of possible habitation. There was no cup of hot tea on a table, a pyramid of unwashed dishes in the sink, or a running computer. Absolutely no traces of life.
"This is pointless. Let's just go,"
said Alicia impatiently.
"I'm sorry, this was a stupid idea."
"Wait." Without looking at the blogger, Mateusz headed for the backyard. Behind the house, the gravel surface ended, replaced by mud. Further on, just by the forest, there were some old farm buildings, in decidedly worse condition than the main house. "Look here." Kaufman stopped suddenly and pointed to the ground. Tire treads were clearly visible in the wet ground.
"And we're too late again," said Alicia. "Someone has already left."
I wouldn't be so sure of that. They followed the tracks further in, where they disappeared behind the door of a brick building with a roof of corrugated sheets. The wooden gate creaked when opened.
"Bingo!"
Alicia clapped her hands in excitement. A red Toyota Aygo stood in the old barn. A small car, analyzed Mateus. A family with 3 children would never fit into it. But it's perfect for a single woman in a big city.
"Do you think Oksana's in the house?"
Let's check again. Mateus walked around the Toyota, examining it like a picky buyer on a car lot, searching for the tiniest of scratches. They left the barn, and the analyst pointed to the other farm building, a lone lean-to on one of the barn's walls.
"Oksana Morosh? Are you there?"
Alicia knocked on the uneven door made out of knotty boards. Mateus put a hand on her shoulder and gently, though firmly, moved her away from the entrance. He pushed the door and entered. The room had windows, but the small, dirty panes didn't let in much light. It looked like a messy home workshop. Metal shelf racks by the wall, old paint cans on the shelves, covered in dried, once vibrant and now faded streaks of their spilled contents. Rusted tools, nails, screws, and gaskets were strewn all around, together with some palette knives and brushes with stiff, stuck-together bristles. It stank of metal and mustiness. "Oksana?" Kaufman walked slowly, shuffling along, afraid of stepping on something dangerous. Only silence answered him. "Oksana?" He felt like he was having a short flashback. It may have only been 9 days, but it felt like a lifetime. Just a moment earlier, he had been walking along an apartment block's dark basement corridor when suddenly Alicia jumped out of a cubbyhole, pounding on him with tiny fists in a fit of animalistic panic. That had ended with a bleeding nose. How would it go now? He stopped mid-step. Something happened on the edge of vision. A movement. A change of position. "Oksana?" he asked for the 3rd time. Something fluttered, clanged. The silence was broken by a scream, short and high. A small figure emerged from a crevice between a rack and a metal tool cabinet and lunged at Mateus. Something stung him in the left arm, and then a warmth spread over it. Quite a pleasant feeling. Only then did he fully realize what had happened. Oksana Morosh had sunk a knife into his arm. She pulled it out with a furious movement, tearing the wound's edges and making the nerve fibers go crazy, sending alarm signals to the brain. Oksana took another swing, this time aiming for his chest. Sunday, 30th of October. During the day, the human brain makes roughly 35,000 decisions. If we take away the 7 or 8 hours spent sleeping, that comes down to around 1 decision every 1.5 seconds. However, there are moments of cognitive overload, during which time speeds up, and in a fraction of a second, a person is faced with dozens of choices. Just like Alicia at this moment. Decision number 1. Fight or flight? Fight. Decision number 2. Go unarmed or search for a weapon? Go unarmed. Don't waste time. Number 3. Which body part to best attack? As if hypnotized, she watched the knife, which slid out of Mateus's arm, and the blood which was dripping everywhere. The attacker was getting ready for another strike. Clenching her hand into a fist, the blogger threw herself on the girl. Her heart was beating too quickly, the pressure hummed in her ears, and black spots danced before her eyes. She struck blindly. The punch landed just above Oksana's temple. The knife fell to the floor with a loud clang. On meeting hard bone, Alicia's hand exploded in pain, and the blogger did not have the power to repeat the punch. On instinct, she followed that with a swing of her elbow, this time hitting the other woman on the mouth. Morosh yelled, fell to the floor, and the 5-second fight ended just as abruptly as it had begun. Silence fell. "Fuck!" screamed Mateus, pressing his left hand to the wounded arm. "Fuck!" Another decision. Does Oksana still pose a threat, or can Alicia help Mateus? One glance was all she had to judge the situation, calculate the probabilities and the threat level. The Ubik worker, Andre Badera's mysterious subordinate, was kneeling on the floor, propped up on outstretched hands, and moaning. Alicia had to risk it. In 2 steps, she was at Kaufman's side. Blood was seeping from between his spread fingers. She felt dizzy, lacking the courage to move the clothes away and examine the wound to see just how bad the damage was. "You have to disinfect it," gasped the wounded man. "Look around. Dirt and rust everywhere. Get bandages. I've got some in the first aid kit in the car." The important thing is not to panic. Just don't panic. Don't panic, Alicia repeated in her mind, believing in the causative power of thoughts. The situation went from bad to truly awful. The sport jacket's sleeve was soaked through with blood. Mateus was looking worse, and the blogger wanted nothing but to hug him, close her eyes, and wait for the problem to solve itself. "Watch out!" he shouted, pulling her out of the momentary stupor. She turned around and saw Oksana Morosh standing before her, clutching the bloody blade in her hand. "You weren't sent by Ubik." It wasn't a question, but a statement of fact. "Jesus, I made a mistake. A mistake. No, Ubik didn't send us." Alicia instantly regained her presence of mind. "Help me with him. If we don't, he'll bleed out." Oksana dropped the knife on the ground. In 2 leaps, she was by Mateus and decidedly pulled away the hand he kept pressing to the wound. "This'll need stitches," she said. "We'll do it discreetly. None of us want to get the prosecutor's attention, right?" She looked from Alicia to Mateus. "There's a doctor in the neighboring village. He won't ask any questions. We'll just need to stop on the way and buy a bottle of vodka." Alicia remembered the next 2 hours as a bloody, fragmented nightmare. They took Oksana's Toyota. The shop didn't have a card reader, so Alicia went back to the car to search for some cash in Mateus's wallet, and then straightened the bills with shaking hands, like a beggar surprised by a large gift. As expected, the alcoholic doctor wasn't interested in anything. And though he stank of booze, in some inexplicable way he inspired trust. He had the confident gaze of an expert, a man who takes control in a crisis, letting the others relax, relieved that their troubles were now over and that they had been released from the obligation of making decisions. It took him 45 minutes to stitch Mateus up. Alicia was fidgety, pacing nervously around the office, glancing now and then at Oksana. They didn't talk much. Alicia gave a cursory description of what made them take the long trip east, near the border with Belarus, on this gray, rainy day. During that time, they went out twice for a smoke. Oksana smoked greedily, like a soldier huddling in a trench minutes before the order to charge is given. Like someone who knows that each cigarette could be their last. Alicia tried to watch the girl. Based on the data she found on the sports website, they should be around the same age, close to 30, but Oksana looked younger. She had a childish, round face and fair Slavic hair. There was something unsettling in her behavior. The blogger couldn't quite put her finger on why, but she was unable to relax in the other woman's presence. She felt as if she were visiting a distant friend who kept a dog of some aggressive breed, a pit bull, Rottweiler, or bulldog. Everything seems fine, life goes on normally, you can have some tea or a cookie, but the household pet is sitting by the door and watching you. One wrong move, one dirty look, and it will rip your throat out. Mateusz came out looking pale, with a bandaged arm. They went back to the Morosh property. Once there, Oksana made coffee for everyone, cut some bread, and got some yellow cheese and sour pickles out of the fridge.
"That's all I've got," she said. "I wasn't expecting any guests."
No one was hungry, but everyone made themselves a sandwich just to be polite. They waited for Oksana's story, which should provide the answers to all the mysteries. However, she said nothing until she had cleaned up after the meal, taken some red wine out of a cupboard, poured it out to 3 glasses, and finally sat down on a couch and stretched her legs out.
In the 70s, the Ford Group realized that their Pinto model cars had a serious factory defect, she said thoughtfully. The fuel tank was too close to the back seat. When rear-ended, the tank could break, explode, and cause a fire. The CEOs knew everything, but did nothing about it. The cost to repair a single car was $11, but when multiplied by all the sold vehicles, it added up to millions. Based on accident frequency, their analysts calculated that it would be more profitable to pay out compensation to affected families than perform mass repairs. So what that they were putting human lives in danger, money was more important. And people died. Altogether, around 30 burned alive so that the company could realize its quarterly goals and could give the good news to its shareholders.
Alicia glanced at Mateusz, as if to check in with him and ask, "Why is she telling us all this?" But he kept his focus wholly on Oksana.
The Ford Pinto scandal is nothing compared to the storm that Ubik is trying to sweep under the rug right now,
said Oksana finally. Alicia felt like gravity had just given in. She weighed nothing and was now levitating up by the ceiling, watching the scene play out from above. In a moment, she would understand what this whole affair was about. Why Andrei Badera died and Mateusz Kaufman was forced to falsify his forecasts. In a few minutes, everything would become clear. The Zeitgeist Project, Mateusz cut in. That's what it was about, right? The woman looked at him in surprise.
No, not at all.
She shook her head.
The Zeitgeist Project had nothing to do with it, but let's not jump ahead.
Oksana Morosh had joined Ubik 3 years earlier, when she was writing a doctoral dissertation at the University of Warsaw. It was Andrei Badera who got her the job, after listening to her presentation at a conference on using multi-agent simulations for business purposes. The scale of the Zeitgeist Project, which he explained to the shy student, was staggering, and made every other project seem ridiculously small and meaningless. That was also true for the research she was doing for her doctorate. Which is why she left academia without remorse and devoted herself to corporate work. Andre was her boss, but he was involved in a few other projects and wasn't working only on Zeitgeist. According to the gossip, people had a good opinion of him in central headquarters, and he was being groomed to become the executive director for Eastern Europe and Russia. Everything was going suspiciously well. The company was expanding at breakneck speed, and each quarter broke historic records, which had the shareholders rub their hands in glee as they counted the profits. Oksana was working on a virtual simulator of Europe, and Andre was spending most of his time on a plane between Warsaw and Dublin. It was early August when something changed. Badera was staying late in his office. When Oksana was switching off her computer at 8, she looked in on him.
"Still here?"
she asked. "I'm just getting ready to leave," he replied. "I wanted to talk to you. Have you got some time now?" She wasn't in any hurry. They walked out into a hot Warsaw night, walking along the empty streets of Mordor, in search of a place still open at this time. They came upon a small pizzeria, which survived by serving lunch to white-collar workers in the afternoon, and was almost empty in the evenings. They ordered 2 glasses of wine and an arugula pizza to share. That was when Andre told her about what he had found out during his last visit to Ireland. Out of the whole company, she was the only person he trusted, a modest analyst from the team on advanced statistical models. It was about the market segment, which was Ubik's bread and butter, intelligent clothing. A year earlier, their intelligent underwear had hit the market, which monitored the user's vitals. Ubik boasted of a patent for a self-learning algorithm which could predict an upcoming heart attack 5 hours in advance with an accuracy of 95%. The product was an instant hit. Ubik instantly went into business with the largest insurers, who, in accordance with the rules of all oligopolistic conspiracies, offered discounts for all smart clothing users. Of course, the undershirt did not give 100% guarantee, and one Alan Blake, dressed in Ubik garb, had a heart attack at the 31st kilometer of a marathon. The New York insurance company rejected the claim, stating that the clothing had physical faults. The case ended up in court and hadn't left it yet. All the analysts were in agreement that Blake did not have a snowball's chance in hell of winning it. Meanwhile, it turned out there was something wrong with the algorithm. A serious programming bug which significantly lowered the accuracy of the predictions. Arteries closed, blood didn't reach the heart, and the intelligent undershirt, instead of sending alarm signals to a smartphone over a Bluetooth connection, remained as quiet as a rock. As it often happens in similar cases, the issue stewed at middle management level, and the top had no idea. There were only some isolated incidents of malfunction at the beginning, 7 around the world. But then, the avalanche struck, and a stream of angry comments flooded social media, skillfully covered up by Ubik's well-paid social media ninjas. And then, there were the first lawsuits. Fortunately, the media hadn't sniffed it out yet and couldn't connect the dots. Some people in the company wanted this state of affairs to go on as long as possible. There was a conspiracy organized by a small group of senior managers, with the director of strategy, Simon Heathway, taking the lead. That was when Andre was let in on the secret, as one of the company's key people in Europe. He had no doubts about what should be done. Badera was a dove, so he looked to ally himself with other doves, still so childishly honest in his naivete. And that was what had set him apart from the other members of that elite inter-company association. Andre decided that the first thing to do was to inform the very top, which meant the previous CEO, Liam Ward. He saw in him a kindred spirit, And he hit bullseye. Transparency of company dealings was Ward's management credo. The CEO had planned a press conference during which he would publicly reveal everything, take the blame, apologize, and promise improvement. If that conference had taken place, it might have proven fatal to Ubik. The intelligent clothing segment was a goose that laid golden eggs for the company, generating 80% of their revenue and financing investments into other branches. After something like that, Ubik might have never gotten up from its knees, just like Arthur Andersen after the fiasco with falsifying Enron's books. The press conference never took place because the hawk swooped in first and ripped both of them to shreds. They dug up some dirt from Ward's past. Oksana didn't know the details, but it was something about raping an assistant who got paid off to stay quiet, but could at any moment remember what had happened during a certain business trip to the States 4 years earlier and go to the press. For Ward, a fervent Irish Catholic who loved to be photographed with his ginger daughters, that would have been a fatal blow. That's why he decided to resign, ironically citing a wish to spend more time with his family as the main reason. Such an action might have looked suspicious, and so Heathway's co-conspirators did a good job of spreading rumors about their former boss's serious illness. With Badera, they opted for intimidation. From that point on, Oksana had less certainty and more conjectures about what had happened. But she strongly felt that Andre had been pushing her away on purpose, limiting their contact as if trying to protect her. That was why he had deleted all of the emails she had sent him and erased her from the corporate network. And that was why Galactus didn't find anything in the files he stole. The last time they saw each other was at the end of September. The weather that evening was horrible, with rain beating down and wind blowing plastic bags out of bins. Oksana was waiting for Andre in a small cafe close to Place Zabicella. He was late, and she had already finished an espresso and was fighting with herself over whether to get a huge piece of carrot cake with whipped cream. That was when she got the text message. Andre had changed plans at the last minute and chosen a different place, a loud bar some 100 meters away. Oksana didn't feel like leaving the cozy cafe, going out into the rain and walking with her head covered by a newspaper stolen out of a newspaper rack inside because the wind was too strong to open an umbrella. She tried teasing him about the issue in a message, but he was surprisingly firm. Goodbye, carrot cake, she thought, not without remorse. The bar stank of spilled beer and male sweat. In spite of the horrible weather, it was full of people, all of whom were staring at flat screens showing football players running across vividly green grass. It must have been an important game, because the watchers would frequently bellow sounds of anger or disappointment. Andre wasn't his usual self. Gone was the professional confidence, the maturity of a manager primed to take over one of the most important business positions in Europe. Badera was scared and didn't know what to do next. He had lost the ability to perform strategic analysis. It had suddenly turned out that the set of equations had too many unknowns, and Andre was stumbling, like a wasp hitting the glass over and over, trying to escape through a closed window.
"No one is following me in here," he said.
He poured out the rest of what he had to say, not letting Oksana get a word in edgewise. He talked about the faulty algorithm, about the conspiracy, the plan to hide the truth from the public. Then he added, "Run, before it's too late. Destroy your digital trail so that no one can find you. Hole yourself away somewhere in the countryside and wait out this hell. Then you can go back to Warsaw if there'll be anything left to return to."
"And what about you?" she asked.
talking over the roar that came from dozens of throats. The Polish team must have scored.
I can't give up.
Oksana listened to Andrei's advice. She left the company, deleted her Facebook and LinkedIn accounts, got some money out of an ATM and went east, to her late grandmother's house, where she used to spend her summers years before. She didn't know that her Warsaw apartment had been searched, but she didn't seem surprised.
I worked closely with Andrei and disappeared suddenly. I'm the only person outside the conspiracy who knows about the undershirt scandal. Heathway's people are still looking for me. That's why I reacted that way when I saw you. You must forgive me.
She kept staring at Mateusz.
I'm sorry. And Andrei?
Said Alicia quickly. She was dreaming of a cigarette.
Did Ubik kill him? Would they really go that far?
Oksana shrugged.
I haven't got any proof. Andrei was scared to go to any famous reporters or big newspapers. He suspected everyone of being on Ubik's payroll and didn't want to risk it. He was looking for someone independent, completely outside of that world and trustworthy. A civic reporter, an investigative blogger, or at least that's what he told me. And that's why he chose me.
Alicia clapped her hands in excitement.
Everything is starting to piece together.
Kaufman moved suddenly to the couch, irritating the wound in his arm. He hissed in pain.
One thing doesn't fit, he said to Oksana. I understand that the bad guys responsible for Andrei's murder were the same ones who blackmailed me into falsifying my forecast and saying that Ubik's stock would go down. So they were working against the company, for whose good opinion they were fighting on a different front, willing even to make use of final solutions.
Oksana smiled sadly.
Everyone thought that after Ward's resignation, the board would nominate the Hawks leader, the brains behind the conspiracy, Simon Heathway. Then he wouldn't have any problems with sweeping everything under the rug. And instead, the board played a trick on everyone and nominated Adam O'Connor to the position, a new leader of the Doves.
Of course.
It was Mateusz's turn to clap. While O'Connor's in charge, that shit can at any moment float up to the surface and no one can rest easy. That's why they have to get rid of him like they did Ward. But this time they couldn't use blackmail. Maybe they had nothing on him? And that's why they came to me. The CEO had just changed, and an independent group of wealthy investors started wondering what to do with Ubik's shares, sell or buy. So they hired me. Of course, I should have told them to buy. But Heathway's people, hiding behind the collective pseudonym Mr. White, intimidated me into giving a negative recommendation. My investors start selling out their stock, contributing to its falling price and advising others to do the same. It seems absurd, but gossip quickly makes the rounds around the stock market, and it quickly becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. The price drops just a fraction, and the stockholders and board aren't happy. They use the corporate guillotine, and O'Connor's body gets chopped off with a swish. The stock goes back up, and I get buried by the investors. And everything is done in white gloves.
Then Simon Heathway takes the throne with his retinue, Oksana cut in, and it's all cleaned up.
Alicia cleared her throat.
Was Natalia Badera in his retinue?
She asked, and regretted it almost immediately.
I know she didn't work for Ubik, but the photo...
Something changed in Oksana. She looked at the blogger, and their eyes met. Alicia still couldn't help feeling that there was something unpredictable in that woman. Something angry. That's why she'd thought of dangerous dogs earlier. Alicia's grandmother, who once lived in this village, used to tell her that while a dog is barking, it's not dangerous. It's when it goes quiet that you're in trouble. like Morosh right now.
Natalia Badera, she repeated. What photo?
Mateusz took out his phone and showed her the picture he had come across while going over the files he'd got from Galactus. The champagne selfie on a hotel's terrace. 3 people. Natalia Badera, Kaufman's Dublin lover, who introduced herself as Stephanie, and an unknown older man.
That's Heathway, said Oksana. The man who had Andre killed. I know him, whispered Alicia. I saw him at Badera's funeral, walking hand in hand with Natalia.
All the elements clicked into place. The blogger was planning out the article in her mind, which would be her ticket to morning TV. It wouldn't be just one article. She'd create a series, building up the drama, unveiling the twists and turns of this smart clothes scandal, painting a grim picture of the corporate world of late capitalism. Maybe she should write a book. A Heart Attack at Ubik sounded like a great title. Monday, 31st of October. Mateusz's arm was radiating with a throbbing pain, and Oksana gave him 3 pills of a strong painkiller. It helped a bit, and the analyst could lie down on the couch, cover himself with a blanket, and try to fall asleep. Everything was finally clear, but one thing kept bothering him. Why Tiresias? Why did Andre Badera come up with such a strange alias? He wasn't interested in mythology. Tiresias was a prophet. He could see the future. Was it somehow connected to the software in all those smart undershirts that couldn't warn their users of a coming heart attack? He'd rather think of something more pleasant. And he had just the thing. If this Ubik affair went public, their stock prices would hit rock bottom. Then his made-up forecast would actually come true. He'd get back his good name and professional standing. Not just that, he'd be hailed as a visionary, able to predict the unpredictable black swan. Someone who has his own opinion and is not afraid of stating it or of going against the current. He'd rise to a higher level, become a stock market guru, and analysts from Wall Street and the city would start praying to him. He would only have to get the Ubik scandal public. With that thought, he fell asleep. He woke up with a terrible headache. Oksana was making scrambled eggs, and the smell of fried onions could be smelt in the whole house. Alicia was still asleep. "Good morning, Snork Maiden," said Mateusz as he entered the kitchen. The former Ubik employee froze and almost dropped the frying pan.
How do you know that?
No one can completely erase their digital footprint. He wanted to shrug, but was afraid of irritating the wound. Alicia tracked you down.
She's pretty good.
I think so too. He sat down at the table and watched the woman at work, enjoying the natural softness of her movements. Oksana was managing the kitchen space perfectly. Each thing had its own pre-planned place. There was no redundancy in her actions. She was the exact opposite of Alicia. A chaotic, messy person with low emotional stability and a tendency for hysterics. After breakfast, they held a war council, as Oksana dubbed it. Mateusz was sipping green tea and thinking about the dynamics of their 3-person group. An unexpected configuration. Would a leader emerge naturally to command the meeting and impose their opinion on the others? He'd bet on Alicia. He wasn't wrong.
We need to get this information to Adam O'Connor, said the blogger at the beginning. Only that way can we neutralize the conspirators while staying hidden.
She saw Mateusz open his mouth to remind her about the danger Pavel was in, but she knew how to dispel his doubts.
First, we have to take care of Pavel. You'll take him out of the clinic and take him to a safe place. Only then will we be able to work freely.
Mateusz was impressed. He could only humbly nod his head.
We can't go back to our places,
continued Alicia.
They may be under Ubik observance. We'll have to get hotel rooms. It would be best if we got our hands on some fake IDs. There's a risk that the Hawks people have access to information systems and have set up alerts on our names.
She did not look at Mateusz, but he immediately felt it was his time to step in. That can be arranged. I've got some contacts in Warsaw, he said. Oksana did not join the conversation. She was sitting to the side, withdrawn, lost in thought, just nodding and smiling. The only thing she insisted on was driving herself to Warsaw in her Toyota, saying it would be safer, until the other two finally gave in. It was a few minutes past 11 when they left in two cars. Oksana was glued to Mateusz's rear bumper the whole way. They separated in Warsaw. Oksana agreed not to go back to her apartment in Targowiec, but said she needed to go to a shopping center to stock up on underwear and cosmetics because they had no idea how long this madness would last and when they would be able to do the laundry again. Mateusz and Alicia drove to the banks of the Vistula.
Who's she?
Asked Boris from the barge. The hacker was in bad shape and looked as if he was recovering from an all-night coding marathon. With puffy, bloodshot eyes, agitated from all the coffee and energy drinks he'd been drinking. He spoke louder than the situation demanded and gesticulated too much. Mateusz ignored the question. I need 3 IDs, he said. 2 women, 1 man. You've got the photos in an email. How much time do you need?
Who is she?
Boris was not letting it go, pointing his forefinger straight at Alicia's solar plexus.
Why did you bring her here?
For fuck's sake, Boris, you're not the center of the universe. People have got bigger problems than sniffing around your shady dealings and stolen Ukrainian credit card numbers. She's someone I trust, a friend. Better tell me when you could have those IDs ready. I won't haggle and I'll throw in 15% more if you're snappy about it. The hacker stepped from foot to foot, then looked at his watch.
I've got good contacts. It's quick work. They'll be ready by 7.
Good man. Mateusz laughed and wanted to pat him condescendingly on the shoulder, but Boris slipped away, retreated inside the cold barge, and shut the door in their faces.
What do you think about her?
Asked Alicia when they were driving to the Arcadia shopping center to meet with Oksana. Mateusz shrugged. About Morosh? I rarely think about other people. I don't analyze it too deeply. But I do get it. Her motivations are logical and consistent. I'd have behaved like her in that situation.
She just seems weird to me.
Alicia stretched out as much as the seatbelt allowed.
There's something annoying about her, but I don't know what it is. She's not telling us the whole truth, you'll see. Call it women's intuition, she added, as if trying to ease the tension.
Mateusz smiled. Was Alicia feeling threatened by the appearance of another woman in their little team? Even if it was not happening on a conscious level, it sat somewhere deep inside, lurking in the dark expanse of the psychoanalytical ID, engraved onto the animal part of the brain. And that's why she was trying to discredit Oksana in Mateusz's eyes, even though she couldn't formulate any rational arguments. The 3 of them ate dinner at a Czech restaurant. Ribs and a mountain of fries washed down with beer. Then they walked around the stores. Mateusz bought a few pairs of socks and boxer shorts, a shirt, and a pair of jeans. They considered going to see a movie to kill time until evening, but then they got a text message from Boris that the fake IDs were ready. Using the obtained papers, they checked into a 2-star hotel on the road into Warsaw from Lublin. They took 3 single rooms. Mateusz's arm was constantly pulsing with a dull, irritating pain, and he took more pills before going to bed. He thought that he would soon have to go in for a checkup. The painkillers worked like sleeping pills. He was asleep before his head hit the pillow and fell into a black, impenetrable, dreamless expanse. He got up early in the morning and, without eating breakfast or saying goodbye, left Warsaw. There were 1,000 kilometers of road before him. The clinic where Pavel lived was 150 kilometers south of the capital, hidden in the thick woods near to Starachowice. From there, with his brother in the back seat, Mateusz was planning to cut through Poland and visit family in the Bory Tucholsky National Park, where he used to spend his summer holidays, and where he brutally killed his would-be girlfriend's dog. He'd tell them they had to take care of Pavel for a few days, a week at the most. So what if they hadn't kept in touch and he'd last seen them 15 years before? He'd put some cash on the table, and that'd be that. 100 kilometers outside Warsaw, his arm started going numb. He couldn't grip the steering wheel and didn't want to take any more painkillers and get sleepy. He needed to stay alert as he maneuvered between the cars performing the annual ritual of All Saints' Day cemetery pilgrimages. His arm was getting stiffer, with pain radiating up towards his neck. Kaufman needed to take a break. He noticed an Orlen gas station and flicked on his turn signal. When he stopped at the station, he didn't get out immediately. Breathing heavily, he looked at his hands shaking with fear. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a luxury SUV parked next to him, looking spotlessly clean, as if it had just left a car wash. The analyst should not be drinking coffee, but decided to make an exception. He grabbed his jacket from the back seat and stepped out into the cool autumn air. As he was passing the SUV, its door opened and a shapely leg in black leather pants appeared. Under normal circumstances, Kaufman would have slid his eyes up over the woman's body, but right then his thoughts were occupied by pain and worry about whether he would be able to fulfill the rest of his plans.
Mateusz!
Called someone from behind his back. A female voice. A timbre he would remember until the day he died. It was her. Stephanie. His drunk fling from Dublin, the laptop thief who erased his backup files from the cloud in order to remove all traces of the falsified work presented to potential Ubique investors. One of the 3 people in the photo, the other 2 of whom were Natalia Badera and the conspiracy leader, Simon Heathway. "You want to give me back my computer?" he asked. She laughed.
Get in the car.
She nodded towards the Lexus. "What if I don't?"
You will.
And again, that was rational. He had no choice. He could not put Pavel, Alicia, or Oksana at risk. Couldn't put anyone at risk. "Let me just get a coffee."
I'll go with you,
she said, leaving the car door open. Chapter 8. All the Kingdoms of the World. Monday, 31st of October, evening. Balancing on the edge of reality, Alicia knew that state well. Some years before, she discovered that her boyfriend was cheating on her. It was a high school love, long burned out, held up only by inertia and routine. She remembered the moment when she stood eye to eye with the truth, when a friend showed her a stealthily taken photo
and Alicia drank in every detail. The Vistula boulevards, a young couple holding hands and kissing, an empty wine bottle beside them. Though the man's face was not visible, two things revealed his identity. He was wearing a black t-shirt of the band Sleater-Kinney, a birthday gift from Alicia. The short-sleeved shirt left his forearm tattoo uncovered. It was the burning giraffe from Salvador Dali's painting. It was him, the man with whom she had lost her virginity, on whose chest she had cried after her grandmother's death, in whom she believed more than freedom of speech, feeling up some blonde bimbo in a public place. Alicia wanted to comment on it, but couldn't get a single word out. Later, there was a huge fight. Screams, tears, and plates smashing on the floor. But the worst was still to come. When the door slammed shut, and she was left alone in their shared apartment, she sat down on a kitchen stool and looked at her shaking hands. She felt something in her stomach growing large, spreading, pulsating. She didn't know what it was, but had a vague idea. It was like a void, a raw panic, a sense of paralyzing fear. She had to occupy herself with something, stop thinking, gloss over the problems, and go on living as if nothing had happened, but with the awareness that one day it might pop, eat her from inside, and then the only salvation would be found in psychotropic drugs and a padded cell. She survived back then, with the blog being her magic sword, a demon slayer, and a panacea for her mental problems. And now? She felt that there was nothing in which to find comfort, and the familiar void was bubbling up in her stomach, heralding an approaching catastrophe. Mateusz Kaufmann had disappeared. She last heard from him that morning, when he'd sent her a text message saying, "I'm leaving and will be back late in the evening." He hadn't been in touch since. When Alicia called him, a polite female voice claimed that the number was currently unavailable and asked to try again later.
"His phone must have died," said Oksana.
She tried comforting the blogger in the beginning, but as time went on, she didn't believe it herself. At 11:30 p.m. on Monday, they had to face reality head-on.
"They got him,"
whispered Alicia, putting down the phone from which came the same message over and over.
"Ubik killed him like they killed Andre."
"Calm down." Oksana put a hand on her shoulder.
"Let's not panic. Do what you do best."
She moved the laptop over to her.
"First, check if he wasn't in some accident."
Alicia started by calling the clinic where Pavel Kaufmann lived. She introduced herself as his brother's partner and asked if Mateusz had been there to pick Pavel up. Because his phone had died, it was the middle of the night, and she was starting to get worried. "No, he hasn't been in yet," said the night receptionist, and offered to call back the moment Mr. Kaufmann showed up. Hasn't been in. The words, like Oksana's rusty knife, pierced her heart. That would mean they got to him somewhere between Warsaw and Starachowice. With shaking hands, Alicia opened an internet browser, brought up a map in one window, and then arduously looked over all the local websites and fan pages of the towns and villages on his route, such as Skarżysko 24, Portal Szysławiki, and Wachak.pl. She was looking for news about fatal accidents or bodies found. Somewhere, a young driver hit a tree, and a short video showed a young officer with a puffy face explaining that the accident was caused by a speed ill-suited for the road conditions. Somewhere else, a minivan carrying a family of 5 had a head-on collision with a Fiat Punto. A helicopter was used in the rescue efforts. She didn't find anything that fitted with Mateusz. At 2:30 a.m., when the upper part of her question-mark-bent spine burned with pain, and her puffy eyes were so red they seemed ready to bleed at any moment,
Alicia was approached by Oksana.
"Go to bed,"
said the former Ubik employee.
"You won't get anything more done today. We have a hard day in front of us, and we need to get some sleep." "I don't want to go to my room. I'll go crazy when the light goes out."
Oksana nodded.
"You can sleep here, on the couch. I'll help you move the sheets."
When they lay down to sleep, and Alicia was listening to the traffic noises on Tract Brzeski, Oksana suddenly asked,
"You're not a couple, are you?" "No, we're not."
Alicia cringed in expectation of another question. She felt like a teen on a school trip. When the light went out, they'd start talking about crushes and giggling with their heads under the covers. The difference being that in high school, people didn't just disappear off the face of the earth, assassinated by professionals hired by a respected company.
"That's what I thought."
Oksana felt the awkwardness just in time and turned on her side.
"Good night."
Daytime. Unspecified date. Mateusz had a high fever. He didn't remember much of what had happened between the time the door of the Lexus closed and when he woke up sometime later. He suspected that Stephanie had put something into his gas station coffee.
"Do you take sugar in your coffee?"
she'd asked as she paid cash for their order. She took a bottle of Coke for herself. He nodded, but only cane sugar. He tried not to let her out of his sight. She had poured a cup of coffee from the maker and added a packet of sugar. Maybe she'd done it then? The car smelled of vanilla perfume. Mateusz felt completely relaxed. After all, Stephanie couldn't harm him. They left the station and merged with traffic, only to turn left a few kilometers down the road, turning toward Radomsko. They didn't talk. Mateusz fell asleep, and when he woke up, he realized he was sick. He was all sweaty, had a fever and a splitting headache. He couldn't focus his eyes on anything, and so, resigned and weakened, he went back to sleep, which this time turned out not to be a blissful dip into darkness, but a nightmarish kaleidoscope with fractured images and visions from the past. There appeared a fat Galactus to place a cap on Mateusz's head and stimulate the limbic system with electronic impulses, driving him to the brink of insanity. There was Alicia, dressed in a short skirt with stocking tops peeking out from beneath it. She looked alluring, and the black silk masked her sausage-like calves. The blogger simultaneously enticed and repulsed him.
"You want me, but you'll never have me,"
she whispered. He woke up 3 hours, 3 days, or 3 years later. He was lying in a large windowless room, dressed in a white t-shirt and loose cotton boxer shorts. He was in a bed, under a cover. His clothes were nowhere to be seen, and his watch was gone. A fresh bandage covered his wound. Mateusz felt it gingerly. It hurt much less than it had during the drive. The room was so white, it made his eyes hurt. He took a deep breath, drawing the sterile smell of disinfectant into his nostrils. Like in a lab or hospital. He slowly got out of bed. He noticed cameras in the room's 4 corners. He waved and showed 2 thumbs up. The main door was locked. He had grabbed the handle and pulled it a few times, but more on principle than with any real hope of achieving anything. The bathroom door was on the opposite wall. He relieved himself and stood in front of the mirror, running a hand over his face to try and judge by his stubble how long he had been out of it. He had last shaved on Monday, before leaving, and the bristles on his cheeks indicated it was Tuesday morning. The thought was enough to make him feel hungry. He left the bathroom, stood in the middle of the room, and looked into one of the cameras and said, "I'd like some breakfast." He couldn't say how long he had to wait, as he laid down on the bed, stared up at the ceiling, and didn't think about anything specific. He was alive, and that was what mattered. It also meant that Ubik had something else in mind for him. Finally, the door opened, and Stephanie entered the room, carrying his breakfast on a tray. Scrambled eggs over bacon, grilled vegetables, whole grain bread, all of it looked and smelled great. "Sorry, I'm only in my underwear." Kaufman smiled embarrassed, glancing down at the cotton shorts.
"Don't worry about it," she replied with a silvery laugh. "After all, I've seen you with even less on."
Mateus's one-night lover sat down on a chair some distance from him and watched him devour his first meal in many hours. She was staring at him like a primatologist leading a field observation of a group of apes and trying to decipher the animal's intentions based on their behavior. When Mateus finished, he wiped a hand over his greasy mouth and looked at Stephanie. She was sitting with her legs crossed, dressed in a white blouse with a collar, tight jeans, and high-heeled shoes. "I'm listening," he said in a sure voice.
"My name's not Stephanie," she began. "My real name is Rachel. Stephanie is just my code name."
"Code name?" asked Mateus uncertainly. He felt confused. What the hell was really going on?
"Yes, like a spy."
Stephanie-Rachel nodded.
"Because I am a spy, you know? Well, used to be. I worked for the Irish SDU in a unit which dealt with Islamic terrorism. We managed to prevent an attack in Temple Street. The terrorists were going to detonate a dirty bomb. We weren't talking about an atomic explosion, but a situation in which a regular explosive spreads radioactive material over a wide area. Some isotopes have half-lives of hundreds of years. No one would be able to come to Dublin for a pint of Guinness or a pub crawl for centuries. We broke that group up a day before the planned attack, but we are unknown to the media. That's the curse of people like us. If we do our jobs well, no one appreciates us. And if we fuck up, we get lynched. That's why I left the service."
"Why are you telling me all this?"
"To become your friend."
She giggled.
"Look at your face. Don't panic, it was just a joke. I'm familiar with your psychological profile. You don't have friends. You don't need other people to live. Something's broken in your head. Your brain's not producing enough dopamine. You're self-sufficient."
"And you came here to tell me all that," he interrupted her. "I know myself well enough." Rachel smoothly picked up the thread.
"That's why, as I said, I left the service and got a job at Ubik as a board advisor on safety issues. At first, I was worried it would be boring work, mostly writing procedures, making sure no two board members are on the same flight, searching the CEO's office for bugs, things like that. However, I quickly discovered who really pulled the strings in the company. Not Ward, he's weak, but Simon Heathway. And we both know it's always better to stick to the strong one, to bet on the horse that actually has a chance of winning."
"And he ordered you to kill Andre Badera?" Mateus tried to control his emotions, but his blood was boiling. "Did you break his neck yourself, or did you get your subcontractors to do it?" Rachel ignored Kaufman's comments.
"Our analysts took a good look at your work, which I provided them with," she said instead. "And they were impressed. That's why I came to you. I'd like to offer you a job.
Tuesday, 1st of November, morning.
No, I am not Mateusz Kaufman's wife.
Alicia Rack explained patiently over the phone, speaking to a young police officer taking down the details of her report.
Mateusz Kaufman is not married. I'm his, partner. I have the right to be fully informed. Yes, he left yesterday morning and no one's heard from him since. Yes, I have checked whether he's been in an accident, called all the towns on his route, and no one of his description has been brought into any hospital. What do you mean 48 hours haven't passed yet? What are you implying? That he got drunk, went whoring with some friends, and is now nursing a hangover and feeling guilty and should be right back with a bunch of flowers? Officer, I know him, and he'd never do anything like that. Believe me.
Alicia wrote down the full name and phone number of the officer, who promised to find out more and asked her to call him in a few hours.
What more can we do?
The blogger asked Oksana after she put down the phone, which was slick with sweat. It was only 10 a.m., and she had already run out of strength. Something bad was happening to her. She could feel she was about to lose control, start crying, screaming, and come apart at the seams. She'd just sit down on the floor and be unable to get up again.
Nothing.
Oksana got comfortable in an armchair. She, on the other hand, seemed unnaturally calm.
We can only wait.
Alicia swallowed and started really thinking. How could Oksana be so calm? She suddenly jumped to her feet and grabbed her coat. She had to act, move, do something, even if it was pointless.
I need some fresh air, she almost shouted. I'll be back in the afternoon.
Oksana said something back, but the door slamming shut drowned out her words. Alicia ran out of the hotel. The suburbs of Warsaw looked the same on every side. An unending line of cheap hotels, second-rate restaurants, warehouses, and repair garages. A visual cacophony of billboards, ads, and gaudy signs. Walking along a narrow pavement, she reached a bus stop. She didn't want to risk getting a taxi. After all, Ubik had their sights on her. What if they had tapped her phone? Fresh in her mind was the memory of Natalia Badera shooting at her. At her and Mateusz. And Mateusz was gone. Would she be next? 40 minutes later, she got off the tram by Gdański Bridge and started walking along the Vistula Boulevard, praying to find the hacker at home in his barge.
Hello? Anyone there?
She called, walking on board. She knocked 3 times without an answer. She made a fist and thumped again.
Boris, open up!
She screamed, losing hope that the man was in. But he was. The front door had a small window covered with a curtain black with dirt. The curtain moved aside, and a red eye, belonging to the barge's owner, looked out at her.
Open up.
Fuck off, he greeted her, but opened the door a fraction. She instantly jammed her foot into the opening.
I need to talk to you,
she said. But I don't. He pushed on the door, putting his weight into it and painfully squeezing her leg. Where'd you lose your lover boy? Something boiled inside her, and a tremor shook through her body. She had reached the edge and now faced 2 choices. Throw herself off the barge into the dirty and freezing waters, or show just what she is capable of. She chose the second option.
He's not my lover boy,
she hissed as she grabbed the door handle and brutally pushed the door towards Boris. The hacker was stronger, but the element of surprise gave her an advantage. The door to the single man's smelly den stood open before her. She really had no wish to go in, but was left with no other choice. Boris stood to the side, embarrassed, unsure of how to behave. He looked bad, worn out, as if he hadn't slept a wink that night and was still going on yesterday's fumes. Alicia had to act before it was too late.
"Someone kidnapped Mateusz," she began. "You have to help me. You're a hacker for hire, right? You broke into Peter Kowalek's computer. Could you break into a phone operator system and check, through GPS data, where Mateusz's phone is right now?" She finished, and stared at him expectantly.
"Fuck off." They were standing opposite each other, staring each other down, like street fighters before a battle to first blood. Alicia put her hands on her hips.
"I'm not leaving until you help me," she said.
She felt that her heart was a moment away from bursting through her ribcage. Then a sudden change came over Boris. Something broke inside him. It was as if he'd just given up, thrown in the towel, and stared at the floor in embarrassment.
"Leave me alone,"
he muttered without conviction, closed his eyes and raised his fingers to his temples as if trying to relieve a headache.
"Go away. I'm not going to get involved in other people's problems. I've got enough of my own."
Alicia realized that this was her chance.
"Is there any way I could help?"
she asked.
"Could I do something for you?"
Boris smiled. His pained expression evoked sympathy and encouraged her to return the friendly gesture.
"Nothing easier," he said. "I need money. I've got a debt to pay and am behind with it. And the creditor is a very impatient man. He's not even really a man."
"I thought Mateusz paid you for the fake IDs 2 days ago?"
"I've got many obligations. I pay child support, and that money went to my ex."
Alicia had him then.
"Mateusz is rich,"
she said in a seemingly casual manner.
"You know that. He'll pay you as much as you need. I mean, if he lives, that is. Dead, he won't be able to pay you a dime. And that's how he'll end up if you don't help me track him."
The logic here was irrefutable.
"What do you want exactly?"
said the hacker finally.
"I don't know. Maybe break into his phone and check where it is? What are the GPS coordinates, or what's the nearest base station?"
Boris shot her a sideways glance.
"You know something about it?"
"I just read a lot of crime novels."
The hacker sighed.
"Give me a few hours and I'll see what can be done. I did something similar once."
"Thank you."
Alicia sat in an armchair and took in her surroundings, searching for something to read without success.
"What are you doing?"
Boris was obviously agitated.
"I'll just wait here,"
she said, and on seeing him open his mouth, kept talking. She cut him off before he could voice his protest.
"I've got nowhere to go, see? I'm in deep shit. Much deeper than you think."
Boris shrugged and sat down at his computer. He stopped paying any attention to her, hunched over the screen, panting and muttering under his breath. He rifled through some papers on his desk and swore viciously now and again, after which he'd shake his head as if having to start over. Around 2 p.m., Alicia felt hungry.
"Are you almost done?"
she asked.
"I'll go out for some food."
"There's a McDonald's in Świętokrzyska on the corner with Nowy Świat. It's a 10-minute walk. Could you bring me a Big Mac with fries?"
Alicia left, and as she was walking up Korova Street, she realized something important. Until yesterday, the driving force behind her actions was the possibility of solving this mystery and making public the largest corporate scandal in recent history. She had lived for the case, and everything else, including her safety, has taken a back seat. Today, she just wanted for it to be over and done with. Even if she were forced to leave everything behind, run somewhere far away, leave Poland, hole up in some village, and extinguish any ambition in the cold northern rain. She just didn't want to leave alone. When she came back, Boris was sitting in the armchair, with his legs propped up on the table, drinking beer and playing on his phone. "It's done," he greeted her with a mocking smirk. Together, they walked up to the computer. "Look." He turned on the browser and brought up a map. "Kaufman's mobile has been inactive since Monday afternoon, but it's possible to get pretty accurate data on where it was before that. He kept his GPS on the whole time." As he explained, a blue line writhed along the map, showing the route Mateusz had traveled on. Monday morning, he left Warsaw but traveled only 120 kilometers, while going far over the speed limit, and then stopped at an Orlen station. Boris zoomed in on the map. When he started again, he quickly left the right route and started heading west. The trail breaks off here, like it's been cut with a knife. The hacker tapped the screen. 25 kilometers outside of Poznania. "Give me your phone," ordered Alicia. "What?" "Give me your phone," she repeated, stressing each word. Boris said nothing more, but meekly handed over his phone. Alicia felt slightly sorry for him. She copied Oksana's number out of her contact list and called. "It's me. I'm calling from a friend's phone," she said frantically. "Yes, it's paranoid, but I thought my phone might be tapped. Listen, I think we've got something. Get in your car and drive to where we got the IDs. I told you, remember? I'll be waiting at a bus stop nearby. Hurry." Tuesday, 1st of November. "I spent my childhood in Belfast," continued Rachel, and Mateusz listened with his hands behind his head. "I remember the hot 80s when bombs kept exploding. I come from a Catholic family. We lived in Falls Road. As a girl, every Sunday I went to St. Peter's Cathedral, listening in awe to the sermon. When the carnival was coming to an end and Lent was approaching, the priest would tell us about Jesus, who went out into the desert and spent 40 days there. With my freckled face flushed red, I listened to the story of how he met the devil. Satan offered Jesus all the kingdoms of the world, and that loser turned him down. Why did he do that? Was he hoping that the devil would up the stakes? Well, he was wrong. Satan broke off the negotiations, and Jesus died on the cross not long after. This story should be included in every business book as an example of how not to make stupid decisions. And what would you have done, Mr. Kaufman?
Why are you telling me this?
Because I'm making you a similar offer. All the kingdoms of the world. The Zeitgeist Project. You know what it's about. Peter Kowalik, after you unmasked his little sins, immediately came to us, confessed, and was forgiven.
I want to hear more, cut in Mateusz.
No one has ever done it before. No one has built a humanity simulator. Just us. Do you know what that means? What knowledge we hold? Can you imagine?
Mateusz understood what this conversation was leading to, and yet, despite being fully aware of the manipulative techniques and rhetorical tricks the woman was using, he couldn't just say no and turn his back on her. Rachel kept talking.
Forgive me, but have you ever wondered what is actually most important to you in life? What gives you the strength to get out of bed every day and crawl to the bathroom? Most people would probably tell you that they live for others.
And if life bruises them up, then the knowledge that they mean something to others is enough for them to grit their teeth and keep going. You, of course, are different. We know you well, even better than you suspect. Perhaps even better than you know yourself.
Prediction B? Mateusz nodded thoughtfully. Then I do know something about it. And what did prediction B have to say about me?
Every person's brain works in two modes. On the one hand, you can use emotions, intuition, heart, whatever you want to call it. On the other, mind, logic, analysis of chance, and risk. Most people overuse the first mode. That's why they make stupid decisions, get into hopeless relationships, eat without moderation, smoke, ruin their lives. You are different. You function mostly in the second mode. That's why I know you'll accept our offer. That's what prediction B says. It's a proposal you've dreamed of your whole life, the crowning achievement of your passions. You'll see the future in all its glory and disperse the fog of ignorance. What's the point of predicting the fates of individual people or companies if you can predict the fate of the whole world? You can take into account interactions between all the objects, build one perfect model. And we need you on the Zeitgeist team. You'll be hired as a consultant outside of the company's official structures. You'll be in charge of your own time. No one will force you to spend 8 hours in the office. And take note of one more aspect. Ubique's share prices will keep going up, and the investors you advised won't make a profit. The bad opinion about you will spread, and Elizabeth Hackett will be sure to do some negative campaigning. She's quite good at it. Who else will ever want to hire Mateusz Kaufman? No one. Except for us. Only Ubique will welcome you with open arms. We know how much you're worth and what your real prediction stated.
She finished talking. Rachel was breathing calmly, unconsciously adjusting her short fair hair.
You'll accept our offer, she said. It's the logical response. Prediction B doesn't make mistakes, because neither does Mateusz Kaufman. Isn't that so?
Do I get some time to think it over?
As much as you need. When you're ready, just let us know. I'll return.
Tuesday, 1st of November, afternoon. Oksana Morosh brought hope.
We've got them,
she said, leaning over the computer screen and tapping the map rapidly with her finger.
Here, outside of Poznania, Ubique has got an international research center. It's mostly filled with engineers working on their craziest, most experimental products, like Q's laboratory.
She smiled.
All the projects are secret, so the companies kept quiet about the place. And you think that's where they've taken Mateusz?
Alicia couldn't get over the absurdity of the question. A company listed on the stock market kidnaps a man and keeps him in a secret research center and maybe even tortures him? Oksana didn't get the chance to answer as Boris suddenly jumped to his feet, turning his chair over and looked around with madness in his eyes.
Fuck, they're here,
he said, and turned pale, as if gravity had pulled all the blood into his feet. For 3 seconds, Alicia had no idea what was happening. And then, she heard it. Heavy footsteps, first on the metal gangway and then on the barge's deck. They had found them. Oksana's mobile had been tapped, and Alicia, queen of idiots, called her because she couldn't stop herself and instantly had to share what she had found out. They were in a trap. There was no way to escape the barge. The blogger jumped to a dirty window and looked outside.
Honestly, this was not how she had imagined assassins sent by the company. She had expected to see handsome men, models straight out of fashion mag ads for expensive suits. She had prepared herself for white shirts without ties, hair styled in the most popular barber shops, and dark glasses of Hollywood killers. They should be holding long-barreled guns or garrots ready to be wrapped around the necks of unsuspecting targets. In reality, she saw two bald thugs in tracksuits holding baseball bats. A black BMW stood parked behind them. It all went by too fast for them to prepare any defense. The uninvited guests didn't bother knocking. The door opened with a bang, and the enforcer stepped inside. And then that something which had been hiding in Alicia's stomach, which clenched a steel fist round her intestines, that ticking bomb deep inside her, it suddenly exploded. Alicia grabbed a chair by the back and, feeling an inrush of superhuman strength, struck the first man. He pushed her back with ease, brushing her off with a dismissive wave, and she fell to the floor, among the crushed beer cans, single socks, and Boris's sweaty t-shirts. Oksana didn't even try to resist, only stood frozen, with her arms spread wide as if she were greeting long-awaited visitors. "Out of the way!" roared one assailant, and swung his bat around in a threatening manner. Oksana dived to the side, tripped over an armchair, and dropped loudly to the floor, breaking her fall with outstretched hands at the last minute. Alicia didn't know what was going on. The thugs were going for Boris, who dropped to his knees and hid his face in his hands. So they weren't from Ubik. They hadn't come for the women? "You're behind with your payments," growled the man who had threatened Oksana. "You had until last week."
Yes.
Boris's tiny voice came from somewhere behind his spread fingers. The intruder tapped the baseball bat on the hacker's shoulder with surprising delicacy. "Look at me," he said. "Look into my eyes." The debtor complied instantly. "It's Tuesday today. He says that due to being old friends, you have until Thursday. Then we'll come again. Don't try to run. You know that he knows everything about everyone."
Thursday,
whimpered Boris and nodded.
"I'll get it by Thursday."
The executor thought a while, and then raised his leg to kick the man on the floor. The hacker managed to turn away, and instead of his head, the foot connected with his shoulder. That was the final straw. The thug kicked Boris in the stomach, landing a perfect hit, and then started methodically smashing everything on the desk. Laptop, phone, monitor. "Leave it, man," sighed the other intruder, who hadn't said anything until then, standing only with his arms crossed and keeping an eye on Alicia. "It's not worth it. Let's just go." "You've got it till Thursday." The first attacker was still buzzing with aggression. He kicked Boris again and shook the baseball bat over his head, and then glanced over at Alicia and Oksana. "What about the chicks, boss?" he asked. "Why don't we have a little fun, huh? After all, we deserve it." The one in charge considered the question for no longer than 3 seconds, but that was enough for Alicia's heart to start racing, for her to feel too hot and too cold, and to have to suppress a gag reflex. "We're getting the fuck out of here." The boss shook his head unhappily. "He's paying us just for the little prick. Don't drag the ladies into this. They're here by accident." "But no one would have to know." The underling tried to negotiate. "We're leaving. Now." They got off the barge. Alicia and Oksana went over to Boris, who was writhing on the floor, clutching his stomach and breathing heavily through his mouth.
Are you okay? Should we call for an ambulance? They shouted over one another. The hacker objected violently. No, anything but that. He sat up, leaning against a table leg. Who was that? Asked Alicia. I told you. Boris still had difficulty breathing. I owe someone some money. I keep going over deadlines and that someone is not happy. And trust me, it's better to jump off a bridge than get on his bad side. Go now, you can't help me. Instead of leaving, Alicia had an epiphany. Or at least she felt like she had. The process took place subconsciously, and in an instant she connected all the dots. Who did you borrow money from? She swallowed. Was it Galactus? Until now, Boris's face had been twisted in pain, but in that moment he forgot all about the 2 kicks to the stomach and looked at the blogger with a mixture of awe and fear. How do you know about him? Mateus told me. So you borrowed money from Galactus and can't pay him back? Do you know what he'll do to me? Boris became animated. He'll break my brain. Get all my hidden fears and phobias into the open until I go crazy and start shitting myself. That's worse than getting beaten up by some thugs. Worse than death. Alicia couldn't believe she was really saying it. And yet the words flowed, and she felt like she was standing off to the side and hearing herself speak. How can I find Galactus? You idiot, Boris, I don't have any other options. And you've hit rock bottom too. It's our only chance to get back up. I've got an idea. Trust me. I'll take you to him, he stammered out, as he clutched his stomach and slid to the ground. Tuesday, 1st of November. In similar situations, people tend to say, it's not rocket science, thought Mateusz Kaufmann as he lay on the bed until his back started to hurt, at which point he got up and started pacing around the table. Rachel had left him some supper. 2 grilled chicken sandwiches wrapped in paper bearing the logo of the fresh and tasty catering company from Poznania. He wasn't hungry, and the food only irritated him with its smell. It's not rocket science. In other words, it's no great problem. There's no point in weighing the pros and cons. No losses, just profits. At the same time, Rachel's challenging question took up residence in his mind and had no intention of leaving. What gives you the strength to get out of bed every day and crawl to the bathroom? Mateusz had known the answer to that for a long time. Other people crave power, money, and sex. Mateusz did not want power. Controlling others, that stupid mob, the mindless rabble, never gave him any satisfaction. It was like training a dog and teaching it new tricks. You could do it, but why? The dog would never become smarter than the trainer. Money posed no problem for him. It appeared incidentally, was a side effect of his activities, invisible and always plentiful. He had no reason to complain about sex. He could buy it as and when he needed it. No, Mateusz was driven by something else. It was knowledge, solving problems, discovering patterns. And that was exactly what Rachel had offered him. Taking part in the most complex analytical project in the world. To lift the veil of ignorance off the future. And at the same time, avoid the catastrophic damage to his reputation. So why was he hesitating? He couldn't name it. Something was wrong, chafing. For the first time in his life, he could not see fully within himself, as if his own brain had decided to play tricks on him and hide something away, doing complicated calculations in the background, unwilling to share the result.
That was the only reason Mateusz had not instantly given an answer. Despite everything, he felt that if he had agreed to the proposal there and then, he'd regret it. He decided to give himself a few hours to think things over. It was just that the longer he thought, the less he understood, and new doubts kept springing up. Too bad Alicia isn't here with me, he thought. He could at least talk to her, even if he knew what her answer would be. He sat down in a chair and started eating one of the chicken sandwiches out of boredom. He threw the greasy wrapper into a bin and stared at a wall, still thinking. Tuesday, 1st of November, evening. Alicia stood with Boris in front of a shabby fence surrounding a villa in Mokotów. The hacker was nervously stepping from foot to foot.
"There's no doorbell," observed the blogger.
"He's still watching us."
Boris lowered his voice to a whisper and shot nervous glances to the sides, as if expecting a bald thug to jump out of the bushes at any moment, ready to bash his head in with a baseball bat. Alicia shook the gate. Nothing happened. She waved her hand around and produced a fake smile. She felt like a crackpot trying to talk to ghosts. She couldn't see a camera anywhere and had no idea which way to look.
"Hi, my name is Alicia Rack, and I work with Mateusz Kaufman. He has gotten himself into some serious trouble and we need help. We'll pay you well."
Again, nothing happened. The gate remained closed, the wind kept moving the tops of the chestnut trees, and no one appeared in the street.
"Hey, could you open the door? It's really urgent and we're pressed for time, so it would be great if we could talk. It won't take long."
No reaction. Alicia looked at Boris.
"Maybe he's not at home? He could be visiting the graves of his close ones today, like any normal person."
The debtor leaned in and whispered in her ear.
"He last left the house some 7 years ago, and I don't think he's got anyone close."
One last time, thought Alicia.
"Galactus! Are you going to open the damn door or not?"
And again she got no reaction. She looked at the gate. There was enough space between its bars shaped into decorative floral patterns to squeeze a foot in. It should be doable, even for someone as unfit as Alicia.
"Let me in, please."
She attempted a gentler tone and counted to 10 in her mind.
"I'm coming in,"
she shouted. Pulling herself up, she reached the top of the gate surprisingly quickly.
"Alicia, don't!"
Boris only then realized what was happening.
"Don't do it! Get down from there right now! It's suicide! Don't go to him alone!"
The words of warning flew past her. She heard them, but her brain did not process their content. The blogger had switched over to tunnel thinking, assigning all her cognitive resources to the task at hand. It was similar to what pilots did when landing planes, so focused on maneuvering the huge machine that they often made basic mistakes in other areas. She jumped off the fence and made for the villa. There was a window of milky glass in the front door. Without thinking, she grabbed a cobblestone from the ground and smashed the pane. She put her arm through the hole and opened the door from inside.
"Run away!"
came a voice from somewhere far off. Or was it just a November wind rustling in the trees? Her pupils had no time to adjust to the darkness inside. Alicia tripped over something, blinked rapidly, and only then noticed that it was a table covered in construction foil, like the place had been prepped for renovation.
"You've got 10 seconds to leave my property,"
she heard suddenly, and jumped up in fright. She couldn't locate the source of the voice.
"I am not joking. 10, 9.
Where is he? Thought Alicia frantically. There was no light anywhere in the house, and he couldn't be sitting in the dark. A lower level? A basement? A vault? Where are the stairs?
8, 7.
She turned on the flashlight on her phone and started walking down the corridor.
6, 5.
She entered a room which, if a normal family lived in the house, would be the kitchen.
4, 3.
He has to go upstairs to eat. There's got to be some trace.
2, 1.
She slipped and barely kept her balance, waving her arms in the air like a large, graceless bird trying to get airborne without success. The kitchen floor was covered in orange linoleum, which still remembered the 80s. It was identical to the one in the elementary school in Hajnovka, which she had attended 20 years before.
0.
Alicia froze mid-step and tensed up, not knowing what to expect. Would the house be flooded with bright lights, an alarm start blaring, and a team of security guards appear, as stipulated in the contract, within at most 30 seconds and lead her away in handcuffs? No. That would be too trivial for Galactus. In the first few seconds, nothing happened, and Alicia breathed a sigh of relief, telling herself that the man only wanted to scare her. She was shaking, and her head and stomach started hurting from the nerves. She dropped to the floor, the headache getting worse with every second. Then she realized that something bad was happening. She pressed her hands to her forehead, but it didn't help. Her vision became blurry, and the world began to spin. Her stomach started cramping rhythmically. Suddenly, without any warning, the acidic contents of her stomach rushed up her esophagus. She threw up the remains of the cheeseburger and fries she had eaten some hours earlier. Her head felt like it was going to explode. Alicia lost the strength to sit up and fell on her side, vomiting all the time. Her vision was getting less clear, and it was no longer just the windows shaking, but also the foil-covered furniture, the chandelier. Shreds of unorganized thoughts churned in her mind. The blogger put her cheek on the cool linoleum. There was a loud crack, and the glass in the window shattered into pieces. Blood started dripping from her nose. And that was when she realized, in a final flash of consciousness, two important things. First, this was infrasound. Humans couldn't hear sounds at a frequency under 15 hertz. But while they couldn't hear them, the body could definitely feel them. They can rip apart internal organs. The heart, the lungs, the stomach. This was Galactus' secret weapon against any intruders trespassing on his territory. Second, she noticed a line running through the linoleum floor. That must be it. She dug her fingers into the crack, breaking 3 nails. Her hands refused to listen to her, and her forearm muscles cramped painfully. Her pulse was reaching its biological maximum, and the heart kept wanting to beat faster still. She pried the covering up, unsticking it from the base with difficulty. Jet engines were starting in her head, cluster bombs were dropping, and artillery was firing. The fog before her eyes was getting denser. More windows shattered, but Alicia didn't even have the strength to look that way and only heard the shards showering onto the floor. Now she only needed to pull sharply. Gather the rest of her strength, show her will to live, and do this one thing on which her life depended. Only one. She pulled the sheet towards herself. Blood was seeping from under her fingernails. She did it. The flooring gave way, and Alicia uncovered a hidden entrance into the underground. The hatch had a groove with a handle and opened outwards. A spiral staircase led down. The blogger crawled inside and closed the hatch behind her. And though she hadn't heard any noise before, only now was everything truly silent. The girl felt indescribable relief. Everything hurt. Her clenched stomach, pulsating head, burning muscles. Her mouth still tasted of vomit. But at least she could breathe now. Her heart had slowed down and was no longer trying to burst out of her chest. It was bright in the basement. Alicia tried to stand up, but felt dizzy and sat down again. She slid down the stairs like a child learning to walk, on her arse, stair by stair. When she reached the bottom, she was able to stay upright, but when she grabbed the railing, she had to lean forward and close her eyes tightly. It took a long while for the spots dancing before her eyes to go away, scattering like black butterflies. Alicia found herself in a wide corridor. The bare walls were lined with fluorescent lights, which gave off a deathly glow. The blogger moved to where they pointed, and a dozen meters later, behind a corner, stood eye to eye with Galactus. His room was no larger than 20 square meters. A pull-out sofa from IKEA, a simple desk, and a wooden bookcase stood in contrast to the massage chair, which must have cost at least tens of thousands of złota. There were also the monitors, liquid crystal giants thin as razor blades on the walls and ceiling. Alicia counted 13 of them. And then there was Galactus himself. He was waiting to greet her personally. Alicia suppressed a scream of terror. Her eyes were registering reality, but her brain was unable to interpret the images it was receiving. At first, the blogger thought she was standing not in front of a human, but some alien monster which had stumbled into Mokotów from some science fiction movie set. Then she thought that it might, after all, be a human, but one deformed by a merciless illness or serious accident. Only her third thought turned out to be true. Galactus was just monstrously fat, standing barefoot in short pants which showed his fat, flabby calves. A sumo master would look small next to him. The cotton t-shirt he was wearing had to have been at least a 10XL, and it still barely stretched over his giant paunch, which spilled over the elastic of his shorts to reach down to his knees. His left forearm was connected to some tube which reached out of the back of his neck. In this light, Alicia was unable to tell if it was an IV or optical fiber.
"No one has ever survived that," said the Hacker King. "Congratulations."
I just needed to think logically.
"You're the first person to see me in 4 years."
He retreated into the back of the room and sat down on the bed.
"Don't worry,"
he added on seeing her terrified expression.
"It won't break. The frame is reinforced with steel rods."
Mateusz Kaufman has got into some real trouble,
said Alicia after a while.
"Ubik?"
Galactus kept watching her carefully, which was becoming awkward. She nodded.
"I warned him that if they are determined enough to eliminate an informer, then they won't be gentle with him."
They're probably keeping him in a research center near Poznania,
she explained and swallowed. She was getting to the difficult part.
I need floor plans for that place. You've hacked into Ubik's network once already, know their passwords and access codes. You can get them out. Or maybe you've got them in your files?
"Floor plans of a research center?"
He laughed, and it seemed to Alicia that the whole villa shook with him.
"And what, you're gonna storm the place with a grenade launcher like a superhero and get your lover out?"
He's not my lover,
she hissed through clenched teeth.
And from you, I only need the plans. We'll make it worth your while.
"How? I've paid off my debt to Kaufman, and he's too small fry to use my services. Sorry, but I work with really big players, and for rates you can't even imagine. It's out of your league. You can go now. I've switched off the infrasound upstairs. The road is clear. I won't see you out, you understand, as I'm not sure I'd even fit up the stairs.
He won't be the one paying you. I will, said Alicia.
Oh, really?
Galactus tried to keep his poker face, but curiosity shone in his eyes.
How?
With information.
I'm intrigued.
He shifted on the bed, which, despite the reinforcements, creaked dangerously.
You've got 60 seconds of my attention.
60 seconds, she thought. Just don't fuck this up.
Analysts, the stock exchange, the markets, all are sure that Ubique is in great shape and will keep on growing. I am in possession of data which destroys that image. The company is dealing with an internal scandal, perhaps the largest in the history of all corporations. When Mateus is free, we'll go public with it. Their stock will drop straight down. This is a sure thing. You can play against the whole market and make money out of their collapse. You'll have a fortune overnight.
And what if you're wrong?
Then we'll be in your debt, and you can send tracksuit-wearing thugs after us like you did with Boris.
Galactus thought it over instantly, shrugged his arms, and showed an ingratiating, grotesque smile.
All right, he said. So what exactly do you want?
Chapter 9. Fresh and tasty. Tuesday, 1st of November, late evening. On seeing Alicia, Oksana started panicking.
Are you okay? She asked. You look horrible. I'll take you to the hospital. A doctor has to see you.
She was tapping her fingers on the steering wheel.
What happened there?
The blogger protested, and they negotiated for a few minutes, until finally the former Ubique employee gave in, and instead of the emergency room, she drove to a petrol station where Alicia bought a toothbrush, toothpaste, and a bottle of water. Then they stopped in one of old Makatov's many side alleys where she brushed her teeth for a long time, trying to get the acidic taste of vomit out of her mouth. She rinsed with water, spitting into a sewer drain, and finally got back in the car.
And now look in the mirror and judge for yourself,
said Oksana, killing the lights in the car. Alicia would have preferred not to confront reality. The longest and most difficult day of her life was coming to an end. She miraculously avoided getting assaulted by tracksuit-wearing thugs, and too soon after, almost getting killed by infrasound. On top of that, she'd made a deal with the alleged mastermind of Warsaw's criminal world. It was almost 10 p.m., and she still had a lot to do. She had every right to look less than perfect. However, what she saw in the mirror made her cry. Her face was swollen, as if all her teeth hurt and her jaw was infected. Her nose was covered in a network of broken capillaries. The whites of her eyes looked like red wells. She had dried blood behind her fingernails. This image would have been appropriate if Alicia had not slept for a week and snorted 3 lines of cocaine every day, and then had a hand-to-hand cage fight in which she had torn her opponent to shreds to the cheering of an adoring public.
You're right,
she reluctantly agreed.
But there's nothing I can do. I promised to get enough sleep tonight. Now, take me to Ursnyav, to the Stokwozy subway station. Like we agreed. Have I got puke anywhere?
Oksana took a careful look at her blouse, straightened every crease, and looked behind the collar.
No, it looks clean.
15 minutes later, they stopped in a residential parking lot between 2 apartment blocks.
You can go.
Alicia got out of the car into the cool air of a November night.
I'll wait.
Oksana stretched in the driver's seat and yawned.
You know that this could take a long time. You'll freeze. I can take a taxi back to the hotel. I'll turn on the heating.
Tiresias's former subordinate put her foot down and didn't want to budge even 1 millimeter.
Get going, so you can come back sooner.
The blogger did as she was told. She was beginning to trust Oksana more and more. The initial mistrust and reservations turned out to be wrong. What Alicia read as aloofness, detachment, and constant tension turned out to just be natural introversion. Before, Alicia felt like Oksana was weary, and although she seemed to be near, she was actually far away, in a land of her own thoughts, with internal, unresolved problems which would one day flood out of her. She was like a depressed person pushed into the middle of a social situation. They might be smiling and responding to questions, but just a sliver of empathy was enough to instantly realize that something was wrong. Now, that feeling was gone, and Alicia was glad for Oksana's presence, for being able to talk to her, get advice, and come up with a plan. She smoked a quick cigarette on the way and passed a man walking out with some bin bags when she reached the entrance to the block. He held the door open for her so she didn't have to use the intercom. She took the lift to the 7th floor and put her ear against the apartment door. The TV was on, so he was inside. She knocked. Corporal Wojciech Żukowski, the former commando, current PE teacher, and local social activist who was prepared for the coming apocalypse, opened at once.
"Alicia,"
he said in surprise.
"Is everything all right?"
He opened the door wide, letting her in.
Yes, I know I look like shit. Thanks for not saying anything.
She smiled and went inside. As soon as he shut the door, she blurted out,
I need your help.
"You didn't listen?"
He pierced her with a serious look.
"I begged you not to get involved in this, and you didn't listen. Am I right?"
Alicia was terribly annoyed by his paternal, admonishing tone, but she had no other option and so submitted. She nodded meekly, praying for Wojtek to let go of it now, without adding comments such as, I told you so, or, and what good did that do? Of course, he could ask her to leave, and she couldn't hold it against him. They had a deal, and she'd broken it. The consequences were clear from the beginning. But she knew the corporal wouldn't do that. A furious father always takes the prodigal son back. And Wojtek, hopelessly infatuated and simultaneously resigned to the situation, would lend her a hand no matter what stupid thing Alicia had done. He approached her and gently held her by the chin, moving her head so as to take it out of the shadow and into the light shining in from the living room.
"What happened to you? Are you feeling okay? Do you need any help?"
he asked.
I've had a few adventures recently.
She waved a hand dismissively.
I'll tell you all about it.
They entered the living room. Wojtek turned off the TV, which had been showing a program about famous people who had died the previous year. He went into the kitchen to make some tea. Alicia would gladly have told him the gist of what had happened if she could have omitted a few details. Just those that the corporal might have found objectionable. Shots fired by Natalia Badera, Oksana's rusty knife in Mateus's arm, and the vomiting session on the floor of Galactus's house. But if she wanted him to help her, she couldn't hide anything. She was feeling bad already, and lying would be an unimaginably foul action, a violation of any remaining moral norms which she still followed. It took her a long time to explain why they hadn't gone to the police yet, and why they still can't.
I need to get Mateus out of Ubik's grasp,
concluded the blogger, glancing discreetly at her watch. Midnight was approaching. She thought of Oksana getting cold in the tiny Toyota Aygo and went on.
I owe it to him. If not for him, the meeting with Natalia Badera would have ended in tragedy.
And you're telling me this because...
The former soldier trailed off theatrically.
Because I need your help,
she said as quickly as she could, and squeezed her eyes shut not to look at his face.
I've told you.
Help with what?
Zhukovsky seemed to be getting more and more confused.
We have to get into Ubik's lab, find Mateusz, and get him out. Tomorrow morning, I'll get the floor plan from Galactus, and Oksana knows the place where he's being held.
How does she know?
She thinks she knows. She was there once, saw cells on level -3, and can show us on the plan.
The corporal sighed. He spoke after some time.
You're kidding, right?
He spoke very gently. It was Alicia's turn to sigh. She felt tired and didn't have the strength for another verbal sparring session. She saw a precisely defined goal and was doing all she could to reach it with or without Wojtek.
Listen to me,
she said, and leaned back in the armchair, interweaving her fingers behind her head.
Over this weekend, I've completely reevaluated my life. Fuck the blog, civic journalism, and writing about scandals. I don't care about that anymore. Anyway, the whole thing about Ubik smart clothes will get out one way or another. It's too big to stay hidden. The guilty will be punished, but someone else will be doing the journalistic investigations and writing articles about it. Not me. I'm going to quit teaching and get out of Poland. Don't look at me like that. The Hawks were willing to murder someone once, so what would stop them from taking revenge? I just care about Mateusz. I can't abandon him.
Zhukovsky shook his head, which the blogger took to be a sign of disapproval. He got up and started pacing around the room nervously. The awkward silence dragged on. Alicia decided to count silently to 10, and then get up, put on her coat, say goodbye, and look into the corporal's eyes for the last time. She and Oksana would go back to the hotel, get a good night's sleep, and try to come up with a plan in the morning.
Do you know I served in Afghanistan?
The apartment's host spoke finally.
No, you don't know,
he answered without waiting for her reply.
I've never told anyone about it. It was my secret, but people at the school suspected it. I've heard the rumors. I was in the Ghazni province, where my unit was responsible for protecting a Polish base. It's curious, but when you live under unimaginable stress, and the building you are in can, at any time, come under artillery fire, you just get used to it. It's like having a potentiometer in your head. You can set it to a level above your reality, and that's when things get really bad and you start stressing out. But until that happens, you function normally, despite the fact that, looking at things objectively, you should be getting as far away as possible.
Alicia unconsciously leaned forward in the armchair, interested in what he was saying. The corporal continued.
Of course, there were worse days. Once, close to the end of our shift, we went through hell, the kind you see in movies. The Taliban stormed the base. A truck filled with explosives rammed into our wall. One of my teammates got hit in the thigh and fell to the ground, while we cowered behind an armored vehicle under a hail of bullets. I wanted to help my teammate, pull him away, but it just wasn't possible. His artery had been shredded, and he bled out in just a few minutes. He was lying on his back, in 40-degree heat, with the sun hanging low in the sky, and it seemed that you only needed to reach out your hand to touch him, He was fighting for his life, sweating, but no one could go to help him. The fire was too intense, and then mortars joined in the fun. Zhukovsky shuddered. When it was all over, after the attackers had been pushed back, we walked up to him. He was dead. The sun had dried his sweat into streaks of salt on his forehead and temples. I could never get that image out of my mind. His face, at peace with death, covered in white crystals. It came back to me in my dreams. Even though I told myself that I had nothing to feel guilty about. There was no way for me to get out from behind the truck, drag him to safety, and stop the bleeding. It didn't matter. The mind does one thing, but emotions say something completely different. He was my burden of guilt, a painful wound that would not heal. After getting back to Poland, I put in an application to retire from the military because I just couldn't deal with the trauma. For 6 months, I went to therapy, and during the sessions, my psychologist presented the same rational arguments to me. You are not responsible. There was nothing you could have done. It wasn't your fault. And I kept nodding, but so what if it wasn't helping? The corporal finally sat down and grabbed a mug full of tea in both hands. Not so much to drink, but to have something to do with his hands. When I left the service, I was instantly showered with attractive job offers in the private sector. I didn't want that kind of job and didn't need to be making a lot of money. And so I chose something I used to always think about, which was working with young people. I believed that in that way I could maybe change the world a bit, move it on to the right track even if by just a millimeter. I thought it would help me with the flashbacks of the face of that young man who had the misfortune to find himself in the wrong place at the wrong time, with nothing to be found in his death. No divine plan, deeper meaning, or supernatural order in the universe. It was a stupid, pointless death, and I wasn't able to prevent it. All the rest is just me making amends, a penance I am still doing.
Alicia looked at him in confusion. I appreciate your honesty, but why are you telling me this?
Just thinking out loud. Maybe I should treat what you want me to do as another form of penance. You're fighting for a good cause. The risk is great, but maybe that's how it should be.
It was almost 1 a.m. when Alicia left his apartment. Her hands were shaking, and she couldn't get her lighter to work for a long time. She trotted through the parking lot, stopping every few steps to take a long drag of her cigarette. Oksana was still waiting in the car, her face pale from the cold, but smiling shyly.
Wednesday, 2nd of November.
Alicia Rack should have started the day with an 8 o'clock history lesson with Class 2C, and, in accordance with the curriculum, talked about the French Revolution. However, she did not show up at the high school. For the first time in her teaching career, she chose to skip class without telling anyone the reason for her absence. Instead of being at work, she was sitting in Wojtek Zhukovsky's 10-year-old Toyota Hilux, driving along the A2 highway to Poznania. Her colleague, when asked about how he would explain his absence at school, shrugged and said that early in the morning he had called the psychologist who provided the therapy for his post-Afghanistan trauma.
She gave me a month's worth of medical leave. With PTSD, no one asks if it's necessary. No one has any doubts.
He smoothly changed the topic.
This car is indestructible.
He nodded in appreciation.
Do you know it's the most popular model among Islamic fighters? They mount a machine gun in the back. It drives on the desert like no other.
Alicia could guess what would follow. When the apocalypse finally comes, the streets of Polish cities will be swarming with Hiluxes. No other vehicle will be able to deal with the extreme conditions, tearing through rubble and dust. Fortunately, Wojtek changed the subject again.
Imagine the gossip when we both don't show up at school, he giggled. Everyone will think we've eloped, that we've been hiding it for all these years.
He couldn't contain his mirth. Alicia was in no mood for laughing. The previous night, she talked strategy with Oksana. They decided on a two-pronged approach. She and Wojtek would drive to the Greater Poland region and, using the plans provided by Galactus, would try to get into the Ubik laboratory and get Mateusz out. At the same time, Oksana would fly to Dublin and try to contact Adam O'Connor, Ubik's CEO, to get a face-to-face meeting and tell him about the problems with his company's smart clothing. She couldn't just write him an email, which would end up in the recesses of the spam folder or get intercepted by the conspirators. Ubik's research center had been erected in the middle of a field by a forest. It was several kilometers away from the nearest village, several dozen from Poznania. Wojtek exited the highway and tapped the GPS screen with a finger.
We'll be there in 20 minutes.
Along the way, they talked about the weak points of such places and the easiest ways of getting inside. The corporal stated, with disarming honesty, that his training did not cover such tasks, and definitely not without weapons and a team of trained commandos at his back. But he did have an idea.
Shared services will be their weakest point. So what that the lab is super secret? Corporations cut costs like crazy, downsizing where they can, so there must be a horde of people going there daily who are not Ubik employees. I mean, cleaners, cooks, technicians, all those outside staff.
That gave them a chance. Alicia looked at her watch. It was 8:30 in the morning. Her phone showed 3 unanswered calls. People from school were worried about her unexpected absence. She had no intention of calling back and explaining herself. Instead, she selected Oksana's number. They had a short talk, and Alicia instantly felt sure about what they had to do. She enlarged the image on the GPS's screen, zooming in on Ubik's laboratories. The compound could be reached by only one road, which wound through wooded hills for 1,500 meters.
"Drive over there."
She pointed to a spot where the road to the lab forked off from the main road.
"We can lay in wait there."
Wojtek didn't get her intentions, but did as she asked. The traffic was quite heavy for a country road.
"Ubik's engineers are hurrying to work," commented Alicia. "Oksana told me that officially they start at 9, but the first 15 minutes are spent by coffee machines, with people waiting for the sandwiches to arrive, which happens at 9:30 at the latest."
You mean to say...
"Exactly," she smiled. "Drive off here and stop in a place where we won't be visible from the road."
They spotted a place in a little grove, a forest road hidden in tall grass, which turned right and disappeared behind a low hill. The former soldier looked around. No one within sight. He drove off the asphalt and went some 100 meters down the forest road. It came out onto a clearing, in which they left their car. Then they walked back to the main road, lay down in the grass, and watched the traffic. It was 9:15, and the roads were definitely quieter, with 1 or 2 cars per minute, all heading towards Ubik. Latecomers who didn't make it to work at 9.
Nice cars,
commented Wojtek, his eyes following an off-road Nissan.
Sturdy.
"Oksana mentioned that they don't skimp on the salaries. especially for the engineers.
What do they actually do in there?
The corporal picked a blade of grass and put it in his mouth.
They work on innovative projects.
Alicia repeated what she had heard from Oksana and learned from the web.
Smart clothes, nanotechnology and food, robotics. They've got several dozen similar facilities all around the world, mostly in developing countries. Cheaper labor and a large number of talented engineering graduates. Audiobook works closely with the Poznania University of Technology, and a large number of their mechatronics graduates go straight into a job here.
She broke off and listened. The whir of a diesel engine sounded in the forest. In contrast to most other vehicles, this car was coming from the company's offices. The blogger glanced at her watch again. 9:43. Yes, this had to be it.
Hide!
She hissed to Wojtek and jumped out onto the road. She brushed off some leaves, and when the car emerged from behind a bend and the driver could see her, she waved at him like a lost hitchhiker. It was a Volkswagen Caddy bearing the logo of the Fresh and Tasty Catering Company. It drove onto the shoulder, and its emergency lights turned on.
Is anything the matter? Can I help?
The window rolled down, showing the pleasant face of a 20-something man with a square jaw and a baseball cap on his head. He was chewing gum and listening to Polish hip-hop on the radio. Alicia reached for her wallet.
Want to make 300 złota?
She waved the green notes in front of his face, doing it quickly so that he wouldn't notice her nails were bloodied after tearing the linoleum off the floor in Galactus's house. Instantly, the smile vanished from the driver's face. He turned down the music and looked at her uncertainly.
But what is this about?
I need some information.
Alicia handed him the money. He took it reluctantly and stared at the image of King Władysław II Jagiełło as if doubting the note's authenticity. He was struggling internally. It was obvious that 300 was a pretty penny for him, but he still didn't know what this strange woman wanted.
But what do you want from me?
He said with rising impatience.
I have to go.
You work for Fresh and Tasty, right?
Yeah?
He nodded.
You deliver sandwiches to different companies?
Another nod.
Are you a big company?
Well, maybe some 20 people. 10 girls make the sandwiches in the boss's house in Plaviska, and 8 guys drive around selling them.
Does the boss pay you well?
The driver laughed heartily, and Alicia noticed he was missing some teeth.
You must be joking. I can barely make ends meet. And now I've got a kid on the way, so it's gonna be really tough. Who are you anyway, a journalist or something?
A kid on the way. Alicia couldn't believe that the driver revealed his biggest weakness.
I'm not a journalist,
she protested.
I won't lie to you. I'm thinking of opening a company like yours. You know, delivering food to companies, sandwiches, salads, hot meals. I'm doing market research. Is coming here worth it? I mean, it's in the middle of nowhere. You have to drive real far. Do they at least buy a lot?
The driver was silent, wondering if he should be sharing this information with a future competitor. Alicia quickly dispelled his doubts.
I'll be looking for people soon. Drivers. Could I get your number? I'll pay 15% more than what you get now. I understand workers' needs. A growing family means new expenses.
The sandwich deliverer's eyes shone.
It's worth it. You're right, it's quite away from Poznania, but I easily sell 200 sandwiches a trip. With each one being a $5, that makes 1,000 every day.
Alicia memorized the numbers.
I'm thinking of doing a trial run tomorrow. Who should I talk to get in? The receptionists? Guards?
Talk to the girls. If they agree, then the guys at the gate will let you in without batting an eyelid. There are 2 at the main reception. Better avoid Ava. She's taking evening classes and wants to move to accounting. Very arrogant. But Ivana is cool. She'll joke around and always asks how things are. Sometimes I give her a sandwich with chicken and hot peppers. Her favorite.
What time do you get here?
9:20 or 9:30, it depends. And everyone always complains it's too late. But I really can't get in sooner. I've got 3 other companies to service and they start at 8.
A plan was forming in Alicia's head. Got it. Thanks.
She made a zipping motion over her mouth and smiled.
Give me your number and I'll call you when I've got everything up and running. I promise. Just remember, this conversation never happened. You don't know me. You've never even seen me.
The man nodded, handing a creased business card to Alicia.
All the best to your wife,
she called at the last moment, when the van's wheels spun on the wet ground, spraying clods of black earth into the air. Tuesday, 2nd of November, Dublin. Oksana Morosh's alarm rang at 4 in the morning. Grudgingly, she opened her eyes. She had slept for only an hour and a half. When she'd returned to the hotel with Alicia, she'd taken a long hot shower, trying to warm up her freezing body, but it didn't work as well as expected. She kept turning the heat up until the plastic walls of the stall were completely steamed up. It got difficult to breathe and she almost fainted. While she was doing that, Alicia went online to buy her a plane ticket to Dublin and checked her in. They talked for a while before turning out the lights and slept in one room again. And now, at 4 a.m., Alicia was still snoring softly, and Oksana had to get ready because the plane was leaving at 7:30 from Modlin Airport. Despite not getting enough sleep, her journey was quite peaceful. The only moment of weakness came when she was waiting in line at airport security. Everything came back to her then, and the memories crushed her. She felt like all the best parts of her life were behind her, gone and never to return. Business trips. She and Andre Badera waiting to check in, later sitting next to each other on the plane, ordering red wine, served on Lufthansa flights in tiny bottles. Wandering around Dublin at night, walking along the Liffey River taking selfies before the brightly illuminated front of the custom house, drinking Guinness in Temple Bar. She clenched her teeth, but it wasn't helping. Her legs turned to jelly. There were 2 people ahead of her in the queue. She felt like howling. Suddenly, she remembered the picture Mateusz showed them. Simon Heathway, Natalia Badera, and another woman which Oksana didn't know. 3 conspirators with Andre's blood on their hands, including his wife. That bitch was going to pay. Any liquids? A bored security agent brought her back to Earth. Put your bag on the belt, take out your laptop, phone, and other electronics. They landed in Dublin before 10. She got a room in a cheap bed and breakfast close to the Connolly train station. After a large coffee and salad at Costa Coffee, she headed for Ubique's world headquarters. The group of extremely modern buildings was located in the north part of the city, near Phoenix Park. She was interested in only one of them, the 2-story board offices, where Adam O'Connor could be found. Oksana had never met him before. She fled from the company just after his appointment, and anyway, the CEO was always a creature from a different, far-off world. Ubique, though it was a modern tech company, was characterized by a conservative management model. You wouldn't find the elasticity typical of companies from the Californian Silicon Valley here. Flexible working hours,
matrix structures, relaxed dress code, or lower barriers between the managers and the peons. Ubik did not promote ecology, electric cars, or commuting by bike. The boss-underling relationship was almost feudal in nature. The higher up you were in the structure, the more money you made, the more you had to consume for show. Drive a flashier car, have a more expensive watch, a brand-name suit. A number of board members already had chauffeured cars and traveled around the world in a fleet of private jets instead of by regular airlines. That made Adam O'Connor difficult to reach. Oksana sat down on a bench several dozen meters away from the entrance. She felt strange. Some months previously, this had been her second home. She'd visit Ubik headquarters at least once a month, punch in, walk inside, meet friends, with everyone spilling out into town at 12 in search of a place to have lunch. And now she was sitting alone in a strange city, and Ubik, which she had never let anyone say a bad word about, had become her deadly enemy. She can't just sit like this all day. Someone is bound to notice and call the police, or worse, Oksana would bump into someone familiar, and how would she explain her presence here? Reluctantly, she left the comfortable bench, deciding to do a round through Phoenix Park and return to her observation point. She was just reaching into her purse for her mobile to check the time when she froze. A navy blue Bentley emerged from Ubik's underground garage. The vehicle's brand suggested that its passenger had to be at least a member of the global board. The car turned left and rolled along the street at a low speed, anticipating a red light shining several dozen meters further on. Oksana had just enough time to take a look inside to find out who the passengers were. An anonymous, smartly dressed man with charcoal black hair and wearing a white shirt and tie sat at the steering wheel. He looked like a real Italian who had escaped the set of some comedy making fun of European stereotypes. No one important. The VIPs sat in the back. Fortunately, the limo didn't have tinted windows, and Oksana was able to steal a quick glance. First, she saw Adam O'Connor, recognizing him at once, though she knew him only from photographs. He looked like a movie star, better than the average Joe in the street. He smiled like a just but merciful king, beloved by his subjects. His hair was slightly tousled, with gray strands above the temples. He radiated self-confidence, charisma, and the wisdom of ancient sages, who were the first to learn which rules govern the universe. O'Connor was talking to someone. The other passenger seemed familiar to Oksana. No, it can't be, she thought. This panic attack was much stronger than the one at the airport. She couldn't breathe and clutched at her chest. She sat down hard on the bench, arousing the concern of an older woman nearby.
"Are you feeling all right, dear?"
asked the woman with a strong Irish accent. Oksana had difficulty understanding her at first.
"Should I get help?"
"No, I'll be fine in a minute," protested Ubik's former employee. "I'm just overtired. I'll be all right soon."
She took deep breaths and stared straight ahead. The navy blue Bentley drove off from the traffic lights towards the center of the city. She knew what she had to do. Waiting at the entrance would be pointless now. She pressed her purse close to her side and walked briskly towards the spot that Adam O'Connor's car had just left. Tuesday, 2nd of November, Poland. Alicia and Wojtek stayed in a rustic hotel, 15 kilometers from Ubik's laboratory. They ordered a traditional lunch, but the blogger couldn't swallow so much as one mouthful of her sour rice soup or pierogi covered in pork scratching, and in the end, Zhukovsky ate both servings. Later on, she called the reception where, following the delivery man's advice, she asked to speak to Ivana. She gave a fake name and said that she delivers sandwiches to different companies, and would it be okay to drop in tomorrow for a trial run?
That's great news, said the receptionist. People have been complaining that Fresh and Tasty keeps bringing the same things. They're bored and would really like to try something new. And the delivery is always so late.
I'll be there at 9 o'clock sharp, assured Alicia, and I can guarantee some awesome deals.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'll tell the guards at the gate to let you in. They'll give you a temporary badge, which you'll have to wear in a visible spot.
They ended the call.
How did you come up with that?
Asked Wojtek.
It's actually Oksana's idea. Visits of the sandwich man are a huge problem in all companies. Not just the time, but the employees get bored quickly, and it's always the same old stuff. Chicken, egg salad, meat paste. First world problems.
She smiled.
We could storm the market and become sandwich potentates.
But where will you get the sandwiches?
Wojtek scratched his short-cropped hair. Alicia shrugged.
We'll make them together.
That evening, they went to a supermarket. Alicia stuffed the cart full of baguettes, still fresh and crisp, 10 bars of butter, a multitude of cold cuts, cheeses, vegetables, and condiments. They sat up until 3 a.m. making sandwiches in their hotel room. Alicia insisted they had to make at least 100. She wrote down a few different recipes and came up with fancy names. Bavarian flavors. Sliced sausage, bacon, sweet mustard. Cheese feast. Yellow cheese, camembert, blue cheese, grape halves with the seeds removed. Or spicy Mexican. Beef, jalapeno peppers, onion. Wojtek swore under his breath, but patiently cut up the veggies, spread butter on the baguettes, stacked slices of meat, and wrapped the finished products in wax paper on which Alicia wrote the names.
And 100,
counted out the blogger, putting the last sandwich on the pile.
I'm going to bed.
She got up and felt dizzy from exhaustion. She could barely see anything through swollen eyes. They took 2 rooms which shared a wall. When she grabbed the handle, she heard Wojtek's commanding voice.
Alicia, promise me something.
The former soldier walked up to the door. Alicia stiffened. His tone didn't promise anything good.
But this time also promise that you'll keep that promise,
he finished.
Sure,
she nodded.
Tomorrow we're going there together, but it's my operation. I'm looking for that friend of yours, not you. You work for a sandwich company and have no idea about it. If I get caught, I'll be the one in trouble, not you.
Can I go to bed now?
She yawned hugely.
You didn't answer.
Yes, I promise,
she said without looking into his eyes. Falling asleep, she wondered whether Wojtek deliberately waited for the right moment when he had her up against a wall, when she was the most tired and offered the least resistance. After all, in the middle of the sandwich-making frenzy, she would have only laughed and turned it into a joke. She thought also about Mateusz, where he was. What was he doing? What were Ubik's plans for him? She'd find everything out tomorrow. Tuesday, 2nd of November, Dublin, late evening. The guy introduced himself as Delroy and said he was from Jamaica. He smoked smelly cigarettes, wore his hair in braids, and his hands were covered in round white scars. When he smiled, he showed crooked teeth, shamelessly demonstrating a lack of the upper right incisor. Under normal circumstances, Oksana would have run as far away as she could from a guy like this. But not today. Today, she had some things to take care of, and only Delroy could help her. While working for Ubik and often flying to the Emerald Isle, she had made many friends among local Dubliners. Waiting in front of the company headquarters, she remembered Fiona, a damn talented programmer who specialized in C++. They worked on the same project teams and spent enough time together to become friends. Fiona's story was a remarkable tale of social climbing. She grew up in the grey high-rise blocks of Ballymun, which enjoyed the reputation of being Dublin's worst district. Fortunately, teachers were quick to notice her mathematical talents and surrounded her with proper care. Fiona won contest after contest, getting more scholarships, until finally she went to Trinity College where, in her third year, she got a job at Ubik. However, she wasn't able to completely cut herself off from her past. Fiona had a younger brother who did not get out of Ballymun and made a living by occasionally stealing cars and dealing drugs. Several years back, Oksana had met him at a party, and they had a brief but very intense affair. That took first place among the strangest episodes of her life, at least until recently. Maybe she had been alone too long and needed sex, physical stress relief, or maybe she was impressed by his impetuous nature, the feeling of balancing on the edge, being close to something wild and violent, which she would never find in a relationship with the ordered and lukewarm managers at Ubik. The affair ended after 3 weeks, and they went their own ways amicably, without any grudges or hard feelings. Oksana still had her lover's number saved on her phone. Today, she dialed it for the first time in years. He was very surprised when he heard her voice. Oksana could hear a baby crying somewhere in the background. She had to hurry. In a few short words, she explained what she needed. The man said that he normally didn't do things like that, but he'd help her for old time's sake. She was to wait for a text message. It came half an hour later and contained a phone number and the words, "I'm sending you Delroy's contact. He'll help you. He knows what it's about." And that's how Oksana ended up late in the evening in a workers' pub in the northern suburbs of Dublin, sitting at a table with a gap-toothed Jamaican.
"What is a pretty girl like you doing in a nasty place like this?"
asked Delroy, taking a drag of his cigarette. Oksana couldn't help feeling that he was undressing her with his eyes and staring shamelessly at her breasts. They may have been surrounded by people, but she was still horribly afraid. Maybe even more than a few days before, when she was cowering in a tool shed and waiting for Ubik's assassins, who turned out to be Alicia and Mateus. More than on Boris's barge, when thugs armed with baseball bats burst in on them. "You're doing this for Andre," she thought.
"You know very well what I need,"
she said coolly.
"You're not going to do anything stupid, sweetheart? Not going to get into any trouble?"
Delroy put out his cigarette in an ashtray.
"You know, it could be fixed differently. With hired people, it would cost more, but the risk would be much smaller."
"For God's sake, I'm a grown woman," she cut him off brutally. "I understand the consequences."
Fine.
Delroy put up his hands defensively. She couldn't tear her eyes away from the cigarette scars on his hands.
"Not all clients do. Sometimes it's good to talk. Advise. You know what it's like. A guy goes to the shop to get a drill, but he might not need it, though he needs a hole in the wall. So it's better to sell him a hole than a drill."
"I'll take the drill,"
Oksana said with impatience, and Delroy laughed and gave in.
"Come with me."
He got up from the table. He nodded at the bartender, who raised a section of the counter, allowing them to move to the other side of the bar. There, the Jamaican pushed a short swing door, which looked a bit like the entrance to a movie saloon, and went into the kitchen. The room stank of burned fat, and Oksana felt glad that she hadn't ordered anything to eat. The level of hygiene in this place would have caused heart attacks in the toughest of health inspectors. They went out into an internal yard. It was cold enough that white clouds escaped their mouths with every breath. Their appearance scared away some cats which were scouring the overfull dumpsters. Oksana started looking around nervously, searching for a possible escape route, but could only see the outline of a brick wall in the darkness. But there had to be another way. Someone had to empty the dumpsters sometime, and they wouldn't walk in through the kitchen. What had she gotten herself into?
Don't be scared.
Delroy noticed what was happening to her and gently put an arm on her shoulder.
I won't hurt you. Money first.
She reached into her purse and handed him a stuffed envelope. Using his phone as a source of light, he looked at the bundle of notes, but didn't count the money.
My turn now,
he said, and Oksana closed her eyes and tried very hard not to think about what would happen the next day. Instead, she thought of Andre. Their first kiss in a hotel room during a business trip to Dublin. Wednesday, 3rd of November, Poland, morning. They left at 8 in the morning. They packed the sandwiches into folding plastic crates and packed it all in the pickup. Wojtek had a light breakfast, and Alicia felt nauseated with the very sight of the well-stocked buffet table. The smell of freshly fried scrambled eggs upset her stomach, and she had to go to the bathroom 3 times before they took off. On the last leg of the journey, a few hundred meters before the gate to Ubik's research center, they turned into the forest and stopped in the same clearing as the day before. This time, their stopover was shorter. Wojtek took a 10-centimeter-long nail out of the trunk and drove it into a front tire.
As long as we don't take it out, everything will work fine,
he explained. They got back into the car, and a few minutes later they were being questioned by the guards at the gate to the compound. Alicia looked at the 3-meter-high wall topped with barbed wire, at the sturdy barrier and bored expressions of the guards, who were not tired pensioners, but young men in their prime and graduates of more than one survival and martial arts course. The blogger said what the receptionist had told her. The security chief, a strapping man with bushy eyebrows and a tribal tattoo snaking out from his uniform onto his neck, spent a long time on the phone, shaking his head in disapproval and raising his voice. Apparently, Ivana had not informed him of some details of the visit. Not all procedures had been followed, and now she was getting chewed out.
She forgot to inform us. Ivana is terribly scatterbrained, explained the guard eventually, smiling apologetically. I'll get your badges and send one of the boys out with you to show you where the main reception is.
He didn't have to. Alicia and Wojtek had studied the floor plans stolen by Galactus. The compound was made up of 4 buildings, marked with the following letters of the Greek alphabet: Alpha, Beta, Gamma, and Delta. A green area stretched between them, filled with attractions which the employees could use outside of work hours. An outdoor gym, a barbecue spot, ponds, a basketball and bowls court. On this cold November day, all these places of rest and relaxation were, of course, quite empty. The Alpha building housed the main reception, the manager's offices, and supporting departments: legal, accounting, human resources. Beta was the biggest of the buildings, a 10-story structure of steel and glass designed to resemble a Lego block. It contained the design center, where artists and fashion designers worked together with programmers on new cuts and intelligent clothing. The modest Gamma, standing a bit to the side, housed the server rooms and computing center. Other employees of the company made use of its resources when they needed the supercomputers to run advanced simulations and models. The Zeitgeist project made use of them. Cooled by liquid nitrogen, the clusters were manned by only a handful of people, a crisis team in case something went wrong. Finally, the Delta building, stylized to look like a post-industrial loft, was built out of red brick and covered in vines. It was called the Creativity Center. It was here that they worked on the riskiest initiatives. It was in one of its conference rooms that the idea for Project Zeitgeist had been born during a brainstorming session. Oksana knew the place and had visited it several times. Delta had 4 stories and 3 basement levels. And it was there, on level -3, where the floor plan showed a row of single-occupant cells with bathrooms, marked with symbols D13.1 all the way to D13.7. They couldn't be sure if that was where Mateusz was being held, but it was the most likely scenario. They parked the Toyota in front of Alpha, and Wojtek efficiently moved the crates of sandwiches into the hall. Ivana, the receptionist, turned out to be a petite blonde, wearing too much makeup and giggling all the time. She treated Alicia like a best friend, even though prior to this meeting they had only talked over the phone for a minute or two.
As it's our first time here, we've got a special offer for you.
Alicia smiled radiantly at the receptionist.
All the sandwiches are free, as samples, but we've only got 100, so people have to hurry. Could you send an email out?
Ivana blinked rapidly.
For free? Is it worth it for you? Oh, we're like drug dealers.
The blogger winked.
The first one's free. Could I pick something out? Of course. I recommend the Fit Chicken.
Alicia spent the next 15 minutes handing out sandwiches, answering questions about the ingredients and nutritional values, assuring people that everything is fresh, ecological, and handmade, and the meat comes from free-range chickens which had not been stuffed full of antibiotics. Some people did complain there were too few vegetarian options, but in the end, everyone managed to find something for themselves. When Alicia was surrounded by a crowd of hungry employees, Wojtek sneaked out to the car. The guard didn't follow him. He was busy eating a spicy Mexican. The corporal took a look around. There was no one to be seen. Everyone had congregated in the hallway to get a free sandwich. He took a coin out of his pocket and dropped it next to the car wheel. As he kneeled down to pick it up, he tensed his muscles and in one fluid movement removed the nail from the tire. Then he returned to the hall. Alicia looked at her watch. It was 9:15.
We should get going before Fresh and Tasty arrive, she said. Have you pulled a number on them?
Giggled the receptionist.
They'll be livid. And the driver's such a nice young man, and he's got a child on the way. I hope they don't fire him. See you tomorrow.
Alicia waved her goodbye and went out. All the time they were accompanied by a guard. For fuck's sake, hissed Wojtek. A flat. Give me a second and I'll get it changed.
Let's move it somewhere to the side first.
Alicia acted worried.
Fresh and Tasty will be here any moment, and we'd rather not meet our competition face to face.
The guard nodded with understanding and pointed to an asphalt road which wound around Alpha and ended in a blind alley. You won't bother anyone over there, he explained, and you'll be out of sight. Wojtek drove the several dozen meters with a flat tire. Do you need any help? Asked the uniformed youth, but his body language told a different story. He had absolutely no desire to get oil and mud on himself. "Don't worry." The corporal pointed to his muscled arms and grinned. "I'm no weakling." The guard looked as if he'd been relieved of some great burden. He puffed up his chest and tapped his watch. "I'll leave you here for a few minutes, okay? I've got to do my rounds and punch in at Beta. If I don't do it within 5 minutes, the boss will get mad." "You don't have to hurry. I'm sure this will take a while," answered Zhukovsky, already on the ground, struggling with a spare tire stored beneath the car. He loosened the screws, and together with Alicia, they set up the car jack and lifted the front of the car. Now came the crucial moment in their plan. "Keep changing it on your own, if you can. If anyone asks why I'm not here, just tell them I cut my hand and went to a bathroom to clean it. When I get back with that friend of yours, we pack him into the back, cover him with some tarp, and get away." "With that friend of yours," Alicia repeated in her mind. That was the second time Wojtek had used that exact same phrase. Apparently, the name Mateusz could not pass through his lips. She nodded. Her whole body was objecting and screaming that she should run, but she didn't listen to it. She had her role to play in this plan and couldn't leave the battlefield before that. The Afghanistan veteran started walking at a sure and steady pace, while she started unfastening the screws on the wheel with shaking hands. Wednesday, 3rd of November. Rachel brought him 2 sandwiches wrapped in wax paper and a thermos of tea. Polish delight? Oriental treat? Mateusz read the names. "Did you change caterers?" Her only reply was a shrug of the shoulders. The woman didn't leave the room. She sat down in a chair and watched him eat a sandwich with cured pork sausage and pickled cucumbers, and then another one with chicken and MUN mushrooms. The analyst poured some tea into a mug, smelled it, and pulled a face. "I told you I only like green tea."
"This isn't the Hilton."
The former agent of the Irish intelligence crossed her legs.
"And? Have you decided?"
He put the untouched tea on the table. Why was this so difficult? That night, he dreamed of Dagmara again. Her sad eyes and small, perky breasts. Back then, the decision seemed obvious. Now he had no idea what he'd lost and what he'd gained by choosing to work with Galactus over his relationship with Dagmara. It was the same right now. He'd never find out how life would turn out if he were to choose a different road and decide to fight against Ubik. He had to trust his mind, mute out his intuition, the false voice whispering from somewhere deep in his guts. There was only one logical decision. "I agree. I want to work with you. I can start even today." Rachel's face brightened, but only for a split second, after which it assumed the professional mask again.
"It's time for you to learn the greatest secret of the Zeitgeist project,"
she said. Chapter 10. Final Attractor. Wednesday, 3rd of November. Wojtek Zhukovsky was not coming back. Alicia managed to change the tire surprisingly quickly, as if stress had imbued her with supernatural strength. She had read about such cases, when in moments of extreme emotional distress, like after an earthquake or a gas explosion, desperate mothers would lift unbelievable weights to get to their children trapped under the rubble. She put the car jack away and started tightening up the screws on the wheel. "Where's your colleague?" She heard a voice behind her, making her flinch.
"He cut his hand and went to the bathroom to clean it out,"
she explained. the security guard watched her nervous attempts at putting the wrench on a lug nut.
"Let me help you."
The man motioned at her to move out of his way. He easily tightened the screws, kicking the wrench a few times for good measure. He repeated it 5 more times, not even getting out of breath.
"It's taken him a long time."
He flashed her a suspicious look. Alicia shrugged and said something about it bleeding a lot and got into the driver's seat, ready to tear out of there in a panic at any moment, breaking through the barrier.
"Everyone report to Beta. I repeat, everyone report to Beta."
The walkie-talkie at the guard's belt squawked suddenly.
"I have to go,"
he called to Alicia.
"When your driver gets back, go straight to the gate."
She realized that Wojtek had been caught. It was about to get really hot. What should she do? Run? Wait? But then, if all the guards were going to Beta, the way to Delta would be clear. This was her chance. Of course, by doing that, she'd be breaking her promise to Wojtek. After all, she was supposed to wait meekly and not leave the car. But this was her one chance to get to Mateusz. She got out of the car, leaving the keys in the ignition. If she needed to get away quickly, she wouldn't have to waste time searching through her pockets. She took a look around the compound. Beta's glass panels reflected dark clouds. Alicia couldn't see what was happening in front of its doors, as the commotion was hidden behind a corner. Delta was even further away, and if the blogger wanted to get there while avoiding the trouble at Beta, she'd have to take a detour in the shape of a wide arch. Luckily, she had memorized the plans Galactus had provided and knew of a soft tarmac jogging path, hidden on both sides by trees, to let Ubique employees train in the shade during summer. It was in the shape of an ellipse and wound through the whole compound. It was a longer way, but with Wojtek getting caught and the security forces moving to Beta, it was also much safer. She walked, but her legs had been trying to break into a run on their own since she had stepped onto the springy surface. The leafless trees did not make for effective cover, and she had to hope the corporal was taking up enough of the guard's attention so that no one was looking around. And even if one of them were to notice a lone figure on the jogging path, they'd probably think it was some weird programmer out to get some air and think over a coding problem. And so she just walked along, looking at her feet, focused on taking one step after another. She regretted having left the yoga course after just a few lessons. Right now, she would make a deal with the devil, sell her soul and Dagny Taggart's internet domain to possess a yogi's abilities. Meditating on the move, cutting out external stimuli, muting fear, turning into the rhythms of nature. Meanwhile, she was just little, terrified Alicia Rack, gasping like a fish, feeling the pressure building in her chest and her stomach going crazy. When she finally stood before the brick wall of Delta, she couldn't believe her luck. And that was when the door to the building opened. Alicia leaped to the side, hiding behind a graceful hornbeam tree. She knew it was a bad hiding spot and she'd be spotted in a matter of seconds, but she had acted completely on instinct. She was struck dumb. A woman, which Alicia had seen in the photo with Natalia Badera and Simon Heathway, exited the building. The mysterious Stephanie, Kaufman's drunken one-night stand in Dublin, who had stolen his laptop and cloud passwords. The woman held the door open, waiting for someone who was lagging behind. Then, out of the vine-covered building emerged Mateusz, Alicia mouthed soundlessly. Mateusz was alive and in one piece, and furthermore he did not seem to be hurt in any way or held against his will. His wrists were free of handcuffs, and Alicia did not see a weapon in the Irishwoman's hands. They looked like a pair of friends, walking side by side, talking in lowered voices. Something was not right here.
"Mateus!"
shouted Alicia. She stepped from behind the tree and blocked their path. Wednesday, 3rd of November. A thick drizzle was hanging in Dublin's air. It wasn't raining hard, but a 3-kilometer walk from her hotel to the Phoenix Park gate was enough for Oksana to get soaking wet. But that was not going to stop her. First Adam O'Connor, and then someone else, the unexpected Dublin guest, her greatest enemy. She was ready to walk around the company's headquarters until late evening, waiting for the CEO's car to emerge out of the garage. Fortunately, she did not have to. The bells of St. Patrick's Cathedral had not yet tolled 9, and it was already all over. She had been planning the sequence of events in her mind, constructing alternate scenarios of how the conversation would go, preparing answers to difficult questions. Lost in thought, she almost missed the moment the navy blue Bentley rolled out onto the street. She was lucky, as the limo again stopped at the lights. In a few leaps, splashing through puddles, she reached the curb and jumped out in front of the car.
"Mr. O'Connor," she shouted, "you must listen to me."
She had no more than 2 or 3 minutes. There was a police station nearby, and alarmed officers would quickly arrive.
"Mr. O'Connor, please listen to me."
She wondered whether her screams were even getting in through the windows.
"I know who murdered Andre Badera."
The light turned green, but the Bentley stayed in place. Several other cars had lined up behind it and were now producing a cacophony of horn sounds. The chauffeur was the same Latin lover she had seen the day before. The man calmly got out of the car and sized her up. Oksana clutched her purse closer to her body, and he flinched, as if expecting her to get a gun out and shoot him.
"Please, I just need 5 minutes,"
she shouted again through the slightly open front door, trying to get a look inside and see Adam O'Connor. Other cars started passing them on the right. Their drivers kept honking their horns and shook their fists as they passed her. The Italian chauffeur approached the woman. He was not only the CEO's driver, but also his personal bodyguard. To his eyes, she must have looked like a typical lunatic begging for a moment's attention from a boss of a huge company, which she needed because she was either a single mother of a seriously ill child and was collecting money for surgery, or had a brilliant business idea. One or the other, cross out where applicable. In similar situations, firm actions usually worked, holding the offending person under the arms and leading them to the pavement. If they resist, use force, but not enough to hurt them. A tiny thing like Oksana would pose no problem at all. "Stop this nonsense and get off the street," said the bodyguard calmly. "The boss has already called for the cops. They'll be here in a minute, and then you'll be in real trouble." But she had no intention of moving even an inch. She cast him a sidelong glance filled with animosity. The man was next to her, towering over her by a head. He wanted to grab her hand, but she moved it away. "It's your last chance." He smiled leniently. "I get it, everyone can have a bad day, but you don't want to regret it for the next few years." Oksana couldn't say exactly what happened next. The guard's hand shot forward and encircled her wrist like a steel cuff. It hurt. Her hand bent backwards, and her body folded in half, pressed to the hood of the car. And then she heard, "Let go of her." She couldn't look up to find out who had said it. "But sir, she might be dangerous. Let go." Once freed, Oksana turned toward her rescuer. It was him. Adam O'Connor was standing in the middle of the street, in the drizzle, letting his suit worth thousands of euros soak up the water. He was looking at her with a steady, understanding gaze. "She says she wants to tell us something about Andre Badera's death. I think we should listen." He invited her inside with a gesture. Oksana glanced at the bodyguard furiously, straightened her sore hand, and got into the Bentley. Wednesday, 3rd of November. Can a mortal enemy suddenly turn into an ally? Mateusz Kaufmann wondered about it as the lift took him to the ground floor, and then as he walked along the exposed brick corridors of the building he had been held in. Most normal people are unable to perform such an about-turn. Even if the brain wants to believe something, the body will revolt. Intuition comes from the gut, from emotions, and people trust it more than their heads. That's how most people function, but not him. Kaufman flipped a switch in his head and changed perspectives. He looked at Rachel and felt no negative emotions.
"We'll go over to Alpha, where there's a conference room prepared for our meeting,"
said the woman, and touched a magnetic card to a reader to open the front door. Outside, it was an overcast, windy day. Something was going on. In the distance, next to the high glass building, they could see a crowd of people. Someone was shouting, but the strong wind carried the words away. Rachel leaned into Mateusz.
"I don't know what's going on. I should probably go over, but I can't just leave you alone."
Kaufman nodded, and a second later his ordered world, his newly constructed status quo, all fell apart.
"Mateusz!"
they heard, and from behind the tree emerged... "Alicia? What are you doing here?" He managed to get out in Polish.
"I came to get you. We came to get you. With Wojtek, but they caught him."
She pointed to the throng by the building shaped like a Lego block.
"We're here to rescue you."
"But how did you know I was here? How did you get here?" Mateusz kept firing off questions.
"It's a long story."
Alicia watched Rachel carefully.
"Boris tracked your phone. I bought the plans for this place from Galactus, and then we planned the rescue."
"Bought from Galactus? What is going on here?" He asked the final question in English, addressing it to the Irishwoman. Rachel had regained her calm.
"Let's not get carried away. Maybe we should go and find out what's going on together."
A hand-to-hand fight must have taken place in front of the glass-fronted Beta building. One of the security guards was holding a bloody nose. Another was writhing on the ground, holding his knee and screaming, "I'll fucking kill you, you motherfucker!" This was addressed to a large man with a crew cut who was being held by two brawny guards with the Ubik logo emblazoned on their uniforms. The brute was not struggling, but it seemed to Mateusz that one move of his hand would be enough to send the two guards tumbling to the floor, yelping in pain.
"That's Wojtek,"
said Alicia in her rusty school English.
"A friend from work. We came together."
"Let him go,"
said Rachel in a commanding voice. "But he," protested the guard with the busted knee.
"Immediately."
The guard released him, and the PE teacher eyed Mateusz suspiciously.
"We're going in there. All of us."
Rachel pointed to another building, under which they had parked the Toyota Hilux. They entered Alpha through a side entrance, bypassing the reception. They went up an emergency staircase to the second floor. Rachel used her card, and they walked down a short corridor to a conference room. She led Alicia and Wojtek inside.
"Wait here," she ordered. "I'll soon know what to do about you. The door will be closed. Don't do anything stupid. And be thankful we haven't called the police. Now, I need to talk to my new employee."
She smiled and patted Kaufman on the arm.
"Employee?" shouted Alicia. "What is she talking about, Mateusz? You're on their side? You've sold out to them? Just like you sold out to Galactus a few years back. Is it true?"
Maybe Kaufman wasn't an expert on people, but this time he knew exactly what Alicia thought of him. He noticed tears in her eyes. As she walked inside, he averted his eyes, waiting for the door to click shut.
"Don't worry, we won't go far."
Rachel punched in a code on a touchscreen, locking the door.
"The room isn't big, but it has the best coffee machine in the whole place."
I don't drink coffee, Mateusz sighed. Once again, within just a few days, he felt that life was slipping out of his grasp. He lacked any solid footholds. There was only Rachel with a cup in her hand. A moment later, standing next to a flip chart you'd find in millions of offices all around the world. But Rachel was not talking about things that got presented in regular companies, businesses focused on multiplying the worth of stockholders' shares. Ubique was not a regular company.
"The version of the story which Oksana believes is not the whole truth," said the former Irish intelligence agent. "It was just one layer of the deception I have created. There was no mistake in the algorithm and no undershirt scandal. Almost no one died of a heart attack while wearing Ubique smart clothing. That was just a cover."
Thousands of questions wanted to burst out Kaufman's mouth, but he no longer had the strength to speak. It was as if, for the first time in his life, his cognitive abilities had hit a wall. Rachel continued with her tale. What was really responsible for everything that had happened was the Zeitgeist project, the ambitious attempt to build a humanity simulator and looking into the future. A perfect tool for projecting customer trends, defining strategic directions for the company's developments, giving an unbelievable competitive edge. Everything happened just as its creators had wanted, and then, even better, it exceeded their wildest dreams. Zeitgeist was launched according to plan, and it instantly predicted a war was coming. A total conflict which would wipe the old order off the face of the earth and create a new one. They tried launching the program again and again. However, no matter what initial assumptions were entered, the result was always the same. The Third World War, an atomic carnage, radioactive craters in place of European capitals. Chaos mathematics makes use of what is known as an attractor. It's a point toward which all the trajectories of objects in a given space inevitably move. The attractor pulls in everything like a black hole, and there is no escape. The Zeitgeist project predicted that annihilation is the final attractor of late capitalist reality. And it should not be treated as an assumption or expert speculation trotted out for the purpose of a TV appearance. It was a statistical hypothesis with a statistical significance on the level of 1,000th part. That means there is only one chance in 1,000 that Zeitgeist is wrong. Only the high-ranking directors were in on it, including Andre Badera. Oksana had no idea about it. She worked on the system's configuration, but had never been allowed to see the results. The first reaction of all who learned about it were objection and disbelief. Why should we trust the results of this analysis? They asked. Support came from an unexpected corner. One of the Ubique's teams, based in Spain, working on their craziest project, had for some time been experimenting with Sheldrake's morphogenetic field. Until recently, it had been the domain of parapsychology, mocked by real scientists. Today, you can hear opinions that there might be something to it. Sheldrake's field behaves like Jung's collective unconscious. The reasoning forms a logical chain. War is on the line, so people feel a deep anxiety, though they cannot name it. But unconsciously, they are preparing for life after the apocalypse, learning handiwork, baking bread, taking up intense physical training. These are all the newest passions of the wealthy middle class, which, theoretically at least, has got nothing to fear. But the morphogenetic field is evolving, changing shape and influencing people's behavior. That's why all sorts of post-apocalyptic books, movies, or games are so popular right now. Nature is whispering into the ears of sleeping humanity how to prepare for the inevitable, as if it really cared about our survival and wanted to save at least some of us. Finally, the Ubique directors believed Zeitgeist's conclusions and had to face the facts. War is coming, and they are the only ones who know about it. Not the American president, the Pope, or the Dalai Lama. Not even the president of Russia. What should they do in a situation like that? Call a press conference and announce the coming of a horrifying war to the world? Or, quite the opposite, organize an elite meeting, invite prime ministers, sheikhs, and religious leaders to work on an emergency plan together? Or maybe just do nothing. Opinions, as is usually the case, were divided. The former CEO, Liam Ward, wanted to be transparent at any cost. He argued that knowledge which Ubique possessed should instantly become public. A worldwide debate should be called. All the scientists from the best universities should be gathered to work on the results of the analysis and check if no mistake had been made. This approach was not to the liking of the internal group of hawks led by Simon Heathway. After all, the information gained through Project Zeitgeist gave them a huge advantage over the competition. And war always served as rocket fuel for the market. The biggest corporations got rich off armed conflicts. The best contracts were the ones signed with the military. With this knowledge only at their disposal, Ubique would become the largest company in the history of humanity. An absolute enterprise controlling all aspects of life. And this was the goal in the capitalist game, wasn't it? The thing was to grow and keep growing, devour the competition like the largest carnivore in the system. And it was Simon Heathway who possessed the charisma which the CEO lacked. He quickly convinced the board of directors to his point of view, and they entered into a conspiracy together, stabbing Ward in the back. But there was a traitor among them. Andre Badera. Of course, Ward's resignation sparked a ton of rumors, both inside the company and outside. That was when Rachel came to the stage. Her job was to manage the crisis. The plan she came up with was a PR masterpiece. The former agent prepared a two-layered manipulation. The first layer consisted of the rumors of Ward's illness, which only the most naive of journalists believed. All others knew there had to be something more to it, and that something more was a rumor fabricated by Rachel about the mistake in intelligent clothing, a faulty algorithm which would not warn users fast enough about an impending heart attack. Every rumor, to be believable, must contain a grain of truth. In this case, one complaint about intelligent sports clothing was enough. Someone had actually died, though not of a heart attack, but it was all within the statistical trust parameters guaranteed by the contract. The fabricated rumor greatly exaggerated the scale of the problem. That was enough to spread through the company and become an open secret among middle management, fearfully talked about during coffee breaks. The truth about the Zeitgeist project remained safely hidden, waiting for the right time. Andrei Badera was so scared that he hadn't even told Oksana Morosh everything. Andrei and Oksana had been lovers, in a months-long affair, planning a life together. The Zeitgeist project put an end to that. Suddenly, Adam O'Connor was appointed as the new CEO. He was an outsider, and Simon Heathway, the main conspirator, was left in the shadows. Andrei Badera was torn. He had no idea how much O'Connor knew, whether he had been let in on the secret, whether he could be trusted or not. In the end, he decided not to risk it. He did not search for support from the new CEO, and that proved to be his undoing. Being a lone wolf, he chose another lone wolf, completely outside the system, as pure as the driven snow. That's why he wrote to the investigative blogger writing under the pseudonym of Dagny Taggart, and privately, Alicia Rack. He chose her because he believed that she was an authentic voice of the digital generation, unlike the corrupt journalists of traditional media which no one trusted. They were to work arm in arm and cause a storm, first in Poland and then all over the internet. Badera was going to reveal the results of Zeitgeist this way and change the course of history and stop the Third World War from happening. It didn't work. Andrei Badera was killed. Ubik started searching for Oksana. Mateusz Kaufman caught their attention, and they decided to use him as a secret weapon against O'Connor. A false, negative investment recommendation should shortly be contradicted by market results, which would be enough of a pretext to dethrone the new CEO. And the throne would be assumed by Simon Heathway, during whose reign Ubik would become a corporation of the end days, and win the contract to organize the end of the world. And what was Natalia Badera's role in all this? Asked Mateusz. His mouth was dry, and swallowing spit was not helping. Rachel smiled.
Natalia found out about her husband's infidelity, but hid it from Andrei. She contacted me. We knew each other from company parties, as the managers often brought their wives. She's a really tough woman, but for the first 2 meetings, she cried in my arms, asking everything about Oksana. I got scared that she was planning something stupid. Then she got a hold of herself, and we became friends. I trusted her and decided to let her in on the conspiracy, though of course she didn't have to know everything. Through her, we could control Andrei Badera and keep him on a leash. After all, they lived under one roof and still shared a bed. Natalia was never formally employed by Ubik, but we took her to company outings, where, in a small circle, we planned our next moves.
I know. I saw the pictures. A selfie on a terrace. You, Natalia, and Simon Heathway, interjected Mateusz, and felt satisfaction as he saw surprise on Rachel's face.
Natalia was the one to give the signal to execute Andrei, after he got in contact with Dagny Taggart. Of course, we could have killed him sooner, but we were putting it off until the last possible moment. The body was meant to scare the blogger away, but it didn't work. She turned out to be much tougher and braver than we had expected.
And how, thought Mateusz, but said nothing.
But at one point we realized,
continued Rachel,
that O'Connor's position was stronger than we had thought. Sooner or later, he'd get to Zeitgeist's real results. That's why we had to find a scapegoat.
Wednesday, 3rd of November. Expert psychologists agree that the first impression we get of a person is usually wrong. The brain receives random signals, processes a minimum of information, and makes up the rest. Unfortunately, psychologists make up a fraction of the human population, and all the rest rely on first impressions. So we still do our best to give the best first impression we can. Especially in business, when talking to the CEO of a huge company who has to make the decision whether to trust a possible partner or not within a fraction of a second. Don't fuck this up, Oksana kept repeating in her mind when the Bentley's door closed behind her with the click characteristic of premium car brands. You've got one chance, you're not gonna get another. Adam O'Connor watched her with friendly eyes and smiled encouragingly at her.
Ubik is in trouble, said Oksana, reciting the script she had prepared. The engineers have made a mistake in the intelligent clothing algorithm, and consumers are dying of undiagnosed heart attacks. A conspiracy has formed inside the company, which is hiding the truth from you. Andre Badera wanted to take it to the press, and that's why he was murdered.
This is how one should talk to CEOs. A minimum of words with a maximum of content. 20 seconds was enough to summarize the complicated issue and give him the gist of it. At Ubik, they called it the elevator pitch. The saying came from Hollywood, and it referred to presenting your movie idea to a producer met by accident in the elevator. Oksana felt proud. She hadn't fucked it up. Not a muscle moved on O'Connor's face. "Is that so?" he said. "And you're telling me all this because—"
My name is Oksana Morosh, and I used to work for Ubik in Warsaw, on Andre Badera's team. My boss trusted me and told me all about it. And now Andre is dead. I left work and ran. I was scared for my life.
"That's extremely interesting." He drawled his words with the coolness of an English noble. "Do you know who the head of this conspiracy was?"
Simon Heathway,
answered Oksana without a moment's hesitation, though she was feeling less and less sure. She had expected various possible reactions, but not one like this. What was O'Connor getting at? "Yes, Heathway," the CEO nodded.
You're not surprised?
The kindly smile vanished from Adam O'Connor's face. In its place appeared dismay and worry. "Indeed, I'm not," he agreed. "I have known everything as of yesterday. It seems like an amazing coincidence. Soon we'll be at my home, and there you'll learn the details. For now, please tell me everything you know." Oksana swallowed and started talking. About the blackmailing of Mateusz Kaufman, about Andre and his attempt at contacting an investigative blogger, and finally about Simon Heathway's conspiracy and the death sentence passed on Badera. She was carefully silent about the issue of the feelings between her and Andre, said not a word about their plans for a life together, which they'd talked about during sleepless Dublin nights. Ubik's work code was against any office relationships. The CEO nodded politely the whole way there, sometimes asking about a detail, sometimes preceding her story by interjecting a fact. It seemed that he already knew everything Oksana was telling him, and she only affirmed him in his belief that the company was sitting atop an active volcano moments away from eruption. Oksana Morosh's to-do list for the rainy Wednesday of the 3rd of November had 2 tasks. The first one had just been completed. Adam O'Connor had been told about the issues at Ubique and would soon take care of it. He had informed the police and would call a press conference. They were successful in this regard. The second task was much harder, and Oksana could feel the pressure mounting. Yesterday afternoon, the seat in the CEO's Bentley in which she was sitting had been occupied by someone else. An unexpected passenger. Oksana had to find them and talk to them urgently, though she had no idea how to go about it. Meanwhile, it was the mysterious passenger who found her. Adam O'Connor lived in an impressive mansion on the outskirts of Dublin. The building was surrounded by a stone wall. They parked in a garage and walked through a connecting passage into the living room. The bodyguard with the Italian features followed them like a shadow. The living room was a huge, bright space with windows reaching from the floor to the ceiling. It was furnished in a classic style of the golden age of the empire, when England's queen ruled half the world. O'Connor dismissed the guard with a gesture. "I've been informed that there is a guest waiting for me." The CEO leaned closer to Oksana. "You must meet them. I'm sure you'll have a lot to talk about." Oksana felt a sharp pang in her stomach. Could it really be her? And then she saw her. Standing in the middle of the living room, on the oak floor which remembered the reign of Queen Victoria, with a window behind her back, and the sun, which had finally come out from behind the clouds, illuminating her figure from behind. Yes, it was her, Adam O'Connor's passenger from the day before. Natalia Badera. Oksana thought that something was wrong. The puzzle pieces didn't fit together, and they might not have even won at all, as their opponents were much more cunning than they had believed. This was too big for her, and she knew that the day would not end normally, and this business had to end in tragedy. "Oksana, meet Mrs. Badera," said O'Connor. "She's the widow of Andre, your ex-boss." The women shook hands and flashed false smiles at each other.
"I think I remember you from a company picnic," said Natalia. "Andre must have mentioned you." "Yes, I think we've met before," agreed Oksana, slowly losing control of herself. O'Connor was behaving as if he didn't see anything amiss. He walked to the bar and asked them what they'd like. As he talked, he poured some water into a glass. "Natalia came to see me at my office yesterday. She shared the results of a private investigation, which she has been conducting for a month, since the day her husband died. I am full of admiration for her. She had gathered a lot of evidence. Yesterday, we went to the police and handed over a set of files, which was enough for Simon Heathway to get arrested last night. Soon, he will be put on trial for Andre's death. Ubique is about to go through some difficult times, having to publicly confess all sins and do an internal cleanup. But I'm confident we will get through this storm even stronger." Badera raised the corners of her mouth in an imitation of a smile, but quickly returned to a worried expression. "Natalia," Adam addressed the widow, "Oksana has been on a road similar to yours and came to the same conclusions. I'm very happy both of you decided to come to me with this. I know what should be done with this information. I'll get everything in order. You don't have to worry." Meanwhile, a scream was building up in Oksana. Natalia framed Simon? It couldn't be. After all, she was one of the conspirators. The happy, cheerful selfie flashed before her eyes.
What was Badera playing at? A phone ring could be heard in the distance, the default Samsung melody. "Please, excuse me." O'Connor spread his hands in an apologetic gesture. "I must get that." The ostrich leather shoes by Barker Black creaked on the polished oak boards. Oksana was scared to raise her eyes and look at Natalia. She knew what she had to do, had known since the previous day when she'd seen the woman inside the Bentley. She'd spent the remainder of the day realizing that part of her plan. That was why she'd met with Delroy in a smelly pub, and why she'd got the little package wrapped in oily rags from him. And now, when the culminating moment was fast approaching, she was losing her confidence. She lacked a stimulus, a spark to set her feeling aflame and allow the hatred and fury to spill out of Oksana in an unstoppable stream.
"Do you know why Andre died?"
Badera asked suddenly in Polish when a heavy door closed behind O'Connor. She didn't wait for an answer.
Not because he contacted a harmless blogger with minimal reach. No, it was my decision. He died because of you.
She stared at Oksana.
Yes, I know he was fucking you. Wanted to leave me, start a new life. Don't make that surprised face. You thought I didn't know?
Oksana slowly turned her head, looking to the door, which O'Connor had closed. She was moving in slow motion, as if she'd taken a bunch of tranquilizers. But the spark had appeared, and her insides were burning with a fire turning her old life to ashes, burning up her past, so unimportant since Andre's death. Pointless, destined for oblivion, but it also burned her future, annihilating all the paths that lay ahead of her. All the lives Oksana would never live came together in one point determined by the next few seconds.
"I want to show you something," she said calmly. "I've printed out the email I got from Andre on Friday, the 7th of October, a few hours before his death." "Go on. Show me."
Natalia presented the demeanor of a self-confident winner. Nothing could surprise her. She didn't even wonder why Morosh would have such a printout with her. Oksana reached into her purse. Her hand squeezed the metal grip of a Sig Sauer P938, bought the previous evening from a Jamaican holding a smelly cigarette in his scarred hands. Bought to pull the trigger only once, to fire straight into Natalia Badera's chest. The gun was a 9mm and enjoyed the reputation of being a lady's weapon, and as such fit perfectly into her evening purse. Under these circumstances, at this distance, the shot would be fatal. Natalia didn't have time to react. Everything happened so quickly. Instinct kicked in first, before the mind could consciously process the facts and draw conclusions. A shot was fired. The bullet hit Natalia in the stomach. She put her hands on the wound and fell onto the oak floor. Instantly, heavy footsteps could be heard quickly approaching. The door opened with a bang, and O'Connor's Italian bodyguard burst into the room, grabbing a gun from a shoulder holster. A glance was all it took for him to grasp the situation. Oksana was still holding the pistol, standing over the window and getting ready to shoot again. The CEO's guard didn't have to think, but just hold to strict corporate procedures. He fired without a word of warning. Wednesday, 3rd of November, the apogee. Rachel suddenly fell silent and grabbed the back pocket of her pants. She took a vibrating phone out, accepted the call, and put the phone up to her ear without saying a word. She listened, with every second losing control of her facial expressions. "Wait!" she called to Mateus and ran out of the room. Kaufman pulled on the door. It was closed, which he might have expected. He went to the window and looked at a delivery van which had driven up to the main reception building. A cheerful young man was unloading packages. Mateusz thought that the courier still had a few companies to drive to. Then he would go back home in the evening, eat supper, watch TV, have sex, all the time completely unaware that his days are numbered, and a rain of missiles will soon fall from the sky. At the same time, a few conference rooms away, Alicia was also looking out over the same yard and watching the same courier.
Double glazing. Tempered glass.
Wojtek shook his head in resignation.
You'd need a really big gun to make a hole.
Alicia was not thinking about running away, but of Mateusz. How should she understand Rachel's words? Why did the woman take him with her? Had Mateusz decided to go over to Ubik's side? She knew him well enough to know that if he had made a decision, then that was that. He wouldn't explain or justify it to anyone. Alicia could only try to see his point of view. Precisely logical, but inhumanly cold without any emotions. She couldn't do it yet. Each time she tried, her throat tightened. She had to hold back tears, and she still naively believed that until Mateusz declared his cooperation with Ubik aloud, everything was still possible. Kaufman was like Schrodinger's cat, existing in two states simultaneously, loyal and disloyal at the same time, at once friend and enemy. The wave function collapse would come sooner or later, only Alicia wanted it to be as late as possible. Meanwhile, Schrodinger's cat was waiting for Rachel, who returned after 3 hours.
"Your friend Oksana made quite a mess in Dublin,"
she said from the door. Was her voice shaky, or was Mateusz just imagining it?
"She met with O'Connor and told him the rumor about faulty undershirts. Only he knew all about it from Natalia Badera."
"What?" asked Mateusz. "Speak clearly."
"At one point, we realized with Natalia that the noose was closing too quickly, and O'Connor would keep his position for longer than anyone expected,"
explained the exasperated Rachel.
"Andre's death would come out sooner or later, as the new CEO likes to stick his nose into other people's affairs. We had to choose a victim, and so we chose Heathway. Natalia gave O'Connor documents, which unambiguously pointed to Simon as the guilty party. She assumed the role of the grieving widow, conducting a private investigation after her husband's murder. O'Connor bought the made-up story about a faulty algorithm which was killing consumers. The rest fitted perfectly. It was Heathway, as Mr. White, who blackmailed you to dethrone O'Connor. It was Heathway who ordered Andre to be killed for daring to take the issue to the press. A perfect plan."
She smiled sadly.
"An elite group of experts would have still been working on the Zeitgeist project in secret, and the CEO wouldn't have to know. We'd live to see a better time."
"So how did Oksana throw a spanner in the works?" asked Mateusz. "After all, she didn't tell O'Connor anything he didn't know. She could have, of course, accused Natalia of being in on the conspiracy, but that's just one person's word against another." Rachel closed her eyes, and a nervous tic moved her lips. She looked dead tired, as if the only thing on her mind right now was a hot bath and a glass of wine to some relaxing music.
"Oksana Morosh didn't accuse Natalia of anything," she said quietly. "She just shot her."
Mateusz didn't know how to react. Rachel continued.
O'Connor left the two of them alone for a moment when he had to answer the phone. The shot was made at close range. The bullet went in through her stomach and luckily did not hit any internal organs, but it did damage her spine. Natalia will live, but will have to use a wheelchair. A moment later, O'Connor's bodyguard ran into the room and shot Oksana in the leg. They were both taken to hospital.
Mateusz remained silent.
"Your blogger friend is in some deep shit now," said Rachel. "O'Connor believed our story, so the police will believe his version of events. Oksana will be portrayed as a mentally ill woman who deluded herself into believing that Natalia took an active part in the conspiracy which had her lover murdered. And the blogger worked with Oksana and must have helped her plan the events in Dublin. Morosh will soon be questioned, so we don't know yet if she'll give you up. You're safe with us. We can give you a new identity, but if I were in Alicia's shoes, I'd get the fuck out of Poland."
They went to the room where Alicia and Wojtek were waiting. Rachel punched in the code, and the door opened.
"You can go. You're free,"
she said from the door, which she opened wide.
"The tire on your Hilux has been changed, if I'm not mistaken, so good riddance. No one will stop you at the gate, though many would like to settle a score with Mr. Zhukovsky over their friend's broken leg."
They got up at once from the conference table, dazed.
"What happened?"
asked Alicia.
"A sudden change of plans."
Rachel hurried them along with a gesture.
"Don't ask, you're free. You'll soon find out from the papers anyway."
Alicia hunched her back and left the conference room first. Wojtek followed her.
"Down the stairs. The door's open from the inside, so you don't need a card."
The Ubik employee pointed out the exit with her hand. Mateusz had been standing next to her, but now suddenly took a step forward, stopping in the middle. 2 steps from Alicia and Wojtek, 2 steps from Rachel.
"And where are you going, Kaufman?"
asked the woman with annoyance. Alicia was bolted to the spot. This was it. The moment when the experimenter opens the box to look at the cat, which can be dead or alive. One way or another. Until recently, it had been both at once, but not now. Now the universe was forking off, and the stream of history would flow one way. Alicia wished she could see inside Mateusz's head. What's going on inside of it? Is he racked with emotions? Does he feel anything, or is he only performing a cold calculation of possible profits and losses? Alicia tried to attract his gaze. It's not that he doesn't feel anything at all. To protect his ill brother, he was willing to ruin his professional reputation. No one can live in a world without emotions.
"You staying or not?"
Rachel stepped from foot to foot.
"Don't make a fool of yourself. I know very well what prediction B concluded. You can't cheat statistics."
Alicia and Mateusz's eyes met. She could see nothing inside of his. No depth or sparks of hope that she could hold on to. Only a gaping void like looking into a dry well. The cat was found to be dead. She was about to turn around, grit her teeth and quickly march out of the building, to burst into tears later, when something changed in Mateusz's face. At first, Alicia didn't know how to interpret the expression, and a few seconds passed before she understood. It was an unusual sight. Mateusz Kaufman was smiling. It was a radiant smile, from ear to ear, as if he had just found out from an oncologist that a mistake had been made at the hospital and he didn't actually have a brain tumor. Like he was remembering the best moments of his life. Like he had smoked a joint and his heart was filled with all the love in the universe. "Wait, I'm going with you," he said, and sped up to catch up to Alicia and Wojtek, who were waiting at the end of the corridor. Saturday, 6th of November. Epilogue. Bangkok greeted them with a heat of 30 degrees Celsius and pouring rain.
"I haven't left Poland just to get more rain," said Alicia as they were walking arm in arm through the bridge connecting their plane to the terminal, with large drops splashing against the metal roof.
"This is the tail end of the rainy season," explained Mateus. "Anyway, it will be lovely out on the islands. You'll see. We deserve a holiday." There was a long line at passport control. They turned on their phones, which had been inactive during the 10-hour flight. "Look, O'Connor called a press conference." Mateus showed Alicia the screen of his smartphone with a Guardian article displayed. The woman scanned the text, looking for key phrases. O'Connor had placed himself in a comfortable position, dealing with the sins of the previous crew, apologizing for other people's mistakes. He admitted there was a fault in the algorithm. Ubik took the blame for 4 heart attacks which could have been detected by intelligent undershirts but weren't. 1 person died, and the company had sponsored a pension for the man's wife and children, high enough so that they would never have to worry about money. The program was fixed, and the patch sent automatically to all users as long as their undershirt was connected to a Wi-Fi network. The CEO talked about the indomitable Andre Badera, who would not stay silent and wanted to reveal the truth at any cost. O'Connor pointed to Simon Heathway as head conspirator and said to contact the police for more details, as there was an ongoing criminal investigation into the matter. The markets reacted enthusiastically to O'Connor's narration. The new CEO drains the corporate swamp, brings all the worst things out into the light, and isn't afraid to make unpopular decisions. Of course, the company is in crisis. It must go through serious reorganization, and the black sheep must be terminated, but it is all just a temporary setback. In the long run, Ubik has a bright future ahead. The analysts' collective optimism was reflected in the stock market, where Ubik's value kept rising. "Do you know what this means for me?" Mateus locked the phone screen. "I've got 7 unanswered calls from Elizabeth Hackett. I failed the investors. Lost. I don't know if anyone will ever want to work with me." Alicia thought that he didn't look at all devastated. Her phone finally connected to a network, and all accumulated messages started coming in. "Look." She showed him a picture that Wojtek sent. A field with some goats grazing in it, and a "for sale" sign in the foreground. "Starting to haggle." Mateus read the caption and laughed. "I don't really know that lunatic, but I've gotten to like him." Wojtek reacted quite calmly when he learned of the real results of the Zeitgeist project. After all, he was better prepared for the end of the world than most people. He decided to immediately leave Warsaw and hide away somewhere in the Sudet. As he explained it, they were much better than the Bieszczady Mountains, as those were too close to Ukraine, where the front would come from. He told them of his plans to build a forest stronghold, digging out several kilometers of underground tunnels, buying lead hatches to stop deadly radiation after the bomb fell. He had done some preliminary calculations on how many barrels of water he would have to buy, how many diesel generators and liters of fuel. And he started implementing his plan surprisingly quickly. One last image message remained unread on Alicia's phone. She clicked the icon, not knowing what to expect. She froze. The nightmare was back. "What's wrong?" asked Mateus.
"I bought the floor plans from Galactus and paid for them with information," she said in a trembling voice. "I thought the undershirt scandal would be the end of Ubik. The hacker was counting on their stock to go down and lost. Now, he'll take his revenge.
What did he send you? Mateusz took the phone out of her hand. The photo sent by Galactus showed Boris. He was sitting tied to a chair. At first, Mateusz didn't notice anything worrying, but he enlarged the photo with his fingers, analyzing the details. Son of a bitch, he whispered. On his forehead, Boris had a band with electrodes which stimulated the brain's limbic system. The legendary equipment that could turn a man into a vegetable in a few moments.
We've got until the end of next week to pay him back the money he lost on the stock market.
Alicia read the rest of the message.
Will we leave him to suffer in Galactus's hands?
She couldn't tear her eyes away from Boris's face, from his lips spread in a grimace of primal fear. Over my dead body. Mateusz suddenly grabbed Alicia by the hand and pulled her close to him. And she thought that although the world would soon come to an end, she wasn't afraid of anything anymore. You have listened to Zeitgeist by Michał Protasiuk, narrated by me, Christopher Ragland, translated by Patricia Sorensen. Copyright 2024. This audiobook is published by Storytel Original 2024.